All right, the meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call, Geiger.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I sing my country to the lead?
All right, moving into the DCSD Spotlight, Superintendent Kane.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We have a packed house tonight. Tonight, we have the honor of recognizing two students who have received national recognition. Let's start with STEM School Highlands Ranch student, Siddhi Singh. Siddhi recently received the President's Environmental Youth Award. Siddhi, would you please join me up front along with STEM High School Principal Ryan Aslip, STEM Middle School Principal Maura Ritter, and STEM Technology Teacher Tyler Chacon. So sorry, sir. And DCSD Sustainability Coordinator Beth Church. How about a round of applause? The President's Environmental Youth Award recognizes outstanding environmental stewardship projects developed by K-12 youth. Congratulations. Do you want to tell us about the award and about the project that won the award, please?
Hi, everyone. My name is Siddhi Singh. I'm a senior at STEM School Highlands Ranch. First of all, thank you so much for Douglas County Board of Directors for recognizing me with this. I'm so thankful. Project DEER started as a very simple idea, which was to create a device to protect animals and humans from collisions, and I'm so thankful to have seen it grown so big. Our current device is being patented, and it's basically a device that uses machine learning and thermal imagery to create an onboard vehicle device that anyone could put on their car itself. And so we're hoping that in the next few years, everyone could have one of these in their car. So thank you so much. I'm only able to get there because of everyone's support. So thank you so much for this honor.
It's incredible. I want one.
Absolutely. First of all, just before I do, I just want to take a moment to honor any veterans that are out here. Happy Veterans Day to everybody. I got to tell you, this is the moments that I really love as principal of STEM School Highlands Ranch. Tonight, we're all here to honor Siddhi for her amazing work. Now, I just want to give you guys a little bit about Siddhi first, though. First of all, as a senior, she has a 4.51 GPA right now. And for those of you that know how it works in education, it's a perfect 4.0 unweighted GPA, so she's earned straight A's all the way through high school. So far, she's completed 18 advanced placement courses. She's enrolled in, I think, 4 more right now, right? And a number of CE courses as well. So as you can see, she's an amazing student, but that's not really what I'm here to talk about. As you heard her talk about, this project has been amazing. And I got to tell you, as a high school principal, it's been really fun to watch. They started a couple of years ago, her and a group of her peers, and she took lead on this, and they started by entering the Samsung competition, won the statewide competition, went to nationals, felt like, okay, we can do better. She came back retooled, worked at CU Boulder's lab through an internship that she was doing there, and the thing that I really love and appreciate about you is you never gave up. You continue to refine, you continue to improve, continue to innovate. So I think that's absolutely fantastic. So also, Ms. Ritter unfortunately is not able to be here, so she gave me a couple words to say, so if you guys don't mind. But Ms. Ritter is our middle school principal, but she was also Siddhi's 6th grade English teacher. And so she says that when she met Siddhi in 6th grade, she knew almost immediately that you were special. She knew she was one of those rare students who not only worked hard, but believed deeply in what she was learning. She was curious, diligent, and never afraid to speak up, whether to ask a question, defend her ideas, or advocate for herself and her classmates. It would be an understatement to say she kept me on my toes. Ms. Ritter continues that she remembers thinking back then, this young woman is going to make a difference. And today, seeing her honored with this award, she can say, absolutely you have. City, your dedication, your voice, and your heart have taken you far, but she knows that this is just the beginning. You make all of us so proud, not just as educators, but as people who have the privilege of watching you grow over the years. Congratulations.
Oh, geez. I'm just here to support, and congratulations. That's a very prestigious award. Congratulations. All right, one more round of applause for City. We're really proud of you. And Director Meek is behind us, and she's going to give you your award, and then we'll do some pictures. All right, where am I? Yeah. Okay. And how about if we get Mom and Dad up here for pictures? Come on. I mean, you're amazing. Oh, perfect. Okay. Actually, if you want to take it, I'll do it. Yeah, sure. All right. All right. Thank you. Of course. Of course. Congratulations. Okay, next we get to recognize another outstanding high school student, this time from Highlands Ranch, specifically Thunder Ridge High School. Thunder Ridge sophomore Andrew Denier received the President's Volunteer Service Gold Award issued by the White House for many hours of community service. Come on up here, Andrew. Amazing. Andrew, you are in your second year of high school, right? And yet we understand that last count, you have more than 440 volunteer hours across 15 organizations and 22 community events. That's incredible. We would love to hear more about it.
All right. Thank you. So I've been doing service for quite a while now. It all kind of started when I was a Cub Scout. When I had a lot of service activities, and then I became a Boy Scout, kept doing service. I just wanted to go further, and I helped out at my local scout camp, and even in California at their camp. So it's been a long journey, been doing a lot of different organizations. It's been very rewarding. I'm looking forward to a lot more service.
What's your favorite? Can you pick a favorite?
I've got to say it's the scout camp in California. Going there as a scout, then getting to help other scouts learn their own skills and get their merit badges. It's been quite a full circle journey.
We are so proud of you. Thank you so much. And I know your principal couldn't be here tonight, but Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor would like to speak on her behalf.
Yes, so this was a part I get to embarrass you a little bit. But I don't know my friend great here, but I do know as far as actually the volunteer award and what an incredible honor that is. We talk a lot about service and being a part of our community. To dedicate that many hours, it was what I loved hearing was your passion about your desire to do more and way to serve as well too. It's something that one I think comes from a family as well too. I want to thank your family for having that as something instilled in your heart as well too, as a community. And I know as far as speaking to your principal as well too, she couldn't be more proud and would love for you to continue to lead that charge for our students to be able to see what it means to be able to serve their community. So thank you very much. It's an incredible honor. I get to stand next to you for such an incredible award that you earned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Meek from our Board of Education is over here to give you an award, and then we'll do some pictures.
Thank you.
Do you sleep? No. Must not.
Sometimes.
And how about Mom and Dad? Come on up. Or Mom, come on up. Oh, you meant for me. You get to be here. You get to be. Oh, stand by. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Okay. Smile. Hot dog. Thank
And that concludes our recognitions for today. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the acceptance of the agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion? Director Thompson?
I actually have two motions. I will start with the first. So I move to amend the agenda by changing item 12.6, titled Resolution to Extending Existing Charter Terms for High-Performing Charters, and policy LBDR-1 from an info action item and replacing it with info only to reflect what was finalized during agenda planning on October 23rd. This aligns with our policy 1.5.3.2, which is that the agenda will be finalized at the end of agenda planning by the president. Policy GP 1.5.3.3, that the agenda and packet presentations that require action are to be received by the board members at least 4 days prior to a meeting. GP 1.3.1, that the board president's responsibilities are to lead the board so that the board's performance is consistent with its own rules and policies, and that those legitimately imposed on it from outside the organization.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Director Meek?
It was just a lot. So would you mind just breaking it down one more time for the two different agenda items?
So I only moved for 12.6 so far. And again, it's to update the item from info and action to info only to align with policy and what was decided at agenda planning.
Director Meek?
Yeah, can I have confirmation that it was at agenda planning info only?
So
And
at
how it
agenda
changed?
planning, I was thinking that it was also going to require a policy change. And if that were the case, then it would need a first and second reading. But because of that, we've always done just procedurally resolutions. We've always voted on resolutions the same night in which they're presented. So I stuck with procedure, and as I said, I had anticipated that there would be updates to a policy, which is why I said info, because I was anticipating that, so.
So you did change it from info only, which is what everyone agreed to at agenda planning, to an action item?
I did.
And isn't that outside of what we're allowed to do per policy, once it's set?
Director Weiniger?
Well, the president can set the agenda, so if she deems that this needs to be an action item, I think that's totally allowed. And my understanding at agenda planning was also that the reason it was info only, because it might have been a policy change. It wasn't really set in firm as an info only, it was more discussed as, if this is a policy change. That was my understanding when I was there, honestly.
If I may. I was at agenda planning, I pressed, because I wanted to know if we were going to vote on this subject. For it to change at 4 o'clock on Friday, for me to get the proposed resolution, the final proposed resolution at 1:20 yesterday, is not how we should govern. We had a discussion about this. We knew that it was going to be a big issue. And to switch it to a resolution at the last minute that is not presented to the public until 26 hours before the meeting is not what we agreed to. It's not consistent with our policy. It's not consistent with our procedures. I think the appropriate way to do it is discuss it today. There's a lot of people here who want to talk about it. And then set it over for a further review at the next board meeting so that we can hear not just from the people here, but from the entire charter community. I took what we did at agenda planning at your word. And it wasn't until Friday at 4 o'clock that everything changed. And I will just continue to say that is not how public officials should do their work.
All right. Anybody else? Director Meek?
Yeah, I'd also would just like to confirm whether the resolution was legally reviewed and recommended by the superintendent before it was placed on the public agenda?
No.
And do you feel like it's appropriate for items to be placed on a public agenda that's not legally reviewed coming to the board?
I feel like we honor our charter schools, and when they request to have an agenda item, which everyone knew about back in October, when I initially had set this forward, that this was coming, and that a charter school had legal team look at it, and that is what I am putting on the agenda. Oh, Director Weiniger.
I would just like to comment that this isn't the first time we've had a resolution that hasn't been looked over by staff. And this isn't the first time that an item has changed before, between agenda planning and before it's posted at all. That happens all the time. And we actually did get the resolution on Friday. It has been amended and has happened before meetings. So I don't think anything that's been done is unusual to warrant taking it off, in my opinion.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. So again, I stated the policies. I'm happy to restate them since I had jumped up 2 times to get out of a photo opportunity and I was a little bit out of breath. Again, just kind of reflecting on what Director Geiger stated, both in agenda planning and as well as the previous conversations we had before agenda planning regarding this item. It has always been just presented as an opportunity for a presentation to hear from the charter, which I agree. It's important that we hear from our charter schools if there's an issue that is within the board's purview. So that is not the issue. The issue tonight that this motion's around is just that it's moving to an action item. This item staying on the agenda, I'm fine with. It's just the action piece, because I feel like this is just the beginning of a conversation.
Director Meek.
Yeah, the use of a resolution really isn't appropriate for us to set policy anyway. A resolution is meant for an emergency action, for a one-time occurrence, but not to set the ongoing operational processes that we need to do. And honestly, this is a pretty significant change to just put into a resolution that you're pushing through with one conversation. That is not how we do business. That is not the right way to do business. It's not how our policy governance process works, and it's just not good governance in the least. And it's pretty disrespectful to our community to put something on the agenda this way and push it through this way. I am totally fine with an info agenda item so that we as a board can have conversations that are meaningful. But to ramrod something through as an action item is pretty disrespectful to our community and to the way that we do business.
Yeah, I don't feel like that it's a change to policy, as I said, and that's why I didn't do a first and second reading. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and take roll call for the amendment to 12.6 from an info action to info only. So the question is, are we going to amend the agenda? Motion by Thompson, second by Geiger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
I move to amend the agenda to reflect what was agreed to at agenda planning. Aye.
Moore.
I think I would like to go into the full discussion and at least make some sort of a decision, so I'm going to say no.
Myers.
No.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, no. Weiniger.
No.
All right, so that fails. What's the second amendment?
Thank you. So I move to amend the agenda to clarify that the item 12.7 titled Preserving Fairness and Safety in Sports is a discussion-only item, not a first reading of a policy, consistent to what was finalized again at agenda planning. And then again citing policy including GP 1.0, 1.5.3.2, 1.3.1, and our BSLs 1.0, which this process and having this as a first reading bypasses superintendent linkage.
Second.
Okay, motion by Thompson, second by Geiger. Any discussion on that? I think I just wanted to print a policy and show what it would look like. I put first reading on it just because it was easier, but it is not. It is, it was meant for discussion as we had talked about, so unless anybody else has. Go ahead, Director Weiner.
Just clarity on, are we changing the title of the agenda or
No.
what, do you just want clarity on what we're doing for that agenda item?
Yeah, because the attached item states that it's a first reading of a policy and it's not a first reading.
Okay, so you just wanted to get it out there that it's not first reading. Is that your amendment? Okay.
So do we need to vote on that? Because I agree with that. It doesn't say first reading in the agenda, though. Yeah, I guess I'm confused what we're amending.
Yeah, I think I was just very confused
Yeah.
what this whole topic was, given that anyone looking at it, it says first reading on something that looks like it's a Douglas County policy, but lists a whole different district throughout the policy, which looks
Yeah.
pretty dang
Yeah.
sloppy and embarrassing. So I just would like to figure out how we reflect that this is not a first reading of a policy, but just a discussion. So maybe there's a way to, I don't know what to do. I mean, it's stamped on there, first reading, and it looks like a policy. So
I mean, I think we just keep it as is. When it comes up, we just discuss it. I don't really know what change you would want to it as far as an agenda item goes.
I think you'd need to change the title. I'm trying to think what to change it to make it extremely explicit that this is not a first reading, which is what people see when they open the attachment. I don't know if staff has a recommendation. It's obvious, well, I would think staff did not see this, or they would have seen the wrong district was listed throughout it.
No, yeah, sorry, go recommendation.
Yes, I would recommend that you change the title to say discussion only, and then change the name of the attachment to say something like example policy, so that it's clear that it's not yours. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we'll example policy as the attachment and just change it to discussion only. Okay, all right, so that was a motion by Geiger and motion by Thompson, second by Geiger to change 12.7 to discussion only with the policy attachment changing to example policy. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And then with all of those amendments, I'll need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Moore, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
No.
Meek.
No.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
No.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 4-3. And we'll move into item number 7, the superintendent updates.
Okay, thank you very much. Today is Veterans Day, as mentioned earlier. Many of our schools once again opened their doors to veterans in our community and celebrated them during special events and assemblies. This morning, I had the privilege of attending events at Cimarron Middle School. There was actually a veteran from World War II participating in the event. I said he must have enlisted when he was 12. I don't know how else, but it was amazing. It's such an incredible opportunity for our students and schools to build relationships with veterans in the community and for students to hear firsthand about their experiences. Here in DCSD and right here in this audience, we have veterans who are alumni, staff, families, volunteers, and more. So I would like to ask anyone on staff or in the audience who is a veteran to please stand and be recognized on Veterans Day. Thank you so much for your service to our great nation and for making our freedoms possible today. There are many other dates of importance in November, including National Native American Heritage Month, National Family Caregivers Month. Our caregivers are the cornerstone of families, from personal care to emotional care and everything in between. Caregivers are selflessly pouring into those around them. November 3rd through 7th was National School Psychologist Week. November 17th through 21st is American Education Week. November 19th is National Education Support Professionals Day. This includes our paraprofessionals, office staff, custodians, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, school nurses, maintenance crews, and so many more. And we're so grateful to all of them here in DCSD. November 21st is also National Substitute Educator Day. So thank you so much to all of our amazing subs. On October 22nd, we hosted a groundbreaking event at the Highlands Ranch High School. Thanks to the 2024 bond, a new automotive program will be constructed and offered there. We are so excited to see the construction work beginning, and I would like to thank Director Geiger for his attendance. This Thursday, we will host a groundbreaking ceremony for Phase 2 of the Legacy Campus, also thanks to our taxpayers passing the bond. In early 2026, we will have many more groundbreakings, including cosmetology at Douglas County High School, a building expansion at Sierra Middle School, and of course, the construction of our 2 new elementary schools in Ridgegate and Sterling Ranch. And speaking of that, I would like to clarify that the reason that our schools in Ridgegate and Sterling Ranch are not yet under construction is that we did not spend taxpayer dollars to do the building plans prior to running the bond. We waited until we had taxpayer approval, which means that we have to spend a significant amount of time to create the architectural drawings and plans for those buildings and then go through the permitting process. We are so excited to get to where we are actually digging dirt. Congratulations to the many DCSD schools, programs, and principals who were named winners and runners-up in the 2025 Colorado Parent Family Favorites Contest. We will be recognizing the winners and runners-up at the December 16th board meeting. An impressive 18 Rock Canyon High School students earned the AP Capstone Diploma during the 24-25 school year. The AP Capstone Diploma program helps students develop critical thinking, research, collaboration, and presentation skills that are essential to academic and career success. Congratulations to those winners. It's a great day to be a JAG. 7 DCSD schools were recently named some of America's healthiest schools by the Alliance for a Healthier Generation. The National Children's Health Organization recognizes schools for implementing evidence-based policies and practices to support academic success and lifelong well-being. Schools can be recognized in 9 health-related topic areas. Congratulations to the following schools: Cloverleaf Homeschool Enrichment, Larkspur Elementary School, Mountain View Elementary School, Renaissance Expeditionary Magnet School, Sierra Middle School, Soaring Hawk Elementary School, and Trailblazer Elementary School. Congratulations to Mountain Vista High School's yearbook advisor, Natalie Barnard. Natalie was named the 2025 Journalism Advisor of the Year by Colorado Student Media Association. Natalie received an unprecedented 14 nominations and numerous support letters. We look forward to recognizing Natalie at the December 16th board meeting. On October 22nd, DCSD Nutrition Services held another successful Taste of DCSD event. This is a fun opportunity for our community to come together and try some of the foods served in our schools and to ask questions and provide feedback to the nutrition services team. And of course, because propositions LL and MM passed, our free lunch for all students will continue into the future. On October 23rd, the annual Career Path Expo took place at our DCSD Legacy campus. We had nearly 1,000 attendees. Thank you so much to the District Accountability Committee and the Foundation for Douglas County Schools for making this event possible. Now, I need to announce that starting in December, Board of Education meetings will be held at the Legacy campus. Unfortunately, this boardroom is no longer adequate to serve the needs of the Board of Education and the public, at least temporarily. As you all know, the Wilcox building has challenges with infrastructure, accessibility, and reliability, elevator, et cetera. It is becoming increasingly difficult and more costly to maintain. And its status as a historical building means that any time that we touch anything, it is a tremendous process, and we have to actually rip apart everything if we touch anything. So there are a few important things to note as we set up shop temporarily to house the Board of Education at the Legacy campus. Regular board meetings will continue to be live streamed on the DCSD YouTube channel. However, our Comcast Channel 25 is hardwired to this room, so we will not be able to show board meetings on channel 54, I don't even know what I said. And we'll be sure to put a note on there that people can click a QR code to see the live streaming on the YouTube. I want to thank the board and the public in advance for their grace as we make yet another significant transition. In the meantime, we are developing plans to address our challenges here at Wilcox in a way that is cost efficient for our taxpayers and honors our hardworking central staff by recognizing that, like our school-based staff, a comfortable work environment is critical. Finally, on behalf of myself, the staff, students, and families of our district, I want to thank our outgoing board members for their service to our community. All of our board directors volunteer their time for a difficult and sometimes thankless job. And differing perspectives, debate, dialogue, and compromise often result in better outcomes. And this board in particular, all of you, have put so many things aside to make challenging and difficult decisions that have set this district up for long-term success and sustainability. And most importantly, have set our kids up for bright futures. The great and difficult work that all of you accomplish together will have a lasting impact on our school district and our student. Together, all of you voted for and secured critical funding for our schools, allowing us to invest in safety, perform critical maintenance, add CTE pathways, especially the trades, and to build the first new schools since 2010. You also united to make the very, very difficult decision to consolidate schools to ensure sustainability for student opportunities well into the future. Teacher and staff pay has increased by almost 25%, and our district has returned to the top performing spot in the Denver metro area. So thank you for your service to our community and for all that you have done. We appreciate it. And that concludes superintendent updates.
All right, moving into item number 8, public comment. Tonight, 1.5 minutes will be allowed for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. Please also keep comments appropriate for a K-12 audience and adjust the mic so that we can hear you. We will start with our students, then move to virtual, and then to in-person. So our students, I have Olivia Feltner, then Maya Jones, and then Micah Beach. Olivia? Okay. Maya Jones? Do we have anybody outside or no? No, okay. Micah Beach. Mr. Blair, are they online by chance? Okay. All right, then we will move to our virtual speakers. We will start with Robin DePan, Tiffany Baker, and then Carrie Schlachter. Robin DePan.
Good evening, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
They rejected this kind of divisive rhetoric. To push it through now, in your last meeting, is not about protecting children, it's about advancing an agenda while you still can. The charter extension item is equally concerning. You're attempting to make sweeping, long-term changes to how this district operates in your final days without collaboration, oversight, or public trust. That is the opposite of transparent and accountable leadership, the very values many of you campaigned on. A responsible board would recognize that once a majority becomes a lame duck, it should refrain from major policy decisions until the newly elected board is seated. That's how you maintain integrity and honor the will of the voters. This pattern of rushing policy through at the last minute without public engagement is exactly why our district faces so much division and distrust. This legacy you've created of poor leadership that the new board will now have to repair. And now, because of this
15
breakdown,
seconds
Sterling Ranch
remaining.
is at risk of losing land that was always meant for DCSD. I hope the new board and district leadership will show up for our community at the November 18th Commissioners' hearing and begin rebuilding the trust that's been lost. Thank you.
Tiffany Baker, Carrie Schlachter, Mike Kemp. Tiffany Baker.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Good evening, board. As we say goodbye to the current school board and prepare to welcome new members, I just want to share a brief message of thanks and a hopeful request. The last few years have brought a lot of division, lawsuits, leadership changes, and policy debates. But underneath it all, I think most of us still share the same goals: excellent schools, open communication, and trust in our leadership. To the outgoing board, thank you for your service. As you finish your term, I respectfully ask that you honor the values you campaigned on: integrity, accountability, and transparency by not extending charter renewals to 10 years right before the new board takes office. And to the new board, I hope you'll lead with collaboration instead of confrontation, keeping students, teachers, and families at the heart of every decision. If we can move forward together, Douglas County can be known not for its conflicts, but for its commitment to great schools and united communities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Carrie Schlachter, Mike Kemp, Jennifer Williams. Carrie, are you there? Okay, Mike Kemp.
Hello, this is Mike. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Excellent. I wanted to open by echoing a thank you to the outgoing board members. It's a significant commitment that you've made to the district over the last several years and have truly accomplished a lot in that time. So there's significant gratitude and appreciation as we look forward to welcoming the new board members. With regard to the, and I want to emphasize here, I am speaking on behalf of myself and not as a member of any committees or Douglas County staff. With that, with the extension of the charter schools or the renewals, I would like to request that you keep that at 5 years. It allows the district to do a lot better planning with regards to facility needs. It allows the district to better monitor student enrollment and trends associated with that as the needs of the district shift and the interest in charter school waxes and wanes. It's important that we continue to revisit with these charter schools about what their needs are, what their plans are, and how they can best work with the district to create this excellent network of school choice that currently exists. So I would like you to keep the renewal period at 5 years, just so that the district can continue to have the appropriate flexibility to provide
Thank
a
you.
strong school choice.
Jennifer Williams, Clark Callahan, Jennifer Pinegar.
Jennifer Williams is not online.
Okay, Clark Callahan and then Jennifer Pinegar.
Hello, this is Clark. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I just finished a board meeting for our charter schools here in Denver. My name is Clark Callahan, board member-elect for the Douglas County School District. I'll be sworn in soon, but tonight I'm speaking as a community member and a charter school educator. I've spent 2 decades in public charter schools, most of that time as a principal or executive director, and I'm very familiar with the renewal process. That's why I was alarmed to learn that the current Board of Education is proposing 10-year renewal terms for all charter schools up for renewal. When charter schools were established in Colorado in 1993, they were built on the grand bargain, greater autonomy in exchange for greater accountability. A 10-year contract breaks that balance. Leadership can change, academic results can shift, and finances can fluctuate dramatically in that time. Across Colorado and the nation, 5-year terms are considered best practice for high-performing charter schools. This model maintains trust while ensuring accountability and public oversight. 10-year terms weaken that accountability and risk eroding
15
public
seconds
trust.
remaining.
Given the long-term impact of this proposal, I respectfully request that incoming board members be included in discussions of this significance. In just a few weeks, we'll share responsibility for governing this district.
Thank
And
you.
decisions of this magnitude.
Jennifer Pinegar, Jeannie Rush, Callie Wolf. Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
If you want to weaken public education, how do you do that? First, you convince an entire community that neighborhood schools are a problem. You tell them that their children's teachers are not to be trusted. You make them afraid of their children's classmates by saying repeatedly that their daughters are in danger. Then you tell them that the only place their children are safe attending school is a charter school that does not welcome those teachers and students. The more parents believe you, the more they enroll their students in these classical schools, and neighborhood schools are forced to close or consolidate. Then you sign a contract that renews those charter schools for the next decade. Now, am I asserting that all charter schools are bad? No, I am not. I am taking a step back and seeing that this push away from neighborhood schools to charter schools is intentional. A study by the National Center for Charter School Accountability and Network for Public Education showed that 25% of public charter schools close within 5 years. This contract doesn't make sense, not financially and not practically. Director Moore, I have seen you be reasonable. I urge you to consider the concerns of our community when casting your vote, which brings me to my final point. I have watched you all send hateful message after hateful message to children in our community, including presenting this copy and pasted policy. When a group of adults in a position of power repeatedly fearmonger about kids to the entire community, that is a problem. It is not a problem I'm willing to ignore. Whenever I hear someone being so loud about hatred, I will be right there being loud about love. Every time.
15 seconds
It was Dr.
remaining.
Martin Luther King Jr. who said, love is the only force capable of transforming an enemy into a friend. School children are not the enemy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeannie Rush, Callie Wolf, and Kim Carroll. Jeannie, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Am I on the phone or on the Zoom?
You're on the phone.
Like my telephone?
Yes.
So I need to turn the voice up?
No, we can hear you.
I think I have double. I'm on the Zoom on the computer and I'm also on my phone. Which one do I turn the sound off on?
Turn it on, turn off your sound on your computer.
On the computer. Now, can you hear me?
We can.
I'm so sorry. I had trouble. I thought we were zooming in like you could see me.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, Jeannie Rush, Colorado Springs. I know I'm not in your district, but I want to read you a part of the email I sent you. Today is Veterans Day, and I want to first say thank you to the veterans who have passed on and who are alive, who served our very country. Also, I want to say, while they're out fighting for freedom everywhere we go, our children are being attacked in every school in the country. And it's very dear to my heart and my family. I am not here to attack LGBTQ children, trans children, who cannot help what is being told them. Now I'm going to read this. Your agenda on your website states you have key items. You tout academic
15
excellence.
seconds remaining.
Pardon me?
You have 15 seconds.
Okay, what do I do? I'm losing my time. Can you hear me?
I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. Callie Wolf, Kim Carroll, and Lori Wright. Callie Wolf.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Good evening, directors. My name is Callie Wolf, and I'm speaking to you tonight as a parent of Heritage Elementary, one of 3 Highlands Ranch schools set to close in 2026 following this board's vote. We were told declining enrollment was the reason, even though Heritage continues to perform at a very high level, earning both the John Irwin Schools of Excellence and Governor's Distinguished Improvement Awards for consecutive years. We were also told that academic performance wasn't considered in that decision and that it shouldn't be. I'm here tonight because I see a double standard. Charter schools with strong performance are being offered 10-year renewals, extending some contracts all the way to 2040, a date that feels hard to even imagine. We've all seen how quickly demographics can shift, and since both neighborhood and charter schools are taxpayer funded, why should charters go more than a decade without review of their enrollment, governance, or academic outcomes when neighborhood schools can be closed for those very reasons? Regular renewal cycles aren't a burden, they're a safeguard. They make sure schools stay accountable and true to their mission. This board majority campaigned on integrity, transparency, and accountability. Values our community still expects to see reflected in your
15
decisions
seconds
up to your
remaining.
final votes. So I ask you to think about the message this sends, that neighborhood schools are scrutinized while charters operate unchecked. Please do the right thing for all students at all schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Carroll, Lori Wright, and Maura Williams. Kim, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kim Carroll, and both of my sons graduated from SHAP. I am a retiree, a taxpayer, and a supporter of public education, which includes neighborhood schools and charter schools. I am speaking in opposition to the 10-year contracts for charter schools. Why, as a school board, would you want to abdicate your responsibility to oversee charter schools? Charter schools are public schools and receive taxpayer money. This decision to award 10-year contracts takes away the board's oversight responsibility. A school board is elected to make sure that all schools in the district live up to the educational and fiscal standards of that district. What you are proposing will tie the hands of future boards, and maybe that is what you are intending. Throw a monkey wrench into the gears and hightail it out. Leave the cleanup for future boards. If one of the 10-year contracted charters fails, you could possibly open up the district, the board, and even you personally to future lawsuits. This takes money away from classrooms. Finally, why would any parent want to send their child to a charter school that has less oversight than every other school in
15
the
seconds
district?
remaining.
Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Wright, Maura Williams, Katie Burton. Lori, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lori Wright. I live in Sterling Ranch and I have 2 kids in Douglas County School District. I'm here to urge you not to approve the proposed 10-year charter contract extensions. We've heard the talking point that this resolution merely protects existing contracts from future boards that might be, quote, unfriendly to charters, but that framing is exactly the problem. This is not about protecting children or improving schools. It's about shielding certain operators from democratic oversight. The idea that a sitting board should handcuff future elected officials because they might ask harder questions about accountability is the opposite of good governance. That is not protection, that's entrenchment. We've also been told that regular compliance and accountability reviews will continue, so there's no harm in a 10-year term. But those reviews are not the same thing as a contract renewal process. They don't allow the board to adjust terms, revoke waivers, or require new standards if problems arise. A review without authority is an empty exercise. If the board's hands are tied for a decade, then oversight becomes symbolic and not substantive. Supporters claim that long-term contracts are best practice nationally for high-performing charters, but that is misleading. Even the National Association of Charter School Authorizers recommends 5-year terms as the best practice, precisely to preserve leverage and accountability. 10-year renewals are rare because they eliminate the most powerful tool an authorizer has, the ability to require improvement or change at renewal. And finally, let's be clear about timing. This vote is being rushed through during an outgoing board's final meeting, an action that will bind the hands of the incoming board before they're even sworn in. That's an abusive process and of public trust. Charters can and should thrive where they serve.
Maura Williams, Katie Burton, Holly M. Maura, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm a resident in Sterling Ranch, and I'm here today first to thank the board for working to hold the Sterling Ranch Development Company accountable to their agreement that 110 acres of land would be set aside for DCSD neighborhood schools, and to urge them to continue to do so, to continue to show up and advocate for the community. Not protecting that land removes choice from the community. When developers try to make the 110 acres of land available for any school, neighborhood charter, private, or district charter, they take away choices. The community wants neighborhood-run schools, and I ask the board to continue to advocate for that. I also, in the spirit of speaking about charter schools, would like to speak against the resolution or the agenda item about the 10-year extension for charter schools, because like many people have said before, it is against best practice and hamstrings the new board. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Burton, Holly M., Jessica Wood. Katie, are you there?
I am.
Great, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Katie Burton, a Douglas County resident and parent of 2 children. I opposed both agenda items added last Friday. First, the 10-year charter school extensions. Your legislative priorities state, quote, DCSD supports and embraces accountability. This proposal does the opposite, allowing almost 20 charter schools to extend contracts without performance review. Your priorities also support, quote, local resident-driven elections. Yet this was added 1 week after voters chose a new board with a deadline of November 24th, the day they're sworn in. This bypasses the election you claim to value. Evaluate charter schools case by case, not through a rushed blanket policy. Second, the transgender athlete resolution. Your legislative priorities emphasize partnership with parents, educators, guardians, families, businesses, and community members. This resolution was added with no community input or partnership. And who says it better than a student? One said, quote, we have real issues in high schools. Bullying, racism, trans athletes aren't the problem. This policy targets vulnerable students and creates enforcement problems, all while the real issues go unaddressed. It's a solution in search of a problem that doesn't exist in our schools. Both items contradict your stated values and ignore last week's election results. Respect your priorities, respect the voters, and please vote no on both. Thank you.
Holly M., Jessica Wood, Tammy Overacker. Holly, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I'm speaking on preserving fairness and safety in sports. By allowing biological boys and girls only spaces, we're moving towards, or should I say progressing towards, the idea that inner identity trumps embodied reality. This is psychologically appealing to a culture that has already detached much of its moral and spiritual sense from objective or natural categories. If our identity can change every time our feelings do, then who are we really? Differences as boys and girls are meant to complement, not compete. The world desperately needs strong men and women who know who they are. It's a known fact that Douglas County qualifies for mental health or inclusivity grants tied to diversity and anti-bullying initiatives, which make money off of our children's insecurities. This bubble whispers that they're not enough as they are, but the truth is they were enough before the world ever told them who to be. With that in mind, I would like for the sitting and incoming board members to review and answer the following questions. What objective criteria does the district use to determine eligibility for participation in sex-separated sports teams? How does the district plan to uphold fairness and safety standards for female athletes while remaining in compliance with federal Title IX
15
requirements?
seconds remaining.
What written policy or procedure does the district have to ensure that parents are notified before a student who is biologically male seeks to participate in girls' sports? And what protections are in place for students who hold traditional or religious views on gender to ensure they're not harassed?
Jessica Wood, Tammy Overacker, Danielle Budina. Jessica, are you there? Okay. Tammy Overacker, Danielle Budina, Christine Harris. Tammy, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Kane and Board Directors. My name is Tammy Overacker, and I'm an active foundation member of a DCSD charter school. I speak tonight to Agenda Item 12.6, which includes a resolution to alter the current charter school renewal process. As a trained policy research scientist, I seek quality data to guide decision-making, and I remain open to new measures that could provide streamlined policy. Despite the limited time parents and taxpayers were provided to research this resolution, it was easy to find that DCSD is already adhering to best practices as described by the National Association of Charter School Authorizers and the Colorado League of Charter Schools. But I don't mind asking, could we still use this resolution? In my volunteer capacity at my charter, I have seen the detailed level of work required and time spent to prepare for our charter renewal. During this tedious process, I thought, my goodness, our school's been doing this for nearly 30 years now, and we still have to prove that we've got this every 5 years? However, when I reflect on the autonomy that a charter school inherently provides, I recall the why. We are the stewards of public dollars and need to be transparent to taxpayers. We complete this tedious work for the privilege of using public tax dollars
15
to operate
seconds
a school
remaining.
more independently than a traditional public school. As such, I humbly request that the Board of Directors consider tabling the proposed renewal resolution this evening, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Danielle Budina, Christine Harris, Laureen Bowl. Danielle, are you there? She is not online. Okay, Christine Harris, Laureen Bowl, Whitney Gregg. Christine, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you to the current board for your service. And I would like to suggest that you not approve this 10-year extension for charter schools. There is nothing in the business world, the public education world, where this makes sense. And I ask you to table the motion and let the incoming board continue with providing great education in Douglas County schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Laureen Bowl, Whitney Gregg, and then Martha Carver. Laureen, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, go ahead.
I'm Laureen Bowl, leader of the Douglas County chapter of FAIR. FAIR is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization committed to challenging threats to civil liberties from identity-based practices, which includes DCSD's practice of prioritizing the feelings of boys who believe that they're girls over fairness, privacy, and safety of girls. Over the last few years, I've heard stories of boys peeking over the wall of bathroom stalls and hooting and hollering at young girls while they're using the toilet. And middle school girls who don't want to play sports anymore because boys are in their locker rooms. And when the parents go to the school principals to complain, the principals throw up their hands and say there's nothing they can do because of state law. This is unacceptable. And how must these girls feel? They don't see any adults other than their parents defending their right to fairness, privacy, and safety. To those girls, I wish to reassure them that thousands of people across the state are working to secure their rights as outlined in Title IX by gathering petitions to put this very issue on the ballot in 2026. There most certainly is something that DCSD can do to preserve and protect equal opportunity for DCSD's female athletes and preserve their
15
rights to
seconds
privacy.
remaining.
I want to thank Board President Williams for bringing forward example policy JJK. Thank you.
Thank you. Whitney Gregg, Martha Carver, and then Holly Horn. Whitney, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Good evening. First, I want to take a moment to sincerely thank our 4 acting board members. You stepped up when leadership was uncertain, and you led with steadiness, transparency, and heart.
You kept our schools focused on what truly matters, our students. For that, this community owes you deep gratitude. Now, to the current and incoming board members, let's be clear. This community expects leadership that listens, acts with integrity, and remembers who you serve. We will be watching. We will be asking questions. And yes, we will hold your feet to the fire. Accountability is not a threat. It's a promise to our children. As we look forward, we must also look outward to innovation, to opportunity, to what works. Charter schools, when done right, are a shining example of that. They bring creativity, flexibility, and healthy competition that can lift every school in our district. Charter schools remind us that public education should never be one size fits all. Every child deserves a path that helps them succeed. To our acting board, thank you for your steady hands. To those newly elected,
15 seconds
remember,
remaining.
we are not here to tear you down, but to hold you accountable because our students, our teachers, and our families deserve nothing less.
Thank you. Martha Carver, then Holly Horn, and then we'll move to in-person. Martha, are you there? Martha, are you there? All right.
Me?
Oh, yep, we can hear you, ish.
Hi, this is Martha Carver with Grandparents for Kids. Thank you for having the discussion on Policy JJK, Preserving Fairness and Safety in Sports. This title is appropriate as these are the two biggest issues in girls' sports. Fairness. Title IX was started in 1972 to allow girls the right to play on a sex-segregated team, which does not include boys. This law has had a positive influence on girls' sports with a dramatic increase in the number of girl athletes. Prior to Title IX, there were few opportunities for girls with minimal scholarships or financial recruitment incentives, and now opportunities abound. When boys participate in girls' sports, there is an unfair competition, resulting in girls losing a spot on a team, decreasing their chance of advancement to finals, and reducing their chance for awards, medals, recognition, scholarships, recruitment opportunities, and other benefits of playing on a team. Safety. Every student should expect a certain level of safety when participating in school activities. This policy will protect girls from the fundamental physical differences which give advantages to boys. Boys have bigger muscle mass and strength, larger and stronger bones, a height advantage,
15 seconds
increased bone
remaining.
density, and increased cardiovascular capacity, which place girls at a higher risk for injury. The goal should be to provide opportunities so all athletes can compete, thrive, and benefit from sports. Please pass this policy in the future to support girls' sports.
Thank you. Holly Horn. All right, we will move to in-person. We'll start with Krista. I'm guessing this is Krista Gilstrap. And then Jennifer Iverson, and then Dave Usek. And Mr. Blair, Holly just messaged me and said she is online. Okay, all right. All right, sorry, go ahead, Krista. No.
Hello? Oh.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, I remember sitting in this very room February 2022 as the district was in chaos and Sandra Brown warned of the dangers of the death spiral. Thankfully, you all heeded her warning and corrected course, and over the past 4 years, you have restored academic excellence, decreased teacher turnover, increased teacher pay, and secured new schools and much-needed upgrades to our schools. All of this has set DCSD on a path for long-term success, and there is no doubt you have left this district better than when you found it. I want to thank the four of you for being exactly who you said you were when I voted for you. You have always put kids first and made the decisions you thought were best for students. Now, no one is perfect, and I'm sure you have a few things you might do differently, but thank you for being people of integrity that I could always trust to make the best decision you could with the information you had. I'm sure there are scoffs at that comment from both sides of our political divide, which just confirms you all kept students the focus and not the whims of the extremes. I know it's been very tough at times, so I want to say how deeply thankful I am for your service and sacrifice over the last 4 years. After some of the comments we've heard tonight, it appears our community is chomping at the bit to go back to the circuses of the past. Our kids deserve better than that. They deserve leaders who will continue to have thoughtful discussions and put the needs of all students first. It doesn't have to be charter versus neighborhood school or girls versus trans girls. There is a way for our district to honor each student and their needs and to make sure all students feel safe, respected, and welcome in our buildings. The choice is up to you and the incoming board. Continue the thoughtful discussions or reactivate the death spiral. I hope you all choose the kids. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Jennifer Iverson, Dave Usek, and then Matt Smith.
I represent Douglas County parents this evening. Director Williams is proposing a significant last-minute change to charter school oversight. With only 5 days' notice, this resolution would gain automatic 10-year renewals to every charter school without standard review for academic performance or financial stability. Oversight protects communities and taxpayers alike. This proposal raises serious concerns about accountability for all stakeholders and removes transparency that we all rely upon. School choice is a parental right that this board has fought to defend, and the additional rights of those parents for transparency and accountability from schools they have chosen should not be so easily discarded. Strong conservative principles include responsible stewardship and accountability to the community. Parents deserve to know their schools meet standards. Taxpayers deserve fiscal oversight and transparency. And no other school district in the state has abdicated that responsibility to the degree that this resolution proposes. We respectfully ask you to table this reckless resolution so that charter renewals are met with the procedural deliberation and accountability that are standard in our state and that DCSD families expect from their school district. Thank you for considering these concerns.
Thank you. Dave Usek, Matt Smith, Cindy Jensen. All right, Matt Smith.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, everyone. I hear we have a short time frame, so I'm going to just get right to it. First of all, thanks to the 4 outgoing board members for getting rid of Corey Wise and setting this district on a path for complete success. I'm going to comment on a couple of things tonight real quick, and I want to start with the charter school extensions. I think right now, from some research I've done today, the longer terms these charter schools can get on their extensions, they're going to get better terms on the loans and allow more funds to go directly to students and staff. And I think that's very important right now because with this new board coming in, there's been a lot of commitments made to the union. And so, these dollars, these funds are going to be very important to make sure that we keep those in the classroom, in front of children, and to make sure that teachers have the resources they need, especially at the charter schools. And I think, moving to a 10-year extension will make this much easier for them to get more favorable terms. Moving on to the no boys and girls sports. This is not becoming, such a controversial thing. It's pretty normalized right now. I mean, I just saw in the news the other day, the Olympics are moving to ban boys from competing in girls sports. It only makes sense. I can tell you from talking to a lot of voters throughout this election, which keep in mind on my race, it was decided by 3,600 votes.
15 seconds remaining.
I was painted as the most extreme person out there on this issue. So I do ask that at least you consider the public's view on this, especially Valerie and Susan. Brad, I know your stance, you want boys and girls sports. But, please take that into account moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cindy Jensen, Bob Marshall, and then Tony Ryan.
I am here to strongly request a ban on biological boys participating in biological girl sports. There are inherent differences between biological males and biological females. A boy feeling, thinking, saying, or even believing he is a girl does not change him into a biological girl. That individual still has the DNA and all inherent physical and biological characteristics of being male. That's what the discussion about boys playing on girl sports teams is about. It's about facts, truth, and fairness. When schools ignore this reality and allow boys to compete against girls, it is demeaning, unfair, and dangerous for girls, and denies girls the equal opportunity to participate and excel in competitive sports. Sports teams often share private spaces like locker rooms, bathrooms, and hotel rooms. Boys sharing these spaces deprives girls of privacy. Sports teams' participation based on biological sex is necessary to preserve and promote equal opportunities for girls, maintain opportunities for them to demonstrate their strengths, skills, and abilities. It also provides girls opportunities to achieve recognition, scholarships, and other benefits. Girls have a right to safety and privacy,
15
and should not be
seconds
forced
remaining.
to allow biological boys into their private spaces as a condition of participating in athletic competition. I strongly support a ban on biological boys playing on biological girl sports teams. Thank you.
Bob Marshall, Tony Ryan, Braden Pells.
Thank you, members of the.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Hold on. I'm sorry, what is your name?
Braden Peltz.
Okay, so Mr. Marshall, you will be after Braden. Just give him 1 second. Go ahead.
Thank you, members of the Douglas County School Board. I am here today because every student in our schools deserves to feel like they belong. Participation in sports is not just about competition, it's about teamwork, discipline, confidence, and community. When we exclude transgender students from playing on the teams that match their gender identity, we send them a painful message that who they are is somehow wrong or less valid. That's not the message Douglas County wants to send. Transgender students are already at a higher risk of depression, anxiety, and bullying. Studies show that when these students are included in affirming environments, like being allowed to play sports as themselves, their mental health and school engagement improve dramatically. The opposite is also true. Exclusion causes deep harm. We often hear concerns about fairness, but fair play exists when all students are treated with dignity and respect. The Colorado High School Activities Association already has policies and guidelines in place to ensure competent balance while protecting the rights of all students. Our schools should foster understanding versus adding new restrictions. Every child who stands on a field, runs on a track, or joins a team
15
is learning
seconds
lifelong
remaining.
lessons about courage, perseverance, and cooperation. Transgender students should not be deemed those opportunities and a sense of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Marshall, Tony Ryan, Kurt Thomas.
Yeah, thanks. So 90 seconds. I guess that's another promise made, promise broken from when you all came in, and just like making board meetings boring again. The best part of this last election for me was I didn't think I'd have to come to any more insane BOE elections. But here we are, deja vu all over again. You all came in, let's remember, engaging in shady, unethical, and illegal conduct that was not transparent, conduct that cost the district millions. You want to give a 10-year extension to all charters? Do you just remember just this last school year, 2 weeks before, the Air Academy and Centennial went under financially and no one knew about it? And yet you want to be the only school district that extends 10 years out and abdicate your responsibilities. That's insane. And then in the dark of night too, you slam in a policy, which is very important to a lot of people, on trans girls in sports, but you were so sloppy, you totally lifted it and didn't even take out the district it was from. I would hope students would be disciplined in DCSD for that kind of horrible plagiarism and sloppiness in their work. I think it's just appropriate at this time, I probably don't have time, but to remember Cromwell's comments to the Parliament.
15 seconds
Is there
remaining.
a single virtue now remaining amongst you? Is there not one vice you do not possess? Take away that shining bauble there and lock up the doors. In the name of God, go.
Tony Ryan, Kurt Thomas, Brooke Bernstein.
Hello, everyone. I want to start off by thanking the community here in our district for believing in me and giving me the opportunity to represent them for the next 4 years. Here's some things I'm excited for as a director on this board. First, I'm excited to start visiting schools. As a K through 12 graduate of the district, getting the opportunity to revisit the schools that I grew up in, as someone who can help to address any issues they are facing, is an opportunity not many of us get. I'm excited to work with Superintendent Kane and staff to make sure that we are supporting every child in the district and allowing them to reach their full potential. I hope that we can get to a place where the nearly 30% of kids who told us they feel like they do not belong at school are able to find a community that gives them that sense of belonging. I'm also excited to be a role model for the students in our district on how to conduct oneself in a position of leadership. An elected position is one that should be beholden to the will of the district you are elected to serve. I am hopeful that this board remembers their role today and serves the electorate. As I see it, the board has the option to show students how to act in the face of disappointment when that disappointment results from the votes of people that you are elected to serve. I am hopeful that you will choose to listen to those voters
15 seconds
today.
remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt Thomas, Brooke Bernstein, Kelly Mayer. Kurt Thomas. Kurt Thomas.
My name is Kurt Thomas. I'm a 29-year resident of Castle Rock and parents to 3 Douglas County Public School graduates. I'm also the grandfather of a future DC public school student. I will be speaking on behalf of Bianca Smith, an involved parent to kids currently in Douglas County School District schools. Good evening, directors. As a taxpayer, I am concerned to extend charter school renewal contracts from 5 to 10 years. This change is fiscally irresponsible. District leadership has repeatedly identified declining enrollment, especially in areas without new development, as financial challenge, leading to closure of several high-performing neighborhood schools. Yet this proposal would commit taxpayer per pupil funds to charter schools for twice as long without requiring them to show sustainable or growing enrollment. If declining enrollment is reason enough to close neighborhood schools, it should also be reason to hold charter schools accountable before granting them longer contracts. Fiscal responsibility means applying the same standards to every school, not creating special rules for a select few. By
15 seconds remaining.
By supporting this challenge, DCSD leadership signals that it values charter school families over neighborhood school families. Charter schools should continue following the standard 5-year renewal cycle and provide verified enrollment data to justify renewal.
Thank you. Brooke Bernstein, Kelly Mayer, Iko Browning.
Hi there. My name is Brooke Bernstein. My pronouns are she, they. I am the incoming president of Douglas County Pride. I have 2 transgender sons, aged 23 and 25. I'm here today, was going to be requesting tabling the proposed policy, but realizing now that it was just a plagiarized, we'll use Marshall's language, plagiarized policy from District 49 and not even apparently reviewed or understood from a litigation standpoint, litigation prevention standpoint. It is fraught. This is a bad policy. I wouldn't support any policy, but especially one like this. First of all, it's assuming that boys are inherently masterful over girls, and that is not necessarily the case. If you're out to protect the girls, but you're discriminated against trans males, by their presumption, a trans male is not a worrisome competition if they were to participate in boys' sports. So there's a contradiction in the logic for this. The other thing is just how you're going to implement this. Figuring out biological sex versus chromosomal sex, those are two different things. And
15
can come up in
seconds
different
remaining.
ways. You're planning on conditioning participation in sports to providing access to medical records. Do you have the capabilities of protecting medical records under Colorado law and HIPAA? Do you intend to start this? Okay. I'll send a letter.
Kelly Mayer, Iko Browning, Carrie Beaumont.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Mayer, and I'm very frustrated about two items on the agenda. JJK, a new sports safety policy. The issue you are claiming is not an issue mentioned in any surveys of students, parents, nor staff. My 14-year-old daughter, who is my 8th child to attend high school in this district, I told her this was going to be on the agenda, and she thought it was ridiculous. She said, "We have issues in our high schools, such as bullying and racism. What we don't have is an issue with trans students. So stop attacking marginalized groups and fix the actual issues that exist." Election night showed us that the community does not believe that this is an issue. That is why they didn't vote for the other slate that made this their entire platform. Elections matter. I am also incredibly concerned about the agenda item concerning extending charter renewals for 10 years or more. This seems incredibly irresponsible. So much can change in a decade. This could cost the district so much financially if any of those schools go under. And the fact that you threw this on the agenda with no notice feels incredibly underhanded. I have no doubt that this will bring a lawsuit. I just wonder if that lawsuit will hold you personally liable once you are off the board. Thank you.
Iko Browning, Carrie Beaumont, Jeremiah Gansey.
Hello, Board. My name is Iko Browning, and I'm a parent, a taxpayer. I've got 2 kids in Douglas County schools, been a Douglas County parent for the last 13 years. And I love the educational experience my kids have received through the Thunder Ridge feeder schools. It's been great for both kids. So my concerns today. So I would like to take us back to where our outgoing board directors started, right? You guys pledged to integrity, transparency, and accountability as foundational values. You had it all over your literature, right? So transparency is doing things in the open, not in secret, right? And accountability is staying accountable for outcomes, keeping our charter schools accountable for outcomes, keeping our neighborhood schools accountable for outcomes, keeping the board accountable for outcomes. And this proposed change to 10-year reaccreditation for high-performing charter schools is not an example of transparency or accountability. So you have a choice here. You can choose to stay true to your stated foundational values of transparency, accountability, and integrity, or you can betray those values and provide a 10-year reaccreditation for these higher performing charters. A lot can change in 10 years. Who knows where things are going to be in 10 years? Who knows where information work is going to be in 10 years? I urge you to stand true to your foundational values. That is the definition of integrity. Please show some integrity in your final meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Beaumont, Jeremiah Gansey, Nevaeh Gansey. I'm sorry, is Carrie Beaumont here? Yeah.
Hello. My family has lived in Douglas County since 2001. We have raised 3 children in Douglas County schools, and our youngest is now a senior. Tonight, I'd like to talk about implementation. Douglas County voters have spoken on your transgender policy of hate, and they soundly rejected it. As I was thinking of what to say tonight, I realized that the current majority members do not care about kids who are transgender. You're perfectly fine with them being bullied and harassed and hurt, so I can't plead that issue. I know my kid suffered it in Douglas County schools. Then I thought about the massive amounts of taxpayer dollars you've wasted on lawsuits in order to further your personal agendas. So clearly you won't care when there are lawsuits because of your transgender hate ban. That is in violation of state laws. You also don't care that this is a non-issue. Your hatred has created this problem that does not exist. So I thought maybe, just maybe, you'll care when this gets implemented that girls will be harassed and be targets of misgendering and hate. You're a bit tall? Let's have a look in those pants. More on the muscular side? We can't be too sure.
15 seconds
Having
remaining.
strange adults look into their pants not traumatizing at all. Who will be monitoring the bathrooms and locker rooms? Who will be checking to be sure they have the right parts? Maybe, or not, you don't want this for your daughter or your granddaughter. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremiah Ganzi, Nevaeh Ganzi, and Kaya Griffin.
Hello, Douglas County School Board. I stand before you to speak once more about our continued battle. You believe the community you've created is equal and inclusive, but your school environments still allow for prejudice and mistreatment. In school, students need to be educated, not just slapped on the wrist when they do something wrong. Things like restroom access and non-contact sports shouldn't be restricted based on biological sex. Equality policies should protect students of any race, gender, or sex to the fullest extent. I have many criticisms, but what's important to understand is that your priorities are in the wrong places and your ideas of equality are shallow and untruthful. To everyone in this room, don't just hear my words, listen to them. The psychological damage and stress resulting from my torment and your lack of action may never be fixed. I have scars on my soul, bruises and cracks that no amount of therapy, medicine, or time will ever heal. Even as I stand before you, living, breathing, and speaking, I have lost my life. I will forever be conflicted and feel outed by my experience at your schools. And while I've grown stronger and matured, I'm haunted by a paranoia I can never break away from. I hope with this recent re-election of staff that we may see some more enforcement of equality in your schools. Because like me, there are many of others in those walls who are wrongly targeted just for being who they
15
are.
seconds remaining.
Know that if you are to continue working in schooling or administration, I have 3 pieces of advice. Open your eyes, listen to the people, and see the bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Nevaeh Ganzi.
Hello, Douglas County. My name is Nevaeh Ganzi, and it's been a long time since I've been up here, and I have no intention on demeaning you, but explaining the damage you will do and reminding you what you signed up for when you ran for your seat. Though I'm not a board member or a coach, I work as a teacher for grades kinder through 6, and I play a small role in their education, but I know that I care and love every one of my students like my own. And with protecting them comes acknowledging their needs and personalities. And it is one of my many roles to take and make every student, no matter their gender, race, or religion, feel welcomed, included, and saved. Persistently using these meetings to talk about all the things you are going to take away from students, like sports for transgender girls. The Safe Sports policy separates and isolates students. This only creates an environment of inequality and demonstrates that students shouldn't play or be around other students because of their gender or because they are transgender. It creates a bias over students and can create insecurity at a very young age. A student's intention behind playing sports is to have fun or because they love the sport, not because they want to hurt other people or want to use their strength against others. It is an unrealistic narrative that you guys have put on transgender students rather than supporting them like you should or claim you guys do all your students.
15 seconds
Sports
remaining.
is for all students to enjoy, not just the groups of kids you guys favor. Equal support, opportunity, and resources are very important for students and is their civil right going to your schools. All students deserve to enjoy the beauty of being a part of a team.
Kaya Griffin, Lacey Ganzi, Lori Hamilton.
Hello,
My name is Kaya Griffin. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my family, Julie, and friends for the devotion and fight for my family to deserve the proper acknowledgement and recognition. To allow brewed and coached hate to be formed against children for race, gender identity, and disability in your schools is wrong. As a United States veteran, I would like to emphasize the importance of equity and inclusion for all. I would like to add that before this presidency, that transgender individuals were fighting for your freedom, you and your freedoms. And wrong because their identity changing did not change their devotion and care for fighting for you all. No student, regardless of race, gender identity, or disability, should be unsupported and further traumatized by schools targeting regulations that are constantly forcing discrimination, displacement, and leaving room for harassment towards these minority groups of students. There are multiple ways to respect all and make sure that all students are cared for and that everyone is shown that their board uses their critical thinking skills and inclusive solution-based thinking and not hatred, intentional bias, and deep-rooted hate and the belief that individuals are different than you are the problem when it's the lack of accountability and integrity and the pushed agenda of one-sided political views and not actual facts, statistics to make all students and families be seen and heard. I have personally seen what discrimination can do to a family. You did it to mine. And one final question. Where were you and when my family needed that protecting when this was going on? Thank you to the new board and hope you guys consider the real effects that poor leadership can do to families and to your community.
Good evening, board. My name is Lacey Gansey, and I'm going to start by probably shortening my speech to say that it is unbearable to stand here and watch your children's hands tremble while they tell their story to a board that never listens. Good evening. For years, I've stood at this podium begging for you to protect my children, my biracial children, who were bullied, humiliated, and ignored in your schools. You had the power to stop it. You had the evidence in front of you, and you chose silence over courage. Tonight, with your final agenda, you showed us exactly who you are. You slipped onto this agenda a cruel, discriminatory resolution aimed at transgender students, children who have already faced enough. You pushed a charter school expansion meant to lock your ideology in place long after voters rejected you. 10 years, let's get real. You are using your final moments in power to hurt more children. That's not leadership, it's sickness that is hate disguised as policy. So hear me clearly. My children sued you. I exposed you. And we, the community, we replaced you. But tonight is also about tomorrow. To my children, do you see it now? Do you see how they didn't just attack biracial kids like you? Now they're attacking trans kids too. This is what hate looks like when it hides behind rules and titles.
15
These
seconds
people are
remaining.
sick with an agenda. They breed division and call it values. But love, truth, and justice outlast every one of them. I will fight for you and for every child they try to erase until my last breath. To the new board, congratulations, and I can't wait to see you.
Lori Hamilton, Sam Hamilton, Meg Furlow.
Lori Hamilton, 2 kids graduated from Douglas County. I'm in favor of policy JJK. You might notice that in the name of gender identity, we're not constantly having to fight biological females out of men's sports. That's because they know they would be putting themselves at a huge disadvantage. The bodies are different. A man who has had the advantage of growing a man's body during a testosterone-driven puberty should not be competing against women. And let's face it, high school sports are competitive. If we weren't wanting to compete and win scholarships and go to state and win the accolades, they would be doing intramural sports, which is an entirely appropriate place for that. Men and women aren't separated in every area of competition. They're not separated in chess, math, speech and debate, all kinds of things where the bodies don't matter, but in sports, bodies do matter. I did fencing in college, and my arm was 5 inches shorter than my competitors, and there was no way I could reach that target area fairly against a man. Women's sports were created so women would have a chance to compete fairly. It's been a long, hard march for women to be able to compete fairly. And just please try to keep sports fair in Douglas County.
Thank you. Sam Hamilton, Meg Furlow, Julie Watkins.
Good evening, board. I am Sam Hamilton, and I am for preserving the fairness and safety in sports resolution. I like to run, however slow it is. So here's a little history about the Boston Marathon. It was established in 1897 It is the oldest annual marathon in the world. Under rules from the Amateur Athletic Union, women were excluded from participating. However, in 1972, because of Title IX, a women's division was created and they were allowed to compete. So I was curious. I asked Grok if a woman had ever won the marathon. So here's its reply. Yes, women have been winning the Boston Marathon outright in the women's division since it became official in 1972. However, no woman has ever won the overall combined men and women's race. Elite men typically finish 10 to 15 minutes ahead of elite women due to physiological differences. Now, there are some phenomenal female athletes, so maybe that will change someday. But if you're going to allow biological males in girls' sports, that will rob girls of the recognition
15
they
seconds
deserve
remaining.
competing against their peers. Thank you.
Meg Furlow, Julie Watkins, Christina Giles.
Good evening, Douglas County School Board Directors. Yes, Douglas County, not D49. I wanted to take this final opportunity to address Directors Moore, Myers, Williams, and Weiniger regarding the legacy you leave behind this district. Unfortunately, it's not one marked by integrity, transparency, accountability, or keeping politics out of our schools. You will be remembered for holding daisy chain meetings that violated Colorado's open meeting laws, resulting in a costly lawsuit against the district. Wrongfully terminating Superintendent Corey Wise, a 25-year educator and leader in this community, which again led to legal action and more financial loss. Prioritizing political favors, such as granting a special treatment to parent Ellie Reynolds for John Adams Academy, putting district land and voter-approved school projects at risk. Allowing a politically charged grandparents group into the schools for a Christian nationalist story time. Allowing our corrupt commissioner to campaign for his failed power grab at a board meeting. Failing to acknowledge or act on the serious and well-documented racism issues in our schools, leaving students and families feeling unheard. And again, embroiling the district in another lawsuit.
15 seconds remaining.
While some may applaud you for placing a bond and MLO on the ballot, ensuring basic funding and fiscal responsibility for our schools is the bare minimum to be expected of you, especially given your decisions to cost the district. Good riddance.
Thank you. Julie Watkins, Christina Giles, Nicole Maxon.
I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Kierzia Parker, who didn't think she could be here, but she just showed up. So I'm going to be reading her words. Good evening, board members. I wish I could be there tonight, but I am grateful for the chance to have my words read into the record. As a newly elected board member, I felt mixed emotions reading tonight's agenda. My first concern was transparency, that items might be added or voted on at the last minute without the public having a real chance to weigh in. While public comment is happening tonight, it's also important to honor the voices of those who reach out through email or other means. Not everyone can be here, like me, and everyone deserves to be heard. It was recently brought to my attention that when 4 of you were newly elected incoming directors, you were given the opportunity to participate in discussions and decisions that shape the district's direction. It's only fair that the same respect and opportunity be extended to the newly elected members who will soon join you. I trust that your intentions are to do what's best for our community, but I also see how the agenda touches on topics that were divisive during the election and sometimes feel divisive in our community. Ultimately, whatever action you take tonight, the most important thing is to choose to lead with integrity in this moment. I ask that you please respect the voice of the Douglas County voters, and I hope that you will choose unity over urgency.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you for your service and for listening.
Christina Giles, Nicole Maxon, Kathy Boyer.
Hi, my name is Christina Giles, and I'm from Parker. I'm here to speak in opposition to both the 10-year agreement to remove charter school oversight and the ban on trans children in sports. First, I'd like to say that removing oversight on how public tax dollars are spent is the exact opposite of fiscal responsibility and transparency. The taxpayers of Douglas County deserve to know how their tax dollars are being spent and to know the schools that we are sending our children to are recruiting the highest quality educators, they're paying their teachers appropriately, and that the schools are adhering to safety, health, and education standards. And in terms of the trans ban, I am here to speak on behalf of the medical community. I am a triple board certified physician, specifically a pediatrician. I have provided you with 3 articles expressing the viewpoints of the medical community on transgender student participation in sports. One is a systematic review of the literature from a sports medicine journal that concludes currently there is no direct or consistent research suggesting transgender female individuals or male individuals have an athletic advantage at any stage of their transition, and therefore competitive sports policies that place restrictions on transgender people need to be reconsidered and potentially revised. This is a less than 1% issue that is a fake culture war issue. It is a distraction from real issues like student education and health. This amounts to adults bullying a very small amount of already marginalized children. NCAA President Charlie Baker stated that he knew of fewer than 10 transgender athletes among over 500,000 NCAA students. That's
15 seconds remaining.
0.00002%, like 4 zeros. How many transgender athletes are there in Douglas County? Sports participation is important to student mental and physical health, and all should be allowed and encouraged to participate. Thank you. And I have my articles here.
Can you give them to Nicole Maxon, Kathy Boyer, Sammy Wheeler-Klaus. Nicole?
I'm Kathy Boyer, just to clarify.
Okay.
Integrity, transparency, accountability. Those are the values you outgoing directors ran and were elected on. You're trying to push through a policy that discriminates against trans kids that you copied and pasted from another district without even bothering to change the name. A policy that the voters just rejected last week. A policy that would open the district up to lawsuits. It could impact the district's standing with CHASA and the ability of all kids to play in their sports. The topic of trans kids in sports was manufactured at the national level. It isn't a local issue that needs to be fixed. You and your cohorts have never given a single example of this being a problem here. Every child deserves a chance to be part of a team. Just let the kids play. In 8 seasons of high school sports, my kids never once changed in a locker room. Do not pass policy JJK. They didn't. Also, I live around the corner from one of the elementary schools that's being consolidated. It's a slap in the face to those families to grant a blanket 10-year approval to charter schools while neighborhood schools close. There's no data to support this. It doesn't benefit the students, the parents, or the taxpayers. Where's the transparency? Where's the accountability? Where's the integrity? Do not pass this resolution.
Sammy Wheeler-Klaus, Allison Ridwell, Karen Jefferson.
Good evening. Though I'm a community representative on DAC, I'm here representing myself tonight. And I'm here regarding the policy for the extension of a 10-year contracts with charter schools. Why would you do this? There's no way to hold schools accountable with a 10-year contract. Our neighborhood schools are evaluated on a regular basis, but this would mean that if a charter school had issues or students or parents who may have concerns, declining enrollment, financial instability, lack of data for 10 years, DCSD would not be able to address the issues as the charter school has a 10-year contract. What happened to accountability? This is unreasonable and unfair to other schools in Douglas County. It is creating a double standard. Listen to the DCSD parents and community members tonight. This time, do not make the same mistake you did last spring with Sterling Ranch and JAA and not listen to the parents. You need to listen to this community and take away the community's voice. Please refer this proposed policy for legal review. We do not need another lawsuit.
Thank you. Allison Ridwell, Karen Jefferson, Thomas Monson.
My name is Allison Ridwell, and I am here today to say a hearty thank you to the 4 outgoing members of this school board. You worked hard for this district, and you will be sorely missed. What is disrespectful to the community is the insistence of the 3 minority members of this board to harm charters that are an integral part of this educational community. National educational best practices for charter schools, quote, low-performing schools may be offered shorter terms. However, high-performing schools are typically eligible for the full charter term, which is often 10 years, unquote. Allowing charters to align with national best practices will provide stability to parents, students, and teachers alike. DCSD has the oldest and highest-performing charters in the state, yet other schools have longer terms. It makes no sense. Financially healthy, well-governed, high-performing charters should be rewarded, not restricted, and certainly not used as political pawns.
Karen Jefferson, Thomas Monson, Patty Anderson.
Thank you very much. Karen Jefferson, Castle Rock. Having been a school board member, I know that it's kind of hard to please all people at once, so thank you for the hard work that you do. I'm glad to see that you've changed the agenda items, because springing it on the last minute is not a good way to govern, as was mentioned earlier. Well-run organizations want to help transitions to their colleagues who follow them so that the organization can continue to be successful. And a not-so-fun fact, in a 10-year charter approval would be hamstringing them for 10 years, obviously. A not-so-fun fact about charter schools is they don't have to accept kids for special education. A lot of people don't know that. And in thinking about the trans athletes, if there were 100 students in Douglas County schools that were trans athletes, that would be 0.1%. If there was 1 student, that's 0.001%. That's not a lot of kids to be focusing this much vitriol and unkindness. And gender checks, not only are they traumatic, but they're icky. Even the 1 in a million Olympian, Bruce Jenner,
15 seconds
didn't
remaining.
have the strength to live their authentic life until they were an old person. Don't put that on our kids.
Thomas Monson, Patty Anderson, Steve Kincaid.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you to the outgoing board members for your work over the years. I'd like to speak regarding to girls' sports and policy of allowing biological males to participate in girls' sports. I have 3 children who went through Douglas County schools, and we were very happy with what was going on in the schools at that time. Our country's founding protected a citizen's right of choice, also protecting citizens from the harmful choices of others. When a biological male who has transitioned to a female chooses to participate in a girl's sport, he or she has made a choice. She could still participate in boys' sports, but chooses to participate in girls' sports. A biological girl, does not have that choice. She either has to go ahead and participate in sports or not participate at all. So that transitioning person has taken away the rights of an individual. There are no alternatives to them. They either choose to stay in the girls' sport or they do not participate in sports. How is that fair?
15 seconds remaining.
Personally, while I may not agree with gender fluidity, I accept that an individual's choice in their behavior is their choice, and as long as it doesn't impact others. However, many young women would be affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Anderson, Steve Kincaid, Zachary McIlis.
Good evening. First of all, thank you to all the veterans of our country. I've been a part of this district since 2011, and now I have a graduate, a sophomore, and a freshman. I am not surprised, but I am absolutely disgusted by the actions of the outgoing directors, especially President Williams. In a blatant abuse of process, 2 new items have been added to this agenda, apparently to be pushed forward for a vote on the president's final meeting. This is not transparency. This is not accountability. It's a deliberate attempt to circumvent the community and undermine public trust. This is an insult to everyone who values honest governance. In regards to the charter resolution, over the years, I've watched several charters come online, often with grand claims about their philosophy and how they produce more advanced or higher achieving students before high school. That hasn't proven true. In my feeder area, math test scores are consistently higher in the neighborhood schools. When students from charter schools enter high school, there's no noticeable difference. Creating a 10-year binding contract removes accountability, invites potential legal challenges, and harms students who are caught in the middle. We already see students transferring out of charters when they realize their needs aren't being met, but as neighborhood schools fail, they are left in limbo. Charter schools operate differently, but they are public schools with public dollars and should be reviewed regularly. If you proceed with this resolution tonight, it will forever be a tarnish on your legacy.
Steve Kincaid, Zachary McIlis, Linnea Dotseth.
Thank you. So I am here along with your constituents who are present this evening and those constituents who are not here, but who made their voices resoundingly heard in last week's election to ask you to adhere to your oath of office and not pass this shady, bad faith policy granting charter schools a 10-year reprieve from oversight or review. Granting this contract extension is not in the best interest of the students, the parents, or the community. I challenge you to explain how this best serves them. All this will do is allow bad actors to operate in the shadows with their performance, their finances, their safety hidden for the next decade. Would you eat at a restaurant that was allowed to go inspection-free for 10 years? Would you ride a city bus that's been driving for 10 years without a maintenance check? You wouldn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't put my kid on that bus or give them food from that restaurant, but this is exactly what you are telling Douglas County families to do. This is a purely political move made to circumvent the democratic process, and it will not be forgotten. If you truly believe that this proposal serves the community, I urge you to make your best case based on its merits and leave it for the incoming board to consider. Thank you.
Zachary McIlis, Linnea Dotseth, Julie Watkins.
Good evening. My name is Zachary. I was a DCSD student from elementary through high school. I want to address the preserving fairness and safety in sports discussion. The main premise of the example policy text is that if trans girls were allowed to compete in girls' sports, they would substantially displace girls assigned female at birth. This premise is completely untrue. Data from 2011 to 2020 shows that when transgender youth are allowed to play, the only result is that more women and girls, not fewer, are playing sports. Top-end estimates claim fewer than 100 trans athletes out of more than 500,000 NCAA collegiate athletes in the entire country. I would challenge every outgoing member of this board to point to one single transgender athlete in DCSD or even in the state of Colorado. This is not a real issue that is facing our community. Trans student athletes are not a real problem, and it's a waste of time for this board to discuss. It's about the persecution of transgender people. It is about making them feel like they do not belong in our society. It is about depriving them of the parts of school sports that are actually most important: community, mental health, and self-development. Anyone who has spent time with or personally knows trans women and girls knows they are not a greater risk or danger to anyone around them than any other girl. The discussion should be wrapped up at the beginning of the time slot. As many others have mentioned, I also find the last-minute charter school extension item similarly distasteful. I hope that you will listen to your community tonight and not push through these items. Thank you for your time.
Linnea Dotseth, Julie Watkins, Samuel Jarris.
My name is Linnea Dotseth. I'm a Douglas County parent of 4, and I serve on the District Accountability Committee, though the comments I shared tonight are my own. Extending charter school contracts up to 10 years is fiscally irresponsible and removes a critical layer of accountability. The current 5-year renewal process allows for review before committing taxpayer dollars long-term. Major fiscal or structural changes like this normally involve stakeholder input and data review. None of that has happened here. This isn't about whether charters are good or bad. It's about process and stewardship. A decade-long commitment ties the hands of future boards and our taxpayers and ignores how enrollment and financial realities change. The 5-year system works. Dismantling it is reckless. The recent school closures, while difficult, were necessary and in the best interest of students given enrollment and resource allocations, which makes this proposal even harder to justify. How could anyone have known 10 years ago which schools were on the list to be closed? You know how much our district has changed, and you're still proposing to lock in charter extensions for an entire decade. Neighborhood schools do not operate under the same contracts. They can be closed, consolidated, or restructured as needed. Meanwhile, this
15
proposal
seconds
guarantees
remaining.
charter protection for 10 years. Let's be honest, this isn't about kids. It's about giving charters the upper hand to overtake neighborhood schools and advance an agenda. Doing that on the backs of children is unconscionable. Do the right thing on your way out and table
Thank
this.
you.
Show our kids the value of integrity
Julie
that you ran
Watkins,
on.
Samuel Jarvis, Tamara Schultz.
Hi again, this time it's my words. 4 years ago, I was one of the losing candidates in the school board election. I wanted to believe that the 4 who won also wanted what was best for our district, but they just had different ideas than I did. I hoped that their Kids First slogan actually meant something. But 4 years later, it's clear to me that it was never about the kids. It was about political ideology and control. The result has been costly, not only in dollars, but in trust. The illegal firing of Superintendent Corey Wise, the watering down of the equity policy, the multiple lawsuits and federal investigations into isolation and seclusion practices and racism, the attacks on the LGBTQ community, the backroom deals made with local politicians, all sent a message that politics mattered more than public education. The painful story of Jeremiah Gansey and the subsequent lack of accountability or even public acknowledgement of the issue showed how deeply students can be hurt when district leadership fails our most vulnerable. The consequences of the past 4 years is real. Educators disrespected and demoralized, a community divided, and students caught in the middle. But as we turn the page to a new chapter, I am hopeful that our new board directors will restore
15 seconds
integrity,
remaining.
humility, and true focus on students. Kids first shouldn't be a slogan, it should finally be a promise that the district delivers.
Samuel Jarvis, Tamara Schultz, Jenna Preston.
So what are we doing here? We're clearly impacting the disability community. I mean, I'm president of Disability Strong Democrats Colorado, which is the fastest growing county or fastest growing council in the Colorado Democratic Party. We had the biggest lobby day in Colorado history at the Capitol earlier this year, and we have violated the Andrew v. Douglas County Act of 2012 to contend with. We are working towards trying to create a more accessible education system, and by pursuing this 10-year charter authentication process, we're essentially saying that disabled students are paying very little, or we're paying disabled students very little mind in terms of what we are letting them contribute to our society. That is appalling, insulting, and frankly, I am incredibly disappointed because it doesn't seem like you've learned anything since 2012. That's all I have to say.
Tamara Schultz, Jenna Preston, Carrie Kaiser Cochran.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tamara Schulte. I've had 2 kids in the Douglas County School District. They recently graduated from high school. First, I just want to thank the board for all your efforts over the last couple of years. I know it's not an easy job, and you get a lot of You get a lot of feedback that's not so positive, but I know you also work really, really hard. I'm here to support fairness in girls' sports. I am very concerned about boys participating in girls' sports, and even though a few before me have talked about how it's such a very small percentage in Douglas County right now that are trans girls, I guess that's the term for it. This thing is, it's still girls and boys have their separate sports, and it's not fair for girls to compete against boys. My daughter was a high school athlete. She told me just today, Mom, I never would have participated in sports if I knew a boy was also going to participate. I know that I probably wouldn't have made the team. There's a lot of girls that might be cut out. No matter how strong and athletic a girl may be, there's always going to be a boy that's really better.
15 seconds
That's
remaining.
just how it is. So I support fairness, and I hope that you guys consider going forward with this. Thank you.
Jenna Preston, Carrie Kaiser Cochran, Julie Gooden.
Hello. My name is Dr. Jenna Preston. I'm a clinical psychologist that works with our active duty military here in Colorado. My son also attends a school here in Douglas County. Today is Veterans Day, a day to honor those who served. It's also my 19th wedding anniversary to my husband, who's a retired Air Force officer. Instead of taking time to be home and reflect on those who served honorably, I chose to come here tonight to express my disbelief and disagreement with the board's choice to force a last-minute vote that can impact a generation of students. I'm also running for public office here in the state, a decision driven by moments like this, where, in my opinion, elected officials in this county and district have lost their way, create more trauma, misused their power, and stopped focusing on the reason they were elected to serve. We need elected officials who serve with honor, integrity, and discipline, individuals who are role models for the students and community they serve. May we all take time to reflect this evening on the men and women and families who volunteered to serve in our military and show us what true service and sacrifice is like. I live by a motto, leave it better than you found it. This does not mean grab everything on your way out and make more work for those that come after you. I believe that we are in good hands with the incoming board, and today shows us why the county chose a different
15
path.
seconds remaining.
I wish the 4 outgoing members peace and gratitudes, Clark, Tony, Kirzia, and Kelly. I know you will serve with honor and gratitude. Our students are counting on you. Thank you.
Carrie Kaiser Cochran, Julie Gooden, Janine Crooks.
Hi, my name is Carrie Kaiser Cochran. I'm a parent of a Douglas County student, and I'm here in opposition to the proposed filing for preserving fairness and safety in sports. This filing is highly offensive in the language used to attack transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming youth, and is plainly an effort to codify transphobia into our school district. This type of policy doesn't just hurt the gender non-conforming students that it intends to harm, it harms all athletes. Sports are more than just games. They teach leadership, teamwork, self-respect, and inclusion. Every student deserves a chance to learn those lessons and belong to a team that matches who they are. If enacted, this policy will do more harm to students who actually follow the policy. How do I know this? My own child was bullied and attacked by district parents for how they present as a non-binary individual. They are assigned female at birth, but due to how they look, tall, strong, short hair, no makeup, playing on a girls' sports team, they were incorrectly singled out as male and bullied via social media. And why do we even need a policy like this in the first place? Are hundreds of football players lining up to join the girls' volleyball team? Even one? It's fairly evident we don't even have many transgender female athletes in Douglas County anyway. Even at the NCAA level, the number of transgender athletes is 0.00002%. Similar to what is happening on the national and global stage,
15 seconds
this is a
remaining.
fabricated problem to distract from the real issues we all face. Please stay focused on what truly matters to Douglas County students, teachers, and parents. Increasing teacher salaries, investing in neighborhood and classroom opportunities,
Thank
giving
you.
all students the chance to thrive.
Julie Gooden. Sorry, Julie Gooden.
Janine Crooks.
Julie Gooden first, and then Janine Crooks. So Julie.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Kane. I'm speaking tonight as a parent, not as the chair of the District Accountability Committee. But let me remind you what DAC is and why it matters. Under Colorado law, DAC partly exists to increase parent engagement in our district. We're made up of parents, educators, and community members strategically designed to give voice to those who live and work in DCSD. Our role isn't just advisory. The legislature created DACs because they believe community voices are essential to good governance. When policies or resolutions move forward without engaging DAC or the broader community first, we lose that opportunity. We've seen this before. When John Adams Academy was approved without meaningful community input, the backlash made one thing clear. People felt unheard and excluded. And that's not good governance, that's reactionary governance. People's commenting up here alone isn't enough. It's a one-way communication that happens after decisions have already been shaped. It doesn't capture the full range of voices or the thoughtful collaboration that's possible when stakeholders are engaged early. Community buy-in isn't a nice to have. It's what builds trust and stability. Good governance takes more time, but it leads to better outcomes and stronger public confidence. DAC wants to partner with this board to strengthen those feedback loops and champion policies that reflect transparency, inclusion, and genuine community support.
15 seconds remaining.
I'm asking you to bring DAC and the public back into the process before decisions are made, not after. And please know this expectation of meaningful community input will continue with the next board, because limiting the voices of those you serve says far more about you than about those willingness to engage. Thank you.
Janine Crooks, Chad Cox, Amy Winju.
Women's sports were created to give female athletes a fair playing field because biological males and females have different physical baselines. Trans women retain key advantages for male puberty: greater bone density, muscle mass, lung capacity, and strength. Those aren't just numbers on paper. They translate directly into faster sprints, harder hits, and longer endurance. Let's take a look at it from an athlete's perspective. I'll use my niece. She's 6'2". She played volleyball for Dartmouth. She could annihilate any one of us with just one of her spikes. She's that strong. But when this trans athlete idea was first proposed, she instantly said it was bad because of the danger that it would pose to female athletes. Even with her size, her strength, and her accuracy, she knew that she couldn't and shouldn't compete against males because that made it a different sport. Women fought for decades for equal opportunity, for scholarships, for medals, for recognition, and that progress depends on maintaining fair sex-based competition. Until science clearly shows that transition eliminates male puberty advantages, the fair approach is to protect girls and women's categories as they are. Inclusion matters, but fairness matters too. The solution isn't to erase the female category. It's to find policies that include everyone without sacrificing the integrity of women's sports.
15 seconds remaining.
That's not prejudice. That's protecting the female students in Douglas County, and that's worth defending. And just as an FYI, while there may be a little tiny bit in NCAA, over 900 championships at the high school level have been affected by trans students.
Thank you.
900.
Chad Cox, and then Amy Winju.
Good evening, I'm Chad Cox, father of 5 in Douglas County Schools. I find it absolutely shameful that this board majority has chosen to spend its last breath in office pushing a hateful, fear-fueled attack on transgender children. Children who already face enough in this world without adults in power turning them into political targets. Let's be clear, this isn't about fairness in sports, it's about control. It's about pushing a false narrative built on fear, ignorance, and bigotry. For 4 long years, you've sat on this dais and done next to nothing to confront the real, well-documented racism that has harmed students of color in this district. But now, in your final hours, you suddenly find your passion to police kids' identities. That's not leadership, that's cowardice dressed in policy. As if it weren't enough, you're also trying to slip through another ideological grift, a policy that shields publicly funded charter schools from accountability for 10 years. 10 years of no oversight, 10 years where students with disabilities, IEPs, and learning differences could fall through the cracks while you look the other way. You call this school choice, but it's not choice when parents can't see the truth. It's not choice when transparency is buried. It's corruption, plain and simple. You're sending a message to every student in Douglas County that hate gets a microphone
15
and
seconds
compassion
remaining.
gets silenced. And I can tell you for fact, I've never yet, as a gay man, met a transgender person and had the pleasure of knowing them, but I have met racism and bigotry, and 4 of them sit on this board, and I'm thanking God that you're gone tonight.
Amy Winju. Sorry, Amy, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This evening, I want to thank all the veterans in the room and in our country that served, including my husband. DCSD formally has as a holiday Martin Luther King's Day, President's Day, the 4th of July, Juneteenth. What's not officially a holiday, as demonstrated by us all being here, is Veterans Day. I find that kind of interesting. As we sit up here tonight and discuss social issues, I would like to thank a veteran for giving us this right to debate. I want to thank a veteran for giving us the right to have this dialogue. We may not come eye to eye, but sober minds will hopefully prevail. And so for that, I thank a veteran for giving us this rights in our great nation to civilly debate ideas, and hopefully getting to center will prevail. On that note, I would like to thank the 4 that have served. I welcome the new 4 that'll be serving, and I hope that going forward, that this board will consider into doing something such as junior ROTC. I find it very useful for kids. Thank you.
All right, that concludes public comment. Moving into the adoption of consent agenda, items numbers 9.1 through 9.17. Do I have a motion concerning consent agenda?
Sorry, I have 2 motions again concerning consent agenda.
Did you just want to pull a couple off of consent?
So it's 2 motions. One motion has multiple. Will they both have multiple on them?
Okay.
Okay.
What's the first one? What?
Point of information, so to pull anything, it doesn't take a vote.
Yeah, you just can
and
pull it.
any
of us can, so.
Correct. These are actually going to be motions.
Okay.
All right. So I move to remove items 9.2, the approval of the monitoring report, EL3, 9.3, approval of monitoring report, EL4, 9.7, the approval of our self-evaluation board superintendent linkage, and 9.16, approval of governance process handbook from the consent agenda, and to table their consideration to a future regular board meeting, as it does not meet the criteria for consent agenda items under GP 1.5, agenda planning, nor align with GP 1.1, which is governance style. And I'm happy to expand further in discussion.
Can I get, the written version of the agenda I got doesn't have all the pages. Can you give me the numbers again, please?
Yes, 9.2 and 9.3, both of those are the ELs 3 and 4. 9.7, which is the approval of our self-evaluation board superintendent linkage, which is the BSL. And then 9.16, approval of governance process handbook.
Thank you.
And you want to table them for another meeting, is what you're saying?
Remove them from consent, and I'm happy to explain.
Okay, so I think probably the easiest thing to do would be to take them off consent agenda and then talk about them individually.
I did look it up about whether just to remove them or just do a full bucket, like with a, hey, I want to remove and push to a further meeting. And I'm happy to explain if that's helpful right now, if that's process.
Sure.
Okay, so In my work this week, I came across, we have GP 1.5, which is agenda planning. And in that agenda planning section, it says the board will attend to consent agenda items. And it defines those items are items delegated to the superintendent, yet required by law or contract to be board approved as quickly as possible. So consent agenda is supposed to be about who has authority for the decision. So these are things that we have delegated to the superintendent, and then we put them on consent agenda for block approval. However, consent agenda should not be used for board work. I further referenced some policy governance guidelines, and we all know things like monitoring reports and board policy actions are board work. They're not superintendent work. They are part of the board's job of ensuring accountability and not delegation. So it's not a mechanism for our governance responsibilities or to approve any of our own, actions without discussion. And again, our policy states that clearly as well. And so once I saw that, I was like, oh no, I cannot continue to allow these on consent agenda without bringing up this concern. I think that this is relevant for a future board discussion about how we move this moving forward. But my request tonight is that we remove them due to the fact that it doesn't align with one of our current policies. And that is all.
So why wouldn't we just take them off and then vote on them separately this evening?
That is an option. That is actually something I'm asking in another, is to remove, and in my second motion, to remove a couple other ones and vote on them tonight. The reason why is I was trying to be very thoughtful about our time on the agenda tonight. It is a very full agenda. And so if we move all of these items into discussion, I can't imagine that this meeting will be done in a reasonable amount of time. My second motion, I'm happy to explain that those are two time-sensitive items. One of them is a policy, which does not belong on consent agenda. But it is timely because it's going to impact a future board meeting, and that's just the location of board meetings. So I feel like that is relevant for tonight, as well as approval of one of our for one of our committees, which I think is timely. It should be approved tonight. We shouldn't have our committee waiting yet another board meeting. So the two timely ones is going to be my second request for tonight. The ones that we could table for a future meeting, I felt were appropriate to move on.
Director Weiniger.
So the policy governance sentence that you're saying these items can't be on consent for, is it the one 1.5.4 under agenda planning where it says the board will attend to consent agenda items, parentheses, those items delegated to the superintendent yet required by law or contract to be board approved as expeditiously as possible? Is that the one you're referring to? So I think, my question though is that saying that these are the only items on consent, or maybe these are the usual items on consent?
So that is all our policy says, but then when I referenced policy governance handbooks, a lot of Carver writings, it specifically talks about boards should not put on consent agenda these types of items. And I'm happy to quote from multiple readings if it's necessary.
And that's fine if that's how you interpret it. For me tonight, I think it'd be valuable to vote on these and get them out of the way, but if they are turning into something we're having long discussions on, then I'm fine tabling them. But maybe just remove the items. My recommendation is to remove the items from consent that you wish to remove from consent, and then we vote on the consent agenda and then go through one by one. I don't know what everyone else thinks on that.
Okay.
Director Meek.
Yeah, I think I agree that removing them from, well, we need to remove them from consent, but maybe we put them at the end of the agenda as opposed to right after consent, so that we can get through the items that we need to get through. And then based on the timing of our evening, if it's midnight and we still have 6 more agenda items to go, we could then move to table them to a future meeting.
Except for the time-sensitive ones.
Except for
There's 2 that are time sensitive.
Okay.
If there's a friendly amendment.
So I think Director Meek, you're suggesting that we just move all of them towards the end of the meeting, and then if time allows, then we would vote on all of them. But for sure, doing 9.17 and also 9.4 would be the ones that we could just do right after consent, I think. Yeah. So, all right, so we are going to remove 9.2, 9.3, 9.7 and 9.16 to the end of our meeting, and then 9.4 and 9.17, we will talk about right after the adoption of the rest of the numbers. So do I have a motion then to approve 9.1, 9.5, 9.6, 9.8 through 9.15?
Do we want to amend the active motion?
Yeah, I think we need to resolve her motion first and then approach the consent.
There's not a
agenda.
motion,
I did.
Okay.
I moved.
but there wasn't a second, so it's
Oh,
not.
you're correct. There wasn't a second. Thank you.
So, yeah.
I so move to add those items, to adopt those items on the consent agenda
Okay.
for tonight. And I thank Director Thompson for, as usual, catching us.
So wait, are you approving the other ones that we have done? We've already pulled all the other,
I move to adopt those that have not been pulled
Okay,
by
great.
Director Thompson
Okay.
as part of the consent agenda for tonight.
great. Motion by Geiger, do I have a second? Second. Second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And then we'll go ahead and let's talk about the approval of the Mill Bond Oversight Committee membership recommendations for the 25-26 school year. Do I have a motion regarding that?
Motion to approve the MBOC member recommendation?
Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Geiger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And then lastly, the approval of the revision to board policy BE, school board meeting location.
I move to adopt 9.17, revision to board policy, school meeting location.
Okay, motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Oh, could we have a discussion?
I'm sorry, discussion, sorry. Motion by Geiger, Weiniger, okay. Go ahead, Director Thompson.
I think it's just a nice opportunity to clarify why we have a board policy being modified this way. I know that in our superintendent updates, it was clarified. I don't know if we wanted just to give one more opportunity to attach it to the policy. Thanks.
Superintendent King.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Because we will need the flexibility to have Board of Education meetings at the Legacy Campus location, this was just a minor change to make sure that that is within board policy. And it's recommended by staff. Thank you.
And I would say the why it's an emergency to do tonight.
Thank you for that question, Director Thompson. It is it is urgent to do tonight because our next board meeting will be held at the Legacy Campus.
All right, any other discussion?
Well, as the moving, I want to point out, very unfortunately, our current Wilcox is not fully accessible, and one of our new board members requires accessibility. That this building is not accessible to everyone is a problem, and you will see me later on, as I have for a decade now, say that we need to put money in this building. I know why it hasn't been in the last two bonds, for very good reasons. But the time has come, our administrative buildings require attention. And therefore, I urge you to adopt 9.17.
All right, so with that, I will take a vote unless there's any other discussion. All right, seeing none. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
This is an immediate change. It's not a structural change to policy, and so I'm an aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. All right, moving on to the approval of minutes. I have separated the minutes out by date just because I know that there were board members that weren't at some of the meetings. So the first one that I will take, sorry, I don't have it. I will take a vote on, whoa, why isn't this? Oh, it is August 19th. I do have it right on my paper. All right, August 19th. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes for August 19th?
So moved.
Motion by Weiniger,
Second.
second by Thompson. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And then I have the Board of Education special meeting and regular meetings both held on September the 9th. Do I have a motion regarding those minutes for those two meetings?
Move
held
to
that day?
adopt.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
I abstain.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 6-0. And then the regular meeting minutes held, and I'm sorry, just the meeting minutes on October 7th. Do I have a motion for those?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Thompson. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And then lastly, the Board of Education meeting minutes from both the special meeting and regular meetings held on October the 21st. Do I have a motion regarding those minutes?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Thompson. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. All right, and then we will move on to the State of Douglas County Library for a 20-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A. Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm Bob Pasnick. I'm honored to lead Douglas County Libraries. I'm grateful for your service. Can't even imagine the amount of hours that you put in. We partner with you routinely throughout the year. Probably the best way I can partner with you this evening is to be brief. So there are a lot of ways that public library, how we assess it and whether or not we're good. This is our report card to you. We take a random sample of 1,000 people in Douglas County every quarter, and we ask them to score us. We use Net Promoter Score. I'll let you look it up. It's used throughout industry. Net Promoter means you can get a -100 to a +100. We're a 90. 90 is not an A-. 90 is, if it were a grade, it'd be 99.9. We have active cards in 85% of the households. It's probably the single biggest asset we have. Sometimes we talk buildings, really should be talking people. And then we also do a Gallup Q12 just to say how engaged is our staff. We're about 3 percentage points away from what's best in industry with Gallup, so we've got a little room to work to get those 3 percentage points up this next year. So we are the lowest, we have the sort of the leanest and most efficient use of our budget in terms of staff. Only 48% of our budget's used on staff. And if you look at our peers across the Front Range or across the country, we're kind of middling in terms of our support, which doesn't mean it's bad. It's just sort of we're right in that middle spot in terms of support. What's our budget this year? It's $45 million. $5 million we're rebating to taxpayers. $2 million we're setting aside for future capital. And 38% is just operations money for us. What do we do with that operations money? Only 4 things. We operate what I call the classic library, and in your minds that's probably really easy to think about what that looks like. That's about 78% of the money, 431 hours every single week that we're open across the county. Probably the only group that has more hours and more ways and that affects more people that I'm standing in front of them right now. 12% of our budget's just youth and families. We regard it the single most honorable thing we do is to help kids get ready for school. And then 8%, we have about 800 to 900 groups that are meeting at our libraries every single month, and so that events and hospitality function is smaller. And then we do some alternative education. We have 2 librarians that meet with businesses across Douglas County that are looking to be entrepreneurs. They can do business plans, research projects. We'll help people get GEDs, high school diplomas if they can't do it in the conventional way. We have sort of 2% of our budget just doing alternative education. So all of that, I took 20 minutes down to maybe 3. Single biggest question, and you can mull it over, and whether you're serving in this role or you're a citizen and you want to get a hold of me later, how can we partner better with you, and how can we do this for the benefit of all the students and the citizens of Douglas County? We all know who we serve.
Director Geiger.
Yeah. Well, one, thank you for the expeditious manner of this, and 2, for the information. In the recent election, I know both sides used your libraries as meeting rooms.
Yep.
I admire the libraries. Your facilities are excellent. Your people are better. I've been in a number of these environments for a lot of reasons. Director Moore and I used it for meeting space for meeting with young parents in Ridgegate or in Sterling Ranch. Thank you. All I can say, our students are the people who learn to read in your libraries. And that matters so much to us. And I thank you for everything you do. I hope that we can continue to use your libraries as ways to reach out to future students, to reach out to families, to tell them what we do. I also admire bluntly your ability to fairly convince the voters that you need the tax dollars that you get. I think you do an excellent job promoting what you do for the county, and I like how the citizens respond. Douglas County Libraries are jewels, and I want to thank you for helping partner with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, I flipped through one slide quickly. We both are in Sterling Ranch throwing dirt across the street from one another.
Yes.
And so we look forward to both having a new library there and an elementary school that is baking a group of customers for us every single day.
Thank you. Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. I apologize that made you feel that you had to be so brief. What were some of your guys' ideas about partnering with the district?
To date, I think the single biggest thing that we do that sort of flies under the radar is that we purchase, most public libraries to school districts kind of are siloed. You buy research tools, we buy research tools. The vendors love it. They double dip. We do it where we buy it and you've worked with us so that every student on enrollment has access to those tools. These are tools that retail for about $800,000 a year. I know in your budget that doesn't move the needle as far as you need to move the needle, but it's real money when you get into the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we've been able to partner together to save the taxpayers. So that piece. After that, it warms the heart to think about Battle of the Books. But if you haven't been to Battle of the Books and watch your students make all of us look like our literacy efforts bar needs to be raised a little bit. Students who command book after book after book, you know that if they have that kind of reading skill, I understand there's math and all kinds of other pieces of literacy. You just kind of know that the generation that's coming up is going to teach us a thing or two when they can do that. But that piece, and I won't go through all of them, those are probably the 2 biggest highlighted items that I think about in the partnership.
Yes, and there is the other document that you attach that talks about all the different service activities and events. And so I do wonder what that communication looks like between the libraries and the school district and our individual schools.
The other thing I would mention is we have about 1,000 volunteers that work in our libraries every single year. I would say about 75% of that are your students. So not only are they active in school, they're active in service across the county. Much of that is a dossier probably for their next college experience to show their volunteerism, but it doesn't matter why they're doing it. They do a great job for us and for others.
Thank you. I would say that when it comes to libraries, originally from Colorado, and I remember visiting libraries as a child with my grandma, and how amazing libraries are in Colorado, and Douglas County is no different. I mean, they're really amazing spaces. I know there's multiple newer buildings that have been built. They're really magical spaces and functional spaces. Definitely different from the libraries that I ended up growing up with from a different state. And so I like that we have this opportunity, hopefully we'll hear from you annually, where you can highlight some of the amazing things that the libraries offer our community and our students and staff.
Superintendent Kane? Oh, sorry, Director Meek.
Yes, I want to thank you as well for the presentation. Our board is going to be looking at our community connections plan brief in the next, I don't know, half hour hopefully, where we intentionally engage with stakeholders. And I'm just kind of curious if you feel like the library board would feel value in sitting with our board and talking about potential opportunities for working together.
Oh, I think they do it in a heartbeat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I also want to thank you so much for coming tonight, and I wanted to share with the board that another vehicle of cooperation that we have talked about is perhaps having some of our educators or administrators volunteer for story time in our libraries to start to build those community connections between our schools and our families and our libraries. So that was another idea that we had, so.
And by the way, a shameless plug, 165,000 attendees go to Storytime every single year in Douglas County.
Amazing.
So you've got opportunity.
Yeah. My kids went. That was great.
How do I sign up?
You just come. You don't have to sign up. No registration required.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving into the next item, which is a recess. It is 7:35, so we will come back at 7:50. into our policy governance, 11.1 strategic plan initiative, develop an implementation policy for responsible use of communication devices. Wait, am I not? Whoops, sorry. Stop, sorry. Just kidding. Wow.
I'm in favor of
Look,
expeditious.
and that's. Sorry about that. We're going to instead do policy JLF, second reading, reporting child abuse. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Deputy Superintendent Hyatt is going to go over the extremely minor changes since first reading and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. You threw me for a minor loop there.
It was like the last meeting, I didn't erase it.
So this is second reading for policies JLF and JLFR, reporting child abuse. So as a refresher, we are making required changes to these policies based on the requirements from the new law, House Bill 251188, changes to mandatory reporting laws. The new law took effect on September 1st, 2025. We brought the first reading of these policies to you at the October 7th Board of Education meeting. After the discussion at this board meeting, we also sent out a community feedback form. We had 10 responses submitted as part of the community feedback, and we also received a written response from Douglas County Department of Human Services. Themes from the feedback included some needed clarity in language. There was some contrary understanding of the requirements of the new law and some typographical adjustments and some positive support. So based on this feedback, as well as the Board of Education feedback from the last meeting, we made the following revisions since the first reading of both of these policies. So policy JLF, as you see on the screen, we aligned the first paragraph to align directly with the terms of the statute. We also added the cross-reference as suggested by the board, and we also cleaned up some of the prior references. So those were the only changes to policy JLF. Scroll, please. All right, and then with policy JLFR, which is a board file, there's a few additional changes. On item number 7, so I'll wait till we can pull up JLFR. So for item numbered 7, we did add information suggested around human trafficking to number 7. We also cleaned up the statutory language at the bottom of page 1, which is consistent with the changes that we just reviewed on policy JLF. We deleted language under item 10 around acts of teacher or other school officials not being considered child abuse and added language requiring reports if school official or employees commits child abuse. This was suggested by the board at the last meeting. We added language to procedures, the procedures section, clarifying that DHS can take a child into custody with a court order. We also clarified at the bottom of page 2 that obligations to report can't be delegated and a report should be made even if they know another report has been filed. This was suggested by the board at the last meeting. And we changed class 3 misdemeanor to class 2 misdemeanor in the last paragraph on page 4. And those are the changes that you will see reflected in the second reading of the policy.
Director Thompson.
Thank you for the updates to the policies and the explanation. And so I did wanted to elevate just one thing that I heard after our reading, our first reading from just different community residents. And that was just the very first sentence in JLFR. So it states that the very first sentence says, The obligation to report suspected abuse or neglect only applies to incidents of abuse or neglect that an individual learns about while acting in their professional capacity. I interpreted this the way I think it's intended. However, I do understand why it's being misinterpreted. So some are misinterpreting this to mean that staff only have a duty to report if the abuse occurs while they're on duty or on school property, and that is kind of exceptional language, so meaning that if they're not in their professional capacity, they're not supposed to report. And that's not what it says, but it's some are interpreting it that way. So I was just wondering if maybe we should consider maybe changing the order of the sentence. So as mandated reporters, incidents of abuse or neglect that an individual learns about while acting in their professional capacity must be reported. And maybe that will help the confusion that is happening in that first sentence.
Thank you for that suggestion. I'm looking at Council Klamesh right now in terms of just the legal element of that suggestion. Council Klamesh.
Again, I don't believe that the language recommended by Director Thompson in any way diminishes the statement or the impact of that statement or meaning of the statement in the statute, which requires or obligates staff members to report abuse or neglect while acting as a result of learning of something while they've been acting in their professional capacities.
Okay.
So I don't see any issue with revising it as you've suggested.
Okay, and again, I feel like this was clear, but just due to that information, it might just be helpful. Okay. Would you like me to restate it or send it?
I think it would be helpful to all of us if you could restate that.
Okay. So as mandated reporters, incidents of abuse or neglect that an individual learns about while acting in their professional capacity must be reported.
That's fine.
Okay, and that's it. Thank you guys for the work on this.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, do I have a motion?
I move to adopt JLF with the amendments proposed by Director Thompson.
Second.
So are we going to take two different motions for JLF and then JLFR?
Isn't that how we generally do it?
Or yeah, her revisions were to JLFR.
Then I amend my motion to adopt JLF and JLFR with the amendments to the first sentence of each as proposed by Director Thompson.
Correct. Yeah. No, I think he said in both. He said in both. It's okay.
Somebody else want to say it? Because I'm messing it up. I move to adopt JLF as written and JLFR with the amendments stated by Director Thompson.
There we go.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Meek. Geiger?
Of course, aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Thank you for doing that. Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Moving on to proposed revisions to policies DJ and FEH.
Thank you very much. CFO Schleisner is on her way up to talk about DJ and FEH.
Hello, thank you. So as we do with all policies that have to do with financials, these policies did go to the Fiscal Oversight Committee. There is also one statement around bond that we have added to policy DJ. And so therefore, we did take this to the Mail Bond Oversight Committee also. There were a few questions and very minor wording changes that were made as a result of those reviews. So we are proposing to up the thresholds of the purchasing policy for DJ. There are a lot of purchasing things that come to this board. And by increasing them, we allow you all to focus on those really meaningful, large purchases that the district has to make as a very large organization. This also aligns us with Boulder, Denver, and Academy 20 board thresholds. So moving up just a little in this policy. So you'll see the proposed changes in ranges, ending with the $1 million threshold that has to come to the board for approval. We used to have a construction section that had higher thresholds on those because of the nature of construction. With these higher thresholds, we no longer need a separate section for construction, so that would be struck. Under bidding guidance on the next page, we had a section in there that allowed the director of procurement to override some of our bid and proposal policies. They never did, but we don't need that. There's some exceptions in here for sole source and single source type purchases that might change how we run that bidding process, but they don't need another reason to override that, so we are striking that from, or propose striking that from the policy. Going down a little further, under authorization of change orders, this was in a separate policy. So this was what was sitting in policy FEH. We can put all those procurement things into one policy and don't have to go search for where we have other thresholds noted. So we're suggesting to pull that into this procurement policy, and we're also raising those just slightly. On the next page, we have added a section around bond-funded project timing and authorization. So this is just for the bond. So remember that we have already approved a whole bond plan that outlines all of those projects. So as we're doing those, as we're moving forward with those bond projects, if they require action to proceed before the next scheduled board meeting that will result in a delay of work or hardship or cost savings avoidance, this gives us authority to keep that project moving forward on schedule so it doesn't get more expensive to us or doesn't delay work so we can't open for the next school year, for instance. But all of those will come back with documentation at the next board meeting. And this should be an exception to the rule, but sometimes that happens because things are moving so fast in that construction world. And everything else is just minor word revisions on this one. So if we go to policy FEH, which is very simple to go through. So this is where those change order, this is where that's at. And so you had to go look for that if you wanted to know where the change order thresholds were versus other procurement changes. So we are proposing to strike this policy. And I'm open for questions.
Director Thompson?
Thank you for the presentation. I wonder if at the next meeting, we should also include our policy where we, I'm forgetting the acronym for it at the moment, but it's where we have, it's BG, it's one of the BGs, where we delegate policies either as board, because I believe that one needs updating based off of new policies and removed policies. And so if this policy is removed, it's another opportunity, to make sure that that's cleaned up.
Thank you for the question. I think that we have a cadence where we review that policy once a year to catch it up based on what the Board of Education has done over the prior year. So if that still works, we can do that, or we can change it every time.
I don't know what you guys think. I mean, do we need to add language that it's updated annually to it? Maybe that would make me feel a little better if it's not consistent with active policy.
It is our intention to update BG-E, which is the policy which charts the delegation of authority between the board and the superintendent. I do not think that the next board meeting may be the appropriate time to do that, but I do believe we plan to
Or
do it in
pair,
the very
yes.
near future. Yes.
Yeah, or pair with this is when we review this again. Thank you. Do you mind just, I know you mentioned that the policy, the first one, since this is
DJ.
all over there. Do you mind just giving some points of feedback that we heard from the FOC regarding the policy?
Yeah, they were asking around the threshold specifically, and does that align with our surrounding districts? And does that decrease the transparency for the board? I responded back to that and said that I actually feel like it helps you all to focus on the important items, since we're such a large district, and not get bogged down with details of everything that's over 500,000, which is a lot of spend, and really helps you to just spend time that's needed on those larger items and give us that critical feedback on those items specifically. The other one suggestion that they had was on the last page of DJ, under single and sole source, number 1. I'm sorry, go up a little bit, might be the next page. Sorry, right there. They added the word materially and in a significant way to make sure that if we're giving the superintendent some ability to make some judgment calls, that we make sure that we're saying that it's material and significant changes. Those were the 2 things that I got in feedback.
Yeah, CFO Schleissner, can you also mention the the study that you guys did looking at the last year's worth of consent agenda items and what impact the policy would have had it read this way?
Happy to do that. So if we were approving all vendor spend over 500,000 instead of $1 million, it would put the number of items that you're looking at in half, and it would take off things like Domino's Pizza, Arbiter Trust Pay, which is our event workers, benefit plans, small things that you guys I don't think should be worrying about, and you would focus on things like our third-party transportation contracts, Hop Skip Drive, Quest, Lumen, Voya, which is our benefits. So really the high dollar spend that goes from 3.4 million down to 1 million, and would cut the number of items in half that you're looking at.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on.
Yeah.
So one of the sections was bond-funded project timing and authorization.
Yeah.
And I was just curious how often something like that occurs, where a decision's is needed and a board meeting is too far out.
We expect it to be very rare, but it could happen, and we want to make sure that we're not delaying the opening of schools that are needed for that next school year.
Superintendent Kane?
Yeah, so just to give an example, it might be that we need to execute a purchase for steel well in advance, rather than waiting until we really need the steel, because it'll be so much more expensive at that time. So it might be things like that.
Thank you. That's a helpful example. So kind of just building on the one question that came from the FOC as well. There is some transparency that is shifted through this policy change. And so I wonder if there are other ideas or thoughts on how we could compensate for that with this change.
All of the spend is available on our website to everyone that wants to look through that, and you can definitely see it by vendor. If there are other suggestions that would increase that transparency, we are open to suggestion.
Nope, appreciate the clarity.
Director Geiger?
Thank you for this. The issue of transparency, I'm not sure me reviewing a dozen contracts creates any vastly more transparent item. I do read all of them, which is not the funnest 3 hours of my week. But a couple of things just about transparency and communication. I wonder if we might think about in both the bond fund project timing section and the sole source section, that we put in that if either one of those comes into effect, that the superintendent communicate to the board members that that has come into effect. I think a simple email, but to say, by the way, we just spent 5 million on steel because next week it'll be 6.5. Or guess what? The only place we can get, for a terrible example, fire alarms is this place, and we're going to have to spend that. Other than that, I appreciate this work, and I think it's a step forward. I always want to be transparent, but and part of the transparency is not just that it comes to us; it's that it's on the board agenda, and so that people can review it. It's known to be there. The number of people that go through and read our change orders, I suspect vanishingly small, but it's at least out there. So when I go back and forth on this, but for a nearly $1 billion budget, I think $1 million is a reasonable number. So again, if we have to use those exceptions, I'd like it to be clear when it happens.
Thank you.
Director Meek.
So thank you very much. And I was going to say, part of the transparency with it being on the board agenda is that it's really public. So I think it is just really important to remind the public that they have access to all of the spending through the financial transparency website on, it's just a good thing to promote. And I just wonder if there are ways to push that so people understand that that's a tool that's available. And secondly, this reflects comments that you heard from the FOC, correct?
That's correct.
And then they'll have an opportunity to kind of see the red line in the latest version before it comes back for second.
Yes.
Okay.
Director Thompson.
Just a thought, that could be language that's in the policy where people could reference and see all purchases. Just a thought that staff, that, saying something like that will be maintained and it's available here or whatever.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to monitoring report, executive limitation 7, school safety, security, and social emotional wellness.
Okay, thank you. This is a very long monitoring report, so we aren't going to go through it page by page, but certainly we are open to your feedback and suggestions, including if you feel like for the future some of it is excessive. So we certainly would love that feedback, and Deputy Superintendent Hyatt is here to answer questions, as well as Mr. Reynolds and I.
Maybe just for the public, you could skim through it before.
Sure.
Yeah, just skim with the highlights.
Absolutely,
just to help.
we can scroll through it, yeah. So just start scrolling, please. Past all this, and we'll get to kind of, so just for the public, there are 14 items in this executive limitation. So the reason this report is so incredibly long is that each of those 14 items is broken out with their own target and evidence, et cetera. So Mr. Blair, if you could keep scrolling. So this one is, for example, for number 1, and there's a compliance statement for number 1, which gives the staff interpretation of number 1, and then we have the targets, the rationale for the targets, and then the actual evidence. So in this case, our evidence is that drills are completed and what that completion looks like. So likewise with number 2. Yeah, let's see. Number 3 also has targets, and so if you could slow down here, this is just records of services provided to students. So this is information that we have showing that we are providing support to our students. And then, of course, the survey data that goes with that question. And number 4. So hopefully this is helpful as we're scrolling through, and I'm just kind of highlighting the big areas of data. Oh, yeah. Here, why don't you talk about that?
Okay, one thing that you may notice within this one is there are certain elements from that first page, those subparts, where they're aligned to other executive limitations. Like in this case, number 5, where it says neglect to protect district properties and assets. There's a whole EL section, EL 11, actually is all about asset protection. So you'll see duplicative data on some of these things where you see overlap with the statement within this particular monitoring report and a separate monitoring report that has similar language. Likewise, number 6, which talks about cybersecurity and data protection, that also shows up in EL2. That's another section of that particular EL. And then for financial, the financial statements on number 10 are also part of EL 9 and 10, the budgeting and finance. So you'll see a lot of the same data points because the language is so similar to those other executive limitations.
Director Meek?
Yeah, now that there's been kind of one cycle of going through the new policy language, are you thinking there might be ways to simplify so that there aren't those kinds of redundancies?
Yes, we would love to be able to provide you with feedback on the ELs, maybe for your retreat or later, whatever you think is the most appropriate, but we are keeping track of kind of where we think ELs are based on the evidence data, you know, where we're finding that we're using the same data for this one and this one and this one. So there's opportunities to either combine them, simplify them, or eliminate a few. And one cycle has been truly helpful for us as well.
Director Thompson?
Thank you for the work on this. And thank you, Director Meek, for your question. That addresses one of the questions I had about kind of thinking through like the structure of the monitoring reports. So it's something that makes sense for review and then also addresses those issues. Because I think even within this own report, like we're seeing some duplicate data or duplicate information. I think probably part of that conversation that we talk about if we're looking at what we need to change on the ELs to make this work better is maybe even thinking through some of the like the elements of the report itself, like what level of interpretation should we be seeing based off of the data that is presented or the inputs that are presented? You know, how are we interpreting that as compliance? Like maybe, I don't know if it's supposed to be more explicit, but I think it's a good conversation. And I think that it's a good training opportunity for the board as well to think about what would be a great structure for these. Because I know I feel like I've given a lot of like similar feedback. And so I think it's good for us all just kind of like find that happy place. A lot of inputs again, but curious about outcomes over multiple years and, you know, trying to figure out how do we find those data points that would be helpful. And then for evidence as well, like, you know, as I was going through it, thinking through what level of evidence is really necessary in a monitoring report. So for example, when staff training would be like an example, like X% of staff have been trained on, I think it was like mandatory trainings. And I'm like, is that something that needs a report? Like to talk about what the mandatory trainings are? Do we need to know at that level or not? Is that too much? Should it be more broad? And I just think those would be helpful conversations to have just generally speaking.
Okay.
So and that's it, not really direct feedback, so.
Helpful.
Director Geiger?
And I just did want to say briefly, one of the things that we consistently hear on safety and security is how well we respond to safety tell reports. And I don't know if that's referenced in here, I went through it quickly, but I think that's a piece of evidence that our security officers quite often mention, and I think it's a successful policy that we have. So referring to that as a data source, how many safe-to-tell reports we get, how are they investigated, that kind of thing, would be, I think, an interesting piece of information for the public to have.
That's a really great idea. So we have taken note of that. We do have that data, so that's a great idea.
Director Meek.
Kind of a benefit of using that is you have trend data, right? So one of our challenges with new survey that we just launched is we don't have trend data. So I love that idea. I think
Me
that's
too.
really helpful.
Okay, thank you so much.
So this report with Safe to Tell data will not show up on your consent agenda, but will show up on the regular agenda, presumably not for another discussion, but just to kind of go through it if I have that correct. So
We're going to have to revise how we do.
I think you're, yes.
yes, we can have the policy governance quick something. Thank you very much.
You guys are going to have to, yeah. Okay. Moving on to the the community connection plan. Director Meek.
I'm so excited. Mr. Blair, could you actually click on the link for the website? So on our Board of Ed website, there is now a live page, which is our Community Connections Plan. And so just to kind of remind everyone what this is, under our governance structure, the board actually has 3 jobs. One is to connect with our community, those that we're making decisions on their behalf. So connecting with the community, creating policy, and then the accountability piece. This is our connecting with the community, and we are in our 3rd year of this Community Connections Plan, which the board has been very actively engaged in. As you can see on the website here, the goal of our Community Connections Plan is to connect with everyone, ensuring that we are hearing from representative voices, to be transparent, to be intentional, and really to try to stay focused at the board level as opposed to dipping into operations. And so those are really the guiding principles for our plan. As you scroll down, the way the plan works is we have common questions that the board asks of our community members and our various stakeholders. Those are listed out. Those questions are updated annually. And then as you continue to scroll down, you can see the priority groups that were targeted for this year. Senior citizens, mental health providers, talking about external ones in our county, alumni, recent graduates, student advisory group, educators, all of these groups. So you can see what our timing looks like for those. So for example, the student advisory group, we have November 17th and March 30th. So November 17th is coming up very soon. Director Myers and I were on the planning call today with the students. They're very excited to have the board and cabinet join them in roundtable conversations. We need to get 5 board members who want to be at that roundtable conversation. And so I'm hoping we can kind of land on that tonight. So I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. But you can see how the schedule works. And then if you keep scrolling down, if you click under resource documents, you can see 2025 and then going back the prior 2 years with actually links to what we heard from those various stakeholder groups. So you can see under 2024-25 feedback, if you click on charter, governing boards, you probably all remember when we met with the governing boards for the charter schools. And so for example, you see an analysis that we had 39 charter school attendees representing 15 of our 17 charter schools. There were a couple that were unable to be there, but we felt like it was pretty representative of our charter community and meeting with them. And if you continue to scroll down, it kind of has the questions and the feedback that we heard, but in essence, just kind of looking at the overall summary, people were very happy with the relationships in place between our board and the charter governing boards. What's going well, they felt like the charter renewals were going well and the waiver process has improved. They felt district communication and support from departments were praised. Collaboration between neighborhood and charter schools had been strengthened. Charters felt more connected and included, and areas to improve. Public education on what charter schools are and how they differ from our neighborhood schools. IEP communication and processing could be smoother, desire for more direct interaction with others. I mean, they were very explicit in their feedback, and this is how it's all very transparent and on the website, and you can see what we heard when we had that engagement opportunity. So if you go back to the list, you can see there were lots of student engagement opportunities as well, and what we heard directly from student groups when we met with them. I realize the middle school engagement is not up here, and I want to thank Shauna for all of her work with getting this built out, because she's been working on it. But I did realize, I believe I have not given her that document yet, and I think that's missing from our middle school interactions. But I really just wanted to emphasize that this is one of our primary jobs as a board. It's to connect with our community and to understand their perspectives. And not all boards do this. Like, this is impressive that we have dedicated ourselves to really intentionally engaging in two-way dialogue. A lot of times boards just rely on public comment, but I feel like we have done a pretty good job in trying to connect with the community, hear what their viewpoints are. And tonight we had the library conversation, and connecting with the library board may be a type of board that in the future we would like to put on our rotating 3-year plan that we update every year. So I've talked for a long time, but I just want to highlight that our whole community can see what we hear and what we have heard, and I think just would like to see if you guys have any questions on that.
No, great job building out the website. That looks great. Director Geiger?
This is one of the successes that this board has had over the last few years. And Director Meek and Director Williams deserve a vast amount of credit for the work you've done on this. And I think the public appreciates to a great extent. I think as we build out feedback, I think we'll learn more. Just this week, Rudy Lucas, 14-year member of the LRPC, noted that since his child graduated, he doesn't get district emails anymore. And he thinks that parents of recently graduated kids might be an interesting group to reach out to. And that's a separate group. Former parents, I think, are a different group that we may find a way to reach out for and be engaged with. And that's an example of an informed and constituent with a good idea about who we can talk to and how we can go. I think as we continue to look at the feedback, I think we can look at perhaps HRMD. I think there are other groups that we can also communicate with. But I do want to make it clear that I think the feedback that we have been getting, the communication that we've been getting, is exemplary, and I think this district should be proud of it. And those of you who worked on it before I was on the board and while I've been on the board deserve a great amount of credit.
Thank you.
So I need 5 names to get back to the students for November 17th for board members that are available and want to attend. We have outgoing board members, we have incoming, not yet sworn in board members, but I thought, Director Myers must be there to be recognized for all of her work with the students. But we just kind of need to figure out 5 names.
I've answered, yes.
So I think it's important that some of the newly elected board members are there. I think Director Geiger and Director Thompson, you guys were invited, I think, to one right before you guys were sworn in, I think. Oh, it's on. Okay, sorry. Anyway, so yeah, I think it's important to have some members, so I'm fine stepping aside if there are any new board members that want to go.
I'll be attending. I know that two of the future directors are present, so I urge them to check their calendars and email us quickly.
Director Meek, what's the date again?
November 17th.
It's Monday, November 17th.
Let me check.
All right, I will track you all down and we'll get 5 names to send tomorrow. So thank you.
All right, so are we good with that one? Director Meek? All right. On to the Board of Education of Self-Evaluation 1.8, Code of Conduct for the 18th billionth time. Director Geiger, I have to say thank you very much for listening and taking in feedback on that one. I feel comfortable with where it is, so.
Thank you. I won't deny I lost sleep on some of this. I lost sleep before I drafted it the first time. But I think one of the processes of this self-reflection is to talk about where perhaps our policies need to be more clear, or more importantly in this section, where when we adopt a policy, we make it clear what that means. And so I understood the concerns that were listed, but I did feel that the amendment that I made regarding communication to the legislature was in this context appropriate. I think any board, when addressing legislative agendas, should have an explicit discussion about how we are either going to or not going to approach lobbying, how we are going to or not going to approach individual opinions on legislation. I just, in the end, could not, I was given everything that was told. It was said, I could not feel perfectly comfortable saying that you're not in compliance. That's why I made those amendments. I appreciate everyone's feedback, and I hope we have reached a point that we can adopt this, and then we will revise it, and then we will review exactly how to implement it in the future.
Director Moore?
Let's move to adopt. Compliance review, GP 1.8.
Second.
Motion by Moore, second by Geiger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. All right, we are going to move on to our charter school presentation, resolution to extend existing charter terms for high-performing charters with Mr. Cortez and company. Is there a clicker, or is there a clicker up there?
There's one up here.
Okay, great.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for having us. Happy Veterans Day. Is that better? Yeah, happy Veterans Day. Thank you to all the veterans out there who have served. It's remarkable to me, after listening to public comment, how uninformed or misinformed the public still is about what charter schools are. And it's unfortunate that the public commenters left, most of them, before they could hear some facts and some actual data regarding charters. It seems I haven't been up before this board in
I'm sorry,
several-
Mr. Cortez, we're going to ask you to speak into the mic. It might be a little bit easier for everyone to hear.
It's remarkable. I haven't been up here for several years before you, and it's the same 15 or so commenters, just different topic. So I want to combat I want to speak to some of the, as we go through this presentation, we will speak to some of the falsehoods that were spoken about. Yeah, this is one I'm waiting for. Thank you. So we're here to talk about charter school terms. Is this my clicker?
Yes, it is.
And do I have a back button too? I'm going to skip forward to this video. Can we play this video? Can you play the video on, yes, that one? Should be something down at the bottom. It's in the PowerPoint. If you go down to the bottom, like the bottom left of the black box. No, not there, right there. Okay, well, I will, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's also unfortunate that the updated presentation that was sent to the district yesterday didn't get posted in time. Maybe I'll go to page 10. But this is, the reason we're here. The reason we're here is because, Director Ray, who used to serve on this board, when we were up here, Challenge to Excellence was up here approximately 4 years ago for our renewal, had this to say. He said, I know I've talked to Mr. Windsor about this before, and I often feel like our schools like you that have shown excellence year after year after year, I feel like we should differentiate the renewal process, quite honestly. I think for us to make you go through this every 5 years, we ought to look at that quite honestly. And it's unfortunate that you couldn't hear his words on the video, but it was sitting right there when he said it a few years ago. So that's why we're here today, because this is frankly long overdue. But I'm going to go and I'll start with a little quick overview on charters. The first charter school in the country was opened in 1992. Today there's over 8,000 charters in the country, approximately 270 in Colorado. Douglas County has some of the longest tenured charters in existence. The oldest charter in the state, 1993, is in Douglas County, one from 94, two from 97. Our school challenged to excellence in 2002, American Academy in 2005, North Star in 2006. Even the newest charter in the county is in its 8th year statewide. There are 15% of the students are in charter schools, but in Douglas County, 25% of the students are charter school students. Douglas County has some of the longest tenured schools in the state and really in the country. Douglas County also has some of the highest performing schools in the state and in the country. Of the 270 schools in the state, 8 of the top 30, by a couple different measures, are in Douglas County. Suffice it to say, Douglas County has some of the highest performing charters in the state. And there's some rankings for you. DCSD is authorizer. There's 3 core principles that the National Association of Charter School Alliance lays out for authorizers to follow, and these are big headings that have some sub information below it. But one of them is maintain high standards. The second one is uphold school autonomy, and the third one is protect students and public interests. And under school autonomy, minimizing administrative and compliance burdens is one of those key principles. The point of this resolution is that the district can and should approve this resolution because it's almost a requirement for the district as authorizer to adhere to these principles. I want to take a minute as I jump to this next slide. Before I get into the resolution, excuse me, I'm going to share some paperwork that was in the updated presentation that should have been distributed to you. I know you've been in receipt of it via email, but I'm going to put this down and hand it to you. Yeah, I'm not going to approach. And I. Sorry for that. This was sent yesterday at 4 o'clock and little shortly after 4, and it didn't get posted. Before I get into the resolution, there's been some confusion about, and I heard it from some of the public commenters about national best practices. And the main entity, the gold standard entity for charter school authorizers is the National Association of Charter School Authorizers, NACSA. And it's unfortunate that, I emailed the website to Shauna. I don't know if she can pull it up. I just emailed it to her. But what you're looking at from NACSA, it's this page that I just handed you. But NACSA does post best practices for charters. And they have best practices for new charters, and they have best practices for high-performing charters. And this page, which you're looking at, has NACSA recommendations for policies on high-performing charters. And on the second bullet point, it says clearly spell out opportunities for those high-performing charters to grow or replicate. Examples, and I'm jumping ahead so I don't have to read the whole thing. Examples of this include longer terms, less frequent financial reporting, less intensive site visits. An additional benefit of this lighter administrative burden is freeing up more of the authoriser's time to spend on struggling schools that need it. There's been some confusion from the office, the school choice programming office at the district about what best practices are, but it is right here in front of you. And best practices are for longer charter terms for high-performing charters and long-tenured charters. There's, as evidence of what national best practices are, you can look at this. This is a list that you're in receipt of that has all 50 states. And it has all 50 states, and it lists the number of schools in each state. It lists the statutory requirements for initial term and the statutory requirements for the renewal term. And it's sorted from most charters to fewest charters. And the value of doing that is that you are looking at the schools at the top, namely California, Texas, Florida, Arizona, Michigan, New York, Ohio, Minnesota, Colorado, the top 10. And you are afforded by those states the most data and the longest, the most history. And so you have this opportunity to look at those schools, or look at those states and see what they've done and what their policies are with respect to long-tenured charters. And out of the top 30, out of the 30 states with the most charters, 24 of them have renewal terms longer than 5 years. And it's really 7 in California, and the rest of them are 10 to 15. And a lot of them, Colorado included, has no statutory requirement. So I've given you the NACSA, which is for charter school authorizers. You're also holding something that says, that lays out model law. Let me find it, hang on here. That lays out National Association of Public Charter Schools model law from 2020. And quoting some of that from their components 9H and 9D under essential components of strong charter public school law, and I'm quoting, authorizers must have the authority to vary length of charter renewal contract terms based on performance and other issues. Also from that rubric, states should provide the ability to have a differentiated process, exactly Director Ray's words, for renewal of high-performing charter schools. This includes streamlined or expedited renewals with extended terms to foster high-quality growth by giving proven schools more autonomy and planning security. The Board of Education, this board is almost required to support this based on national best practices of both the authorizer and the authorizer model and the charter school model law. But moving on to the resolution, and I heard a lot of misinformed public comment. This resolution doesn't change anything with respect to monitoring, oversight, accountability. Nothing in that regard changes. And it's important to note that public charter schools, and people don't understand this, and the public here obviously didn't understand a lot of it, we have more accountability and oversight and do more reporting, I believe, than the neighborhood schools. I mean, we have annual reviews, and our director and some of the other charters that are here or watching online can tell you about it, but we have annual reviews. We have annual site visits. We submit financials. We submit test scores. We have more, we do more in terms of providing data for you all to oversee, I believe, than your neighborhood schools. Regardless, nothing in the resolution changes that, whether the term is extended or not. The resolution simply makes the extended term available as an option. There's eligible schools that are high performing as defined by the state in a rubric that you've seen. All the resolution does is makes this option available to eligible charters. They can opt in or they cannot opt in. None of the responsibilities of us from a reporting standpoint or performance requirements or annual visits or financial performance or any other requirements that are provided by state law or required by state law, none of those responsibilities are alleviated as part of this resolution. Moreover, none of the rights or the remedies of the district as authorizer to crack down on a charter that starts flagging on performance or flagging on financials, nothing changes in that regard. So every right and remedy you have today, you will have after this resolution passes, if this resolution passes. In a point of clarification, and there was an amendment to the resolution, and I don't think that amendment was actually posted. But just for the avoidance of any doubt, there was a minor change red line that was submitted again yesterday that says that the charters will still perform their 5-year renewal from their last charter term, not just a mid-year of the 10-year, but as in the example of Challenge to Excellence, our charter, we would have a comprehensive review at the end of next year, roughly. We would still have that. So these people that are commenting that you're going to have no oversight for 10 years, like, oh, we're not going to know what's going on for 10 years. It's ludicrous. You have every reporting mechanism after this resolution as you have today. The rationale for the renewal or the extension. New charters in Colorado get 4-year terms. It's crazy that charters that have been around for 20, 25, 30 years are only getting a 5-year term. Nothing in state law prevents longer terms. There's no maximum, only a minimum. Nothing in DCSD policy or procedures says renewal terms are limited to 5 years. Again, none of the rights or remedies of the district as authorizer are waived or otherwise compromised at all. And all charters, just like they do now, whether they opt in or opt out or choose not to opt in, all charters will continue to be here with a comprehensive review and presentation every 5 years, just like they currently are. Longer terms provide financing flexibility for schools. That's why some charter schools have 30-year terms, because it coincides with the length of their mortgage. I finance hotels for a living, right? It's one of the questions I ask, like the third question out of my mouth when I talk to a new hotel. If somebody from a Courtyard by Marriott comes to me and says, I want to finance my Courtyard by Marriott, I say, how long is your franchise agreement? How long do you have the right to use the Courtyard by Marriott name? And if they tell me 5 years, I can't get them 10-year debt. So the financing component of this is actually really, it's key, and it's of utmost importance, because the shorter terms are actually hamstringing charters vis-a-vis neighborhood schools and making the cost of our capital more expensive. It's shorter terms in some cases are actually costing charters money on an annual basis. And that's money that we could spend on teachers and schools and students. Longer terms provide charters needed stability in a fluctuating political environment in Douglas County. We've obviously seen that. Longer terms provide charters the ability to market stability to prospective parents, families, students, teachers. I mean, this is like a key component of charters, and it's a key component of our stability. Finally, autonomy is the essence of charters. It's one of the key principles, and upholding charter autonomy is the responsibility of the authorizer. So in conclusion, charters in Douglas County are the highest performers, they're the longest tenured, and some of these charters are on their 5th, 6th, 7th, even 8th contract, 8th, 5th-year contract, 5-year contract. I think the oldest, they'd be coming up on their 8th maybe. Again, there's nothing in state law or in district policy that prevents this, and that prevents amendments to charter contracts or longer terms. You know, the schools have earned this. I mean, you've got the highest performing schools in the state. You know, we're a valued piece of the educational ecosystem in Douglas County. And, you know, as Director Ray said, I mean, it's almost a shame that we're even having to ask for this, because it frankly should have been done already. And with that, we will take your questions.
Yeah, thank you. Can you explain a little bit about the process that you took to be here?
Yeah, sure. Last spring, at some point, Challenge to Excellence, we were undertaking a financing to do an expansion at our school. And I don't remember exactly how it first started, but we reached out to the district and indicated that we would be interested in securing a longer term. So we had, at that time, an existing piece of debt that we had recently refinanced that matured in 2029, I believe. And we were going to have to do a bit of financing to finance the new construction. As our financial investment banker, our financial advisor on this can tell you about, you know, we knew that securing a longer term would provide us more flexibility in terms of financing. And we approached the district, and I had a call. I reached out to Mr. Mosier initially, I think. I had a Zoom call at one point with Superintendent Kane and Danny Windsor, with our director, our executive director, Liz Dugan, and explained the reasons that we were trying to do this. We were adding 125 new students, and we wanted to market stability to new students. The financing component was the main piece of it. But you know, we wanted to be able to go out and market to students and say, hey, listen, you know, this charter's going to be here for a long time, and we've been here 22 years already. You know, we're going to be here another 10. I mean, so we were told, I've got an email from Mr. Mosier, you know, no. And actually, you know, the problems with that email, I've shared with you. I emailed the board last night some of the problems with that email, but you know, state law was misquoted. National best practices was misrepresented, or best practices was misrepresented. You know, he put in the memo that we were seeking a 25-year term. I had never mentioned anything about a 25-year term. You know, I know Liz, our executive director Dugan, would love to do a bond financing, a 30-year bond financing to finance our facilities, but you know, that's hasn't been on the table. So we were basically told no. I don't know if it ever made it to the board level for review, but I mean, I was I thought that was a board decision and not a Office of Choice Programming decision, and I don't know if you all knew about it at all at the time, but yeah, I mean, I felt like we went through the proper channels. We completed our financing, and they both terminate. So the one that we just finished, we closed on almost exactly a year ago. That piece matures in 2029, so that actually ended up being like 5-year debt, so not super attractive. But it had to co-terminate or mature with the pre-existing debt, with a longer term. This is, I'll let Matt talk a little bit about the financials, but we felt like we went through the right channels, and we just got shut down.
Speaking of, can we introduce everybody, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, so this is Matt O'Meara. I'll let you give him, or let him give you his bona fides, but Matt works for Choice Advisors, and he's an investment banker that's financed a ton of charter schools and other schools maybe. Liz Dugan is our executive director and the brains behind the operation. And then this is Carlene Clark, who is a long practicing charter school attorney in Colorado and the attorney for Challenge to Excellence.
Okay.
So I guess.
I'm going to actually open it up to questions up
Okay,
here.
sure, yeah.
Director Weiniger.
So normal process, we would have charters have a renewal and they can negotiate their terms at that time. What is your reasoning for wanting to do it this way and have an amendment and offer it up for all of our charters instead?
Well, I mean, first of all, all the charters have earned it. Whether they choose to exercise it should the resolution pass is up to those boards, and those boards would have to proactively take action. I think I'm of the opinion that most probably will. The reason that we're doing it now is because, I haven't seen a lot in the last 2 years to give me a lot of comfort that we're going to have, we barely have a charter-friendly, district staff right now from my experience over the course of the last couple of years. And with respect to, the language on LBD that got mangled, for months and months. We were here, actually Liz was here, I was at a meeting. But we as Challenge to Excellence were before the board about October last year, sometime in the fall last year with non-automatic waivers. And the 3 board members that are currently on the board that will continue on the board all voted against them, which was interesting because some of those same board members, I believe, had voted for the exact same language for non-automatic renewals for American Academy. And I know it was the exact same language because we copied and pasted some of the language for our non-automatic waivers from the American Academy website. So, it's something that unfortunately, it's really, I wish we weren't here. It's really unfortunate that school choice has become like a political hot button issue. It's doing a tremendous disservice to kids and teachers and schools and
administrators
that,
Okay.
there's like this war. So
Can
we're
we get
here,
on to
we're here
questions? Yeah.
because we have to be, and it's overdue.
Any questions? Director Thompson?
Mine are actually for superintendent first, just point of information. I just think it's helpful for us to understand the process and how we got here, and I appreciate you giving us history as well. But did you have a chance to review the resolution that was put on the agenda Friday afternoon and vet it so that we know that it's legally something that we could do?
So thank you for the question. We cannot provide legal advice in this setting, but we did provide the board with a legal memo expressing the answer to that question in a legal memo.
So, I mean, it is your duty to advise the board, and you have given us advice, and we've received legal advice. I just have to say, Mr. Cortez, we had nearly 70 public commenters here tonight, and we welcome people with diverse perspectives. We sit here and we listen, and we may agree or disagree, but it's not okay to be disrespectful towards their viewpoints.
Well,
And-
if I may, I wasn't disrespectful towards their viewpoints. I was just
Please
pointing
don't
out.
interrupt the director. Let her ask her question, and then answer it. You have shown your disrespect to us and to the 4 elected members. Do not do that again, please.
I feel like there's been disrespect towards our staff, the way you have phrased things, and this works when we show respect, when we respect the process, when we respect each other, when during agenda planning, when we make an agreement, the process that we have in our policies, the respect that we have to our staff. Not one of us was elected by 100% of the population. And that's why we sit here and we have conversations. And I just think this has felt very disrespectful so far. And I don't think it makes sense to push something through that has significant impact to our system. When 4 years ago, there was a purchase of the Legacy campus. That approval happened before the board, it was during that transition time, and the new board who came in held another meeting to reaffirm that, because it's important not to push through big changes and disrespect our community. And so tonight, I am going back to, if this is good policy, it's good policy. And it's worth taking the time to allow our community to engage and be a part of that conversation and not pushing something through. But we've received advice that this is not something we should be doing tonight, and we should be taking our time and making a thoughtful decision on it. So I just had to, if we could just reset this conversation where we're not being disrespectful towards staff, towards our community, I think we can have a much more fruitful conversation tonight.
Sure, I certainly didn't mean to be disrespectful, so I'm sorry that you took it that way.
Director Thompson?
You mean, so I heard what you said tonight, and I do agree that we do hear a division in the community when it comes to charter schools. Unfortunately, I do feel like this agenda item helped, fan the flames of that division. And frankly, I do understand that charter schools are often, shade in a light that's not necessarily representative, right? And so, the other things, though, that I heard from the community tonight was the community was concerned about following appropriate process and due diligence, that we heard even charter experts speak on the relationship of autonomy and accountability, and we heard the argument of the privilege of spending taxpayer dollars. So I'm listening, and I'm hearing the concerns that were shared, the concerns that were emailed. I have reviewed in great detail. It was a lot of information to try to process within a few days' time. We did not know that this was going to be an action item until the public saw the agenda posted late in the day on Friday. And that doesn't set us up for success when it comes to making a decision of this level of importance, especially considering that this resolution is talking about multiple charter schools. that aren't here telling us that they want. So it's almost like contract negotiations on behalf of others. So while I don't even have an opinion about extensions because I just don't have enough information to be able to weigh when extensions are appropriate and under what conditions. I mean, I did look at all of the resources you sent, including this chart, which I think is nice to see context to how other charter schools are extended, the lengths, what it looks like in other states. I think that that's helpful context. The only challenge for me would be now I would have to go in here and look and see what are the differences in the laws on the renewal process and the accountability pieces that help weigh those different timelines. So again, I want to be thoughtful about this decision and I want to have confidence in a vote one way or another. I don't think it's fair to have to vote a certain way tonight just because I don't have enough information to change my vote, if that makes sense. And so I just want to make sure that I'm making that super clear. And that's on top of some of our own challenges that this really circumvents, like district policy, our proper procedures as a board, the public process. As it was argued earlier, you know, this type of thing should be fully vetted by staff with full, thoughtful feedback, actual conversations with our community. I think this could be a really great opportunity to build confidence in our charter schools and bring more people over that threshold of understanding the value. And so I will stop right there so other directors have an opportunity to speak.
Director Myers.
Thank you, Miles. I had quite a few questions, but you answered during the presentation. I understand that in the 10 years, you still have accountability, and that was, of course, one of my concerns. And I would like to maybe clarify one thing, and I don't know if it'd be Superintendent Kane or President Williams, but I believe this topic was to be brought up in October, and we were asked to move it till November. So I thought we had a conversation that happened, and so out of courtesy, being asked to move, we moved it to November. So if this conversation had happened in October, it would have been an easy, more of just something that we could talk about, and that's among the board that we talked about. Another thing I wanted to clarify, Mr. Windsor, are we still looking at, in our charter schools, about 25% of students, correct? When that's been for quite a while now, right? 25% of students are in our charter schools. So per a public comment tonight, it was made said that because of the decline in the district, and I have known this, and I am a public school teacher. I have never taught in a charter school, but I've been 25 years in the public school, and I love neighborhood schools. But the thing about charter schools is that it's just, I still want to make sure that we have choice in our schools. And I'm sorry, I lost a little bit of with the 25%, and decline is decline, correct? It's happening. And I'm going to tell you, just from being on vacation and being overseas, I heard it there. This is not something new that's happening because charter schools are taking from neighborhood schools. Decline is decline. It's happening. Our worldwide population is declining. So I don't think that we can go there, that our charter schools. Now, yes, we had some outrage with emails and public comment tonight. Correct. We also had some people that were in support of extending our charter schools. Talking about disrespect, Director Meek, plenty of those emails were disrespectful to us as a board. Plenty of our public comments were disrespectful. I watched faces throughout tonight. And so we all need to learn common courtesy. And I, as one board member, choose not to discuss or belittle a board member from the dais. If I have a problem, I do that behind the scenes. And I'm going there that we have lost some of our common courtesy, no matter what. So I've seen it, and so I don't see the disrespect that Director Meek saw from you tonight. I think it was just questioning what was happening in this district. Now, with the outrage that was happening through emails and public comment, and I'm just going to be blunt, it appears that I would be afraid that all of a sudden we would have board that's coming in that are not going to be favorable to our charter schools. And I'm also afraid of that. Yes, I'm also afraid of that. So, because in the past, and we have had board members that are not favorable to our charter schools. These are our public schools. Why are we not honoring neighborhood schools and our charter schools? I don't get that. I have a daughter that teaches in a charter school. So I understand, I looked through everything. It's fiscal responsibility. It's not a rare to have a 10-year extension. I'm not in opposition to that. And no, we weren't behind the scenes trying to throw something up there for our last hurrah before we walked out the doors. That's false. No, that's false, Ms. Gooden. That's false. So I'm telling you that, to me, this is not a bad thing to secure for our charter schools. And we know that you're still going to be accountable to the people in our district. And thank you.
Yeah,
And thank you for being so high performing, all of our charter schools. That's got to be said
Well,
something for our district.
As much as I'd like to take credit for that, that's more about Ms. Dugan. A couple things, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful, but some of the public comments, I mean, some commenter said that we don't have to take SPED students. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, with the most recent budget stuff, charter schools are actually paying a disproportionately high amount of the SPED costs of the district vis-a-vis neighborhood schools. We're actually paying more than our share. Well, it's been increased. But our increase was bigger. On a percentage basis, our increase was bigger. Well, we can talk about that. But the real thing that gave me that upset me about the public comment was just, the outreach is necessary because people still don't get charters. They think that we're private, they think we're not public, they think that we don't have oversight. I would challenge anybody that thinks that we don't have accountability, go read a charter contract. I mean, it's amazing how much accountability we have in performance and transparency. I mean, people were claiming that there's no transparency, that we're going to be lock ourselves in a room for 10 years and come back out and tell you how it went. I mean, it's just, nothing could be further from the truth. And I mean, I think there should be some accountability for public commenters that are just saying stuff that's just not true.
Any other questions? Director Geiger?
And I don't intend to have an extended colloquy with you, sir, because, of course, you think my objections are, I think the words you used, ludicrous and crazy. I do note a couple of things. First of all, to be clear, the final version that you want us to adopt today was first submitted to the board at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, it was submitted Friday, and there was like a sentence added. I mean, our counsel can comment on that because she did the document, but it's a two-page document.
Is it possible for you to understand, sir, that as a public official, I think the public should see in advance, well in advance, major changes to how we administer the district?
You want to comment on that? I mean, I wouldn't consider this a major change. I would consider this a change. I would consider this a change that is in line with national and state best practices. It really doesn't change very much other than the term of the charter. Nothing else changes other than the term of the charter. There is no reduction in rights or responsibilities. There's no reduction in reporting. everything is exactly as it is today with a longer term, which protects the autonomy and the stability of charters.
You repeatedly said that this is about high-performing charters. This, of course, the list includes every single charter in Douglas County, correct?
No, that's not true.
Which one's excluded?
Hope Online.
Hope Online, of course.
But I mean,
No, I understand your answer, sir. I know, Sears, I read the NACSO recommendations for policies on high-performing charters. Number 1, define high-performing beyond academics, also considering financial and organizational practices. Am I reading that correctly, sir?
Yeah.
But the resolution defines high-performing based solely on the performance on standardized testing, correct?
No.
Where is the resolution refer to high-performing as anything but maintaining their current performance standards on the CMAS?
No. Yeah, that's...
The reference was to high performing based upon their status from their UIPs that were turned in and their rating by CDE, and which includes financial, operational, and performance on state standards.
That's not what the resolution says.
The resolution, all it says is high performing.
Right, without defining it. And you expect us, as a board, to accept you as the perfect representation and the perfect person to define what is high performing, correct?
Not at all. You can go to the CDE website and go to SchoolView. I mean, you can...
I've been on SchoolView for all of these.
And you can pull up...
Pull the numbers right off that, and that's only based on testing and reviews. It is not based on, for example, organizational practices or financials. It's not what's on there, sir. That's the number you chose to use. Am I wrong? That's the number that's listed on your list of charters. That's the number you chose. Am I correct?
That is the number that's listed.
Okay.
But our financials are reviewed by the district every year.
I understand that, sir, but they're not done so publicly. Do you believe that an elected board, I guess I should just ask this basic question. Do you believe the people who spend public money should occasionally be responsible to the elected officials who fund them?
We are.
I notice number 3. Avoid making any decisions automatic. Correct?
Correct.
This is an automatic 10-year exemption for all but Hope Online, correct?
Not at all. I mean, it's not at all an automatic decision. In the case of, it's a decision to extend the charter, but all our reporting, all our financial performance, all our oversight are still in place, and Challenge to Excellence, even with a 10-year extension of its existing charter, will be before this board in 12 or 13 months doing an intensive high-stakes review, comprehensive review of our performance.
And then you will get, assuming we choose to review, an automatic 10 years. No discretion, no discussion. Whoever sits on that board will either say yes, and you get an automatic 10-year discretion, or no. Is that how you view this resolution working, sir?
Well, it will be automatic if it's conditional. It's if we continue to maintain the level of performance that we have in the past. I mean, if financial performance starts to flag, that becomes an issue. That makes us not high performing. Again, all the rights and remedies that you currently have remain in place.
All of those standards are in our charter contract, and they are required under the charter contract. So we are required to continue to perform those, submitting quarterly financials, annual audits, and those are reviewed, and those have a standard under the charter contract, and the district does an annual review in accordance with statute and evaluates the district on a number of things, including those, and I just mentioned, there's operational, governance, finance, and the accountability standards from the state and their performance on CMAS and the other tests. So those are all encompassed in the charter contract. And the school has to perform under those annually and has to file reports relating to those. And the district is supposed to provide, and I believe does, in this district. Some districts tend to not do that regularly, but there's an annual performance mechanism where you do it, your district staff does an evaluation and it comes to the school. That's just the annual ones. And then there are site visits and there are other evaluations that typically come with the renewal. And we are talking about meeting what is in both NACSA and the CCR 30188, which is essentially a replication of most of what's in NACSA, the regulation, which it has some of the same language that talks about a high stakes review. So that would probably include a site visit and other items to do a detailed review. And so the school would then continue if they're not failing under those things. It's a conditional grant, and that's what we intended, and I believe the resolution says that they would have that, which is in accordance with the NACSA recommendations, a 5-year or longer term with a periodic 5-year review, high stakes review.
Well, first of all, the word high stakes review is not in here. The standards for the 5-year review is in here. And it is not high stakes if we can't deny the school. But again, I understand you think my concerns are ludicrous and crazy and ridiculous. And so I'm not going to have a colloquy. I'm just going to end my questions.
I'm sorry, I have a question for Superintendent Kane. What do we do currently? Like if we have a charter school failing in, let's say, year 1 or year 2, or something is happening, what does the district do currently?
Thank you for that question. If we have a charter school, for example, that is extremely underperforming, and we do have some underperforming charter schools, we offer our help and support in helping them get their performance up higher, and we come in and help them with professional development. We don't force it, though. We offer our assistance, but the only remedy the district would really have is to go into some kind of revocation, which would be highly unlikely. We've certainly never done anything like that before that I'm aware of. And I just wanted to clarify a couple of things, if I may. One, so as you all know, I have extensive experience as a charter school leader and a charter school system leader. I just can only speak for American Academy, but all 3 of our buildings were on 30-year bond financing, even the one that was built all the way back in 2008. Additionally, I just want to clarify on the SPED costs. The SPED costs have gone up. The costs of serving our students with significant special needs across the entire district, including transportation and out-of-district placement and a whole number of other things, have absolutely gone up. And the way that we do that math is we take that total, our total cost of supporting our students with significant special needs, we divide that by the student count, total student count in the school district, and then we apply a per student number to our charter schools based on the number of students they have enrolled, and the district takes the rest of it based on the number of students we have enrolled. So there isn't a difference between, there wasn't an increase only for charter schools, that there was definitely an increase in costs. And the last thing I would say, well, I'm going to have Assistant Superintendent Windsor address the renewal process really quick, but I also want to say that we have not received feedback from our charter school leaders in our district that our district is not charter friendly. So just as someone who, again, ran a charter school for a very long time, we have always enjoyed a great relationship and a great partnership with our charters, and we are incredibly proud of that, and we work very collaboratively together. So Assistant Superintendent Windsor, would you mind talking about the renewal process and what that looks like for our high-performing charters?
Thank you very much, Superintendent Kane. There was a statement that was in specifically, that's on here on the slide in particular, that Mr. Miles brought up as well. That was something we had some great deal of conversation on. We've tried to outline in our procedure manual the renewal process and timelines, et cetera. And one of the components we tried to do in that feedback was actually make it less cumbersome for our staff. We had talked about charter schools that were in good standing, which you were alluding to, which would go through 2 renewal cycles, which would be 10 years worth of an existence, is to ask for less data from them, less paperwork, et cetera, in that review process to honor, I think, obviously, some of the success we've seen in our schools as well. So we absolutely have tried to take that into consideration based off of the quote that you mentioned, but we also have a pretty exhaustive process to look at those particular standards around academics, governance, and financial health as outlined in LBD 1.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that and I appreciate that, thank you for that. One thing, and I know, when we started talking about this as a board at Challenge to Excellence, and I talked to some other charter boards and other charter leaders, our charter leader, I don't want to speak for every other charter leader, but they would have loved to see us be more proactive in this resolution or this initiative regarding reducing the burden, because it's a lot for them. And they would like to see less reporting requirements because it takes a lot of their time. One advantage of, and we didn't do that, we just left all the reporting, including the 5-year performance review, the same. It only changed the term because we wanted to make it as simple as possible. One of the advantages of this, and it says it in the NACSA stuff, and I read it, is it allows the district to focus on schools that are underperforming. So if you're a teacher, I was talking to, we have a teacher on our board. She said, if I've got a student in math class that's getting 97s on every test, I don't spend a lot of time with that student trying to get them to get 99s or 100s on the test. I want to spend my time focused on the student that's getting a 67 and helping that student get up to speed, rather than trying to make the student that's getting a 97 get an A, instead of an A, get an A+. One of the advantages of this to the district actually is there's less paperwork at the 5-year. You don't have to do a new contract at 5 years. I mean, there's literally less paperwork. You're saving some documentation time.
Director Thompson.
So first, there was a lot of back and forth that just occurred, especially with Director Geiger and your attorney. I apologize. Thank you. And I'm not a charter expert. I'm actually not expected to be a charter expert in order to serve in this role. And that is part of why our established processes are to ensure that staff keeps us well informed and supported in this role. So with that said, just keeping this high level, we did have clarification that our staff and legal had nothing to do with this resolution. So by voting for this, we are deferring judgment to an outside organization, their staff, and their hired attorney. And I also want to make sure that I'm clear that under our policy governance model and Colorado statute, that the superintendent, as the board's one employee, remains obligated to implement only things, policies, resolutions, directives that are lawful and administratively feasible. So our board directive should not override state or federal law. Additionally, we have board superintendent linkage policies that make clear the superintendent's accountability is for organizational performance within the boundaries of law and ethics, and that she is not to be carrying out unlawful or non-compliant directives. Additionally, our legal counsel's professional duties to ensure the district operates within compliance of state and federal law. And so if we're going to be looking at a resolution that could potentially conflict with that, including conflicting with our own internal processes, they're really bound to the law first. And with all of that said, I still, as a board, would like to work out a solution that follows appropriate process, make sure that we're well informed on this, that aligns with our policy or we adjust policy if need be and state law. So again, we can debate policy preferences. I think that's a good, helpful conversation to have. I think this is an important conversation. But again, keeping this at the highest level possible with the function of this agenda item sounds like it's supposed to be. I want to make sure that we're just very clear about that.
Director Moore.
I've been listening to everybody's context and thought process on this, and I'll say a couple things. First, maybe I was naive. I did not realize how divisive the charter topic apparently is. I did look at, and I still do look at charter schools just like I look at a neighborhood school. I have always been a fan of parental choice, knowing that most charter schools specialize usually in an area of education or skill building that is something that a parent of a child or children seek out, and that's why they go there. But that choice is, it's an option for a parent, depending on the needs of their kids or what they think is best for their children, where they want to go. But I did not realize how apparently divisive this topic was. And I've lived in Douglas County for all my adult life. I did not realize. I will say, in looking through the resolution and reading the statute and reading the legal guidance that we've received and reading the policy, I can't, I'm not an expert in the law, but I have read a lot of statute in my time. I can't see any violation of law in this policy. There is a openness in the statute that doesn't dictate, but I don't see it being in violation of the law. And I don't see a conflict in our policy. There is a conflict in operational procedure that we use, the staff uses, clearly that would be impacted, but I don't, reading through the policy, I couldn't find anything, and if somebody sees it and points it out, I'll stand corrected, that specified the 5-year timeline on a renewal. That said, if I read the resolution correctly, sir, if you could clarify this for me, it would appear that what it's essentially saying is that your charter school has been in existence for at least 2 terms.
Do I have this? Do I have the resolution, or does somebody else need to bring that up?
I don't know. I'm just referring to the context of it. And
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
You can kind of follow me on this. The resolution as it's presented to us says that if your charter school is in the performance category, which is a Colorado state category of level of performance. I want to say that's kind of like in the middle. There's a low performance or a underperforming category, a performance category, which means you're at standard or above, and then there's a higher category?
No. All the Douglas County charters that are on the eligible list are in the highest category.
So the performance, the one that's titled performance plan is the highest category.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so if you, looking at, on page 1 of the resolution, I'm gonna kind of parse out the number of years that would be applicable to this, so I really understand it. So if you've been in operation for at least 7 consecutive years, that means you would be in your second renewal period. Then when your second renewal comes up for a third renewal, it would automatically extend to a 10-year instead of 5.
No, what would happen is if you're, I guess if we scroll down to, now do I have this control?
No,
Okay. If you go to the exhibit, can you go to the exhibit for me, page 3? Here it is. Let's take Challenge to Excellence. Our current charter expires in 27, which is June 30, 27. If this resolution passes, we would be extended to 2037. Our current contract requires us to do a performance review in late 26, early 27 as part of what would be the standard renewal process. So can you repeat your question? I'm not sure with this.
Well, so where I'm going with this is, you're in, each one of these schools would at least, and I know they're all beyond that with the exception of Lehman Classical, but you would be in order for a school to qualify under this resolution, they would be in their second renewal period. They would be in their second 5-year renewal period.
Correct.
And when the beginning of the third renewal period were to come due, instead of reapplying again for another 5-year renewal, it would be there would be no application process. It would be an automatic 10-year renewal on top of
The
that.
resolution would already extend the charter term, so there would still be like the process of the high comprehensive
Right.
review.
Where I'm
But
going with this is that every one of these schools then would essentially have a renewal that would be a 15-year before another renewal application.
No, that's actually not quite right, because
That's accurate.
Well, no, it's.
From the beginning of their initial contract.
Yeah, so it would be.
It's
it would-
15 total years.
Yeah, but we would be, if you look at it that way, Challenge to Excellence would be 4 years into their current, if you want to call it a 15-year, the 15-year
Right.
period.
But what I'm saying is, the last time that anybody would have reviewed a renewal application from the time of a renewal till the time you would do it again under this resolution would be 15 years.
No, it's still 5 years. It's always 5 years. Every 5 years, we're going to be before the board doing a comprehensive 5-year review. So C2E did theirs in 22. They do it again in, I call it January. We did it in 22. We would do it in 27. We would do it in 32. And then in 37, we would do it again. But in 37, there would be a decision on the new term.
Okay, so just so I understand this, so then, because there's a lot of concerns about oversight.
Yeah.
And I really do understand what people are getting at, where they're concerned, and if it's a misunderstanding or whatever it is, I'm not even sure I understand it, so I want to make sure I understand it, okay? So currently, each charter schools, by the policy, or the school district, the Office of Choice, does a review of each charter school on an annual basis. And what does that annual review consist of?
You want to talk about what the annual review consists of?
Yeah, they look at everything. I mean, financials, they look at even down to our parent survey results that we do annually. They come for a site visit, they check our safety procedures. I mean, everything that we do in a 5-year.
Okay. So then,
Teacher retention, everything.
and so then, under this resolution, at 5 years, you would do the, the review, and that would be to the board.
Yeah, we still would be up here every 5 years.
What's the purpose of coming to the board for that if it's an automatic renewal anyway? I'm not sure I understand what that, I like that you do that, would do that, but I don't know what the purpose of it is.
I guess it's just a more formal check-in, and the authorizer, NACSA, recommends, a comprehensive 5-year review. Even with longer terms, they still recommend a comprehensive 5-year review. So it was really important for us in this in this resolution to not change the accountability. I mean, we went out of our way to not change the accountability. As much as people like Liz would have liked to lessen her burden a little bit, which I
Right.
understand. But all the one-year reporting that we do stays the same. All the 5-year presentations that we do up here, we will be up here with what I call the dog and pony show, answering questions, telling you about how great we are, doing a video presentation. All that stays the same.
You know, I still think I'm doing the math right. That if your renewal comes due in 2027 for Challenge to Excellence, right?
Correct.
It means you would have submitted an application in 2022.
Correct.
And if we pass this resolution, you won't have to submit another application until 2037. That'll have been 15 years since between applications.
Yeah.
Right, but
The
it
actual application.
doesn't get reviewed, officially reviewed.
Yeah,
Okay.
and just as a point of reference, the reason that this wasn't just like everybody gets extended to 2036 is because you have to leave staggered maturities. I mean, in debt, I'm talking how I think of the world in capital markets terms, but staggered maturities. So not everybody's coming before the board for their comprehensive review the same year. You wouldn't want to be renewing 18 charters all in the same year. So that's why this is staggered still. This is just reflective of what the current maturities currently are.
Director Meek.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Moore, I think you mentioned you weren't sure you understood the conflict in policy, right? That might prohibit this. So the highest global executive constraint that we have for our superintendent is that she is not allowed to implement any practice or policy or anything that is considered to be unlawful. We've received feedback that there is a concern that this resolution is unlawful. And I think the entire community has an understanding that anytime anything that is placed on a board agenda, it's lawful and it's supported by the superintendent.
The only thing I'll say is, I don't want to violate attorney-client privilege, but I don't believe that's what unlawful, I don't believe is what we were told.
So we as a board could move to release a public summary of that legal analysis regarding this situation. I mean, it's up to us. We could release that. But I think that is where I am having concern, in that believe my understanding is that we would be putting our superintendent in a place, if this is passed, that I don't think she could move forward and implement it. And this is why things take time, because you have to I feel like there's a lack of clarity among the board as to what this is even saying and how this will be implemented. And so I think we have options. I think we can release a summary of the legal analysis. I think we can move to postpone consideration. I think we could move to form a committee that would work to create the next iteration that would have more clarity. I mean, we have options, but I feel like we are at a point where we need to be really clear, and maybe we go into executive session if we need to talk through the legal memo and talk through everything in an executive session. So maybe that's an option as well.
Director Weiniger.
Did you want to answer? Go ahead. Okay. Well, I just want to say, like, for me personally, I don't necessarily agree with some of the opinions that have been stated by the presenters. I think our school district is very charter friendly. Our staff is very charter friendly. However, looking at the resolution as it is, if there are charters out there that want to keep their current contract as is and protect it as is, and therefore extend it to this 10 years, technically 15, but 10 years from expiration, I'm not opposed to giving them that opportunity to do so. So I actually would like to start taking a motion and get this going. I'd like to motion to approve 12.6, resolution to extend existing charter terms for high-performing charters. And that's the end of it. With the resolution as posted.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Weiniger and a second by Myers. Discussion. Director Geiger.
Maybe I am crazy, and I've certainly been called ludicrous before. I think process matters. We are elected officials. We have a duty to tell the people what we're doing and to tell them in advance and to give them a chance to address it. And when we tell people in agenda planning that it's just going to be info, and then we tell people on Friday that it's going to be action, and when we don't get the final resolution until 4 o'clock the day before the board, that is poor governance. One of my main questions coming in today that I was going to ask is, why are we doing this in such a hurry? I appreciate your honesty, Mr. Cortez. It's because you don't like me, you don't like Director Thompson, you don't like Director Meek, you don't like future Director Callahan, or future Director Densler, or future Director Ryan, or future Director Parker. And you are free as a citizen and as a charter board director to not like all of us. But I will never believe that the fact that you don't like the results of an election is why we should rush policy. And I appreciate that I may be once again howling at the wind here at a preformed decision. But I will say, as I said in an email to Mr. Cortez today, there have been legitimate questions raised here about whether our standard 5-year process is correct. There are legitimate questions about whether some of our high-performing schools, and I will address that in a minute, should get longer extensions. I've never been asked that question before. And had I been asked, I would have engaged in that. I was at 2 charter schools last week, which is pretty amazing for somebody who has now been condemned from the speaker's podium as being anti-charter. I talked to those 2 charter schools, and guess what? None of them had been consulted on this. Because, of course, it would look bad for you to come in and just say, you get the 10-year extension. I disagree that the definition of a high-performing charter school is just that you maintain your current performance rating based on the CDE scores. Some of our even on this list, our highest performing school, I believe, is at about 92.5%. The lowest performing by the definitions given in the resolution is 30 points below that. 25 points below that. We are lumping a lot of schools all together here. Schools that have different needs, have different resources, may have different challenges, but it doesn't matter because we're not going to be able to give them any kind of substantive review for 13, 14, 15 years. And if it goes downhill, then the only response is we've got to do the revocation process, which we all know is incredibly difficult. Our community, and as ludicrous as you may think their objections are, our community has a very clear position on this. They want to wait and listen to this. I will commit, no matter how little you think of me, that I will continue to have this question. I will continue to have this discussion. I think there is room, as each charter comes up for their renewal, to give extended renewals to successful charters. I would be willing to commit that in 2 years, when I'll still be here, no matter how much you dislike that I will talk to you about whether or not Challenge to Excellence has, based upon their extraordinary accomplishments, deserves a 7 or a 10-year extension. I commit to talking to the rest of the charter school community, which didn't happen before this resolution came up, about what challenges they face with our renewals, or how they can be made more streamlined, or if our current reporting processes are too much. But what I will not do is bind the hands of the next 7 school boards. 14 years is 7 elections. And I do not share your disdain for the next school board. I do not share your disdain for the school board after that, or the school board after that, or the school board after that, and I will not take the decision out of their hands when I cannot predict the future. Again, I may be once again howling into the wind. If I'd seen this resolution in October, we'd have had a discussion. But I didn't. If I'd seen it at agenda planning, we'd have had a discussion. But I didn't. If I'd seen it before 4 o'clock yesterday, we could have had a discussion. But now it's a railroad, and I'm done with it.
So to be clear, the resolution that's up is the one that you had on Friday, is not the one that was presented yesterday.
Which one are we voting?
Yeah, which one are we voting on? I'm confused now.
The one that's attached.
Attached to the agenda, which is not the latest version that was submitted. Okay, so since I'm talking, I just really want to be very, very clear. What we know, what we have received, is that the extension of the contract terms for all of these charter schools is essentially a renewal for every charter school listed that opts in. And conducting charter renewals via resolution circumvents the renewal process, not only in our policy, but in state law. This is where the unlawful part comes in. And so I just need us to be really clear what we're voting on. And, you know, this board is asking for more lawsuits by rushing something through, which again is a violation of our fiduciary duties as elected officials as well for this organization, so.
So I just would like to say that I personally reached out to an attorney as one director to have him look at this, because I just wanted to get some clarification to make sure. And while I think that you can get, I mean, Brad, Director Geiger, you're an attorney, and there are people and attorneys that, you know, go on both sides of topics. And what I will say is that the attorney that I spoke with had no issues and felt like everything was above board.
And I haven't seen that. And you're asking, so we're sitting up here and we're trying to make decisions as a board. And what I have access to is not that document.
Right.
What I have access to states otherwise. And again, why does it have to happen tonight?
Director Thompson.
Thank you on that point. That attorney is not there to represent the best interests of the districts. We do have to keep that in mind. I wanted to speak a little bit to, I think it was a point that Director Weiniger was trying to get to. And I did want to point out that I do see that this talks about it's optional for other charters to opt in. But the challenge that we have here is that they just didn't have a voice to shape this resolution. I know that I have a ton of additional legal questions myself, including the implications of right, so this is a resolution about contracts, and we already have contracts in place that have provisions for renewal, and what are the implications of us passing a resolution that could change the way a contract is written versus what's in the contract about how we actually do revisions for those contracts, and is it even the same for every charter school? I mean, it is very, very complicated and huge. And so, again, just concerns all around, and that I just don't understand. The other piece of this, again, is that if the legality is in question before staff can implement this, right, that has to get resolved. So what I'm worried about, since we were talking about fear earlier, what I'm worried about is that we've now got a community that's elevated and divided over this. We have a resolution that legality is being questioned, the process is being questioned, probably can't even be implemented, and then a new board's gonna come in, and then what happens? Like, it gets killed, all of our relationships are eroded now. Now no one wants to talk about it, the community's already up in arms. Like, what is the path forward actually gonna look like where it's productive, where we are doing a good job and serving as good authorizers to our charters and supporting our charters in a way that's meaningful, and what this could actually turn into. So I'm just elevating that. Again, this just circumvents our established policy, renewal procedures. It sets a precedent that sidesteps public process and accountability. I believe it is going to expose us to unnecessary risk. I think this should be fully vetted and reviewed, appropriate process, not rushed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Director Moore.
Based on the circumstances, I tended to like Director Meek's thought process of an executive session to get some legal advice on that particular question about lawfulness. I've read the brief that we received. I've also read the statute. I think we have a difference of opinion on the lawful question. But are we even allowed to do that based on the circumstances tonight, or no?
Not noticed in executive session.
You don't have to.
I need to take a minute to check the Open Meetings Act, but I believe we can go into executive session without noticing it up upon motion of the board member and approval by 2/3 of the board's membership.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, did you need a couple minutes or? Okay. We're going to take a quick 5-minute recess and we'll be back. Klamesh has gone to look, and we can motion, we first have to motion to amend the agenda to consider going into executive session. And then if that passes by a majority, then we would vote on going into executive session, which would then have to pass by 2/3 majority.
Correct.
All right.
Okay, so ask for a motion to amend.
So do I have a motion to amend the agenda to consider going into executive session for the purpose of reviewing legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B?
For this reason.
Regarding whether the proposed resolution being considered by the Board of Education regarding extension of charter school terms is lawful and consistent with district policy.
I move to amend the agenda as cited. Does that work?
Second.
Okay, motion by Meek and second by Geiger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
No.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. No. Weiniger.
No.
All right, so that passes 4-3. So, sorry.
So the agenda has been amended.
So the agenda has been amended.
Now we will consider.
Now we'll consider that the Board of Education has issued us to discuss with its attorneys in executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B regarding whether the proposed resolution being considered by the Board of Education regarding extension of charter school terms is lawful and consistent with district policy.
I so move.
Second.
Moved by Geiger, second by Meek. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
No.
Thompson.
This is wild. Aye.
Williams, no. Weiniger.
No.
You don't get your
All right. So there were four, yes, right. Yep. No, 4 for going into executive session, 3 not. Yeah.
Thank you for counting that.
All right, so now we're back to the resolution where I had a motion by Weiniger and a second by Myers. Any more discussion before I move forward with a vote? No? All right. Geiger.
No.
Meek.
Can you read the motion one more time, just?
The motion was to approve the resolution to extend existing charter terms for high-performing charters with the attached resolution.
No.
Moore.
On the fence. Parts of the resolution I like, parts of the resolution I don't like. I don't concur with the issue of legality, but without more detail, I can't really weigh in on that part, so. No.
Myers,
Yes.
Thompson,
No.
Williams, aye. Weiniger,
Aye.
it fails 3-4. All right. On to the next item, which was the preserving fairness and safety in sports. So as you know, last meeting, we had an agenda item that I requested to go into executive session to talk about this topic, and there were not enough votes to go in, so I said that I would put forth a discussion, and what I did was I took the policy from D49, I talked to the president down there, and that is what is attached to our agenda. So I just wanted to open it up with that, and then I just had a few points that I would like to say is I believe that we have a duty to protect young women in our schools. This includes their right to compete on a fair playing field and access safe, sex-specific spaces like locker rooms and overnight accommodations. The state of Colorado and CHASA have implemented policies that actively discriminate against female athletes by allowing biological males to compete in girls' sports and access private spaces. These state policies violate Title IX and the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution, and they jeopardize federal funding for our district. So that's where I'd like to start, and then I'll just open it up. I guess my hope is we don't need to have a full 30-minute discussion, I suppose, on this, but is that the current board members that will still be here next month, and then the oncoming members will take a really good look at not necessarily this exact policy, but my hope is that you do survey our district and talk to our parents about this very topic, because I think it is extremely important. And I do think that despite what people have said, and I recognize, we can't talk about specific times things that may or may not have happened, but it has and will continue to happen if we don't make a stand on this. So, Director Geiger?
Thank you. It is not a surprise to anyone that I substantially disagree with many of the things you said. See, here's the thing. I'm nearly 63 years old. That means when I was born, it was a received truth that it was too dangerous to have black people in the same schools with white people. When I was in college, it was a received truth that gay panic, and that it was just too wrong to have gay people in the same locker rooms with straight people. So when I hear that this is a danger, all I hear is the echoes of what I've heard in the past. And I will never, ever support that kind of bias. 8 people spoke in favor of this policy tonight. Not one of them acknowledged the humanity of trans girls, even recognized that they were people whose considerations or whose welfare mattered. And that bothers me. I will tell the public that the emails I got, while some were considered, others contained language about trans kids that is despicable. And the woman who emailed us today and attacked a middle school student by name, we recognize you. I came on this board to make our schools a safer and more welcoming place for everyone. I think that's important because of the background that I've had. As an addition, I grew up in South Dakota, where Our segregation was so successful, we moved our only substantial minority, the indigenous people, to what we politely called the res. There may be room at the Olympic level to talk about subtle differences between those born male and those assigned female at birth. But I don't think those matter a great deal in middle school. And I do not buy that every middle school trans girl is somehow a physical and emotional threat to every other woman that exists. I was literally told this week that allowing trans girls to compete in athletics threatened the right of women to vote. I respect the work that women have had to do to achieve equality. I simply do not agree that allowing a tiny number of trans kids, and in Douglas County, I think it's 0 trans kids, to compete in athletics puts them at risk. I love that we talk about how they could be injured. I have never heard anybody on this board concerned about athletic injuries from same gender sports. On a football field, we have defensive ends. We got one, I believe, who is 6'6", 310 pounds. And we don't talk about whether or not that boy constitute risks to the other boys on the field. There is always a genetic difference. For 13 years, CHSA has allowed this. And there's no evidence that it's caused any of the harms you guys want to make up. I have met with trans kids, which is, I think, more than some of the people on this room have. They're not looking to hurt people. They're not predators or any of the other despicable things that email people have said to me. They're just trying to live. The reason that CHSA exists is we have to have rules to compete across districts. And that by joining CHSA, we agree to those rules. And to some part, those rules are made 14 miles that way, under the Golden Dome. You may not like those rules. It's been made very clear that there are people in this county who don't want to live under those rules. But if we make that decision at this point or some later point, then essentially we tell every kid, those in esports, those in chess, those in football, that they don't get to compete in the state. And that's a bad decision, and it hurts way too many people. If there are female athletes who are uncomfortable in their locker rooms, we need to address that. I don't care why. One of the fascinating things is that a number of people wrote to me and said, I was uncomfortable in my locker room. I understand how uncomfortable it was. Well, that was when we didn't have out trans people. Locker rooms are not fun places. And if we have a student or an athlete who's uncomfortable in a bathroom, who's uncomfortable in a locker room, first of all, I bet it's our trans kids. But if a person comes to us and says, I'm not comfortable with that, then accommodations have to be made for everybody. You know who I don't see in here talking about athletic fairness? I've never seen a coach come in here. I've never seen a women's sports coach come in and say, save us from the overwhelming flood of trans girls. I've talked to female athletes. I've talked to high school students, and I've never had one of them raise this issue. It's an issue for adults. And I guess if we're going to talk about whether it's an issue for adults and whether it's a big deal, we just had an election. And 4 people ran 100% on that we are going to make sure that trans kids know they're not safe in our schools and they're not welcome in our schools. And before you talk to me about caring about safety, I will remind you that in the fall of 23 and the spring of 24, we busted our behinds to create a community-derived bullying plan. And on the day it was to be approved, 4 of you tabled it, not because it was a bad plan, but because political operators said that it did too much to protect trans kids. So do not come to me and say you're about protecting people. That vote's on the record. And so I've said my piece. A new board will come in. They made their position clear in the election, and guess what? They won. So I will sit and listen to anybody. If you have a policy that will help me make everybody comfortable in locker rooms and bathrooms, I will listen to every minute of it. But if it involves posting somebody outside of our bathrooms to question whether or not somebody's peeing in the right place, I will say no.
Director Moore.
I appreciate your input, Director Geiger. We differ on the topic in that I'm a father of 2 daughters, and to me, and to most adults who take a position on the issue, the fairness and safety in sports and the privacy of the locker rooms and bathrooms are all jumbled together because of the fact that, in theory, and I haven't gone into a school to see if this is actually the case, but my kids tell me that it would be the case, in their opinion, that if a transgender girl wanted to change in a girl's locker room or use the girl's bathroom, nothing currently prevents that from occurring. How often it actually occurs is up for debate here locally. But I think what we see nationally are examples across the country that make you want to make sure we don't end up with the same problem locally. At least that's the way I look at it. Like, geez, I hope we don't have those same kinds of issues, because by the time they're at a crisis stage, now they're a problem, and you wish you could have avoided it. Now, that said, I don't have a bias towards any child, male, female, gay, straight, transgender, non-binary. No, I don't care. Love them all, appreciate them all. I want them all to feel as welcome and included as possible. And this is a very complicated social issue that has turned into a very volatile political issue. The problem is we as a school board, while we are elected, and so the political angle is with us all the time, we are also responsible for the social issue, the safety issue, the fairness issue, and the privacy issue. And I don't really have the answer on the right solution. Maybe I'm not smart enough to come up with the answer. I just know what is the wrong solution, at least in my faith and in my protective, I don't know. I look at, some people are going to say this is the wrong logic, but as a dad of 2 daughters, I've always looked at my daughters as more vulnerable. And if I had a son, I'm not sure I would have seen it that way. But for my daughters, I always felt they were more vulnerable. And I always thought it was my job to do everything I could to protect them from those vulnerabilities and infringements on their privacy is what bothers me the most about the context of the topic. I think it's fair to say that there are instances where biological males in female sports at different levels have resulted in injuries and things, other places that are unfortunate. And some people may look at those kids that were injured as victims. I'm not sure if that's the right perspective or not, but I think that's how some people view it. And so how do you prevent that? Is it fair? Is it safe? But I'm back to the privacy issue, but I don't condone harassment, discrimination, making any kids feel uncomfortable because of who they are. I want every single kid to grow up and be who they want to be and feel like they can do that and thrive that way. That's important. But it's complicated when it comes to sports, and it seems to be that and the privacy issue, the common solution that was implemented in many, many places across our country was, well, if the child chooses to identify something different, then they can just use the facility of their choice. And I get the logic behind that to a degree, but it creates a whole nother problem with privacy, which I've struggled with, and I have struggled with it. My kids are now grown and out of college. Well, one of them is, one went back, but she's an adult now. But most of the young people that we are responsible for are not adults. They are still juveniles. They are still technically not adults. Therefore, we are responsible to make decisions that are in their best interest. Not saying that they don't have some say or know or will know what's in their best interest. But at this stage, we are responsible to protect them and provide for that privacy. Maybe this policy isn't, and I will admit, if you look at my notes here, there is language in this policy that goes beyond the context of how we should behave and how we should handle the problem, and it becomes more divisive and opinionated. I'm not sure I like the opinionated, divisive language. I don't think that's necessary. I think you could limit some of the language that's in here to just the context of how we protect kids in certain situations. Maybe this isn't exactly the right language. But I do believe it's a start of a conversation, and I think the conversation needs to continue. I know I won't be here on the board to participate, but I do want to say that I respect your opinion, and I respect your opinion and your opinion and yours and everybody else's opinion. And I respect all these children and these men and women that have to deal with this choice of who they are and how they want to live their lives, right? And I want to make sure that in my own personal way I treat people, I will always respect them and appreciate them for who they are and not judge them based on their sexuality or identity, because that's really not what is important to me. What's important to me is their character, how they live their life and what they do to make the world a better place. And if they do those things, then I'm going to think they're awesome. If they're bad and they don't do those things, I don't really care what all that other stuff is. I'm going to judge them based on their conduct and their character, and I'll always do that. I don't know what the right answer is. I just know that I think it's important for this board to just consider the fact that the original intent of Title IX was implemented to protect females in female sports, right? At least that's the way I interpret the original context of Title IX. Now it's been reinterpreted and reinterpreted again, probably reinterpreted more times than I know, but at least it's been written, interpreted, and reinterpreted at least twice in the last 5 years. So it's complicated for us to interpret and know what it's really intended to do, but I think all the people out there that have a position on it, they're struggling with the same context. But to your point, Director Geiger, what's really the problem, or I consider the problem, is the current status of the Colorado Revised Statutes, Title 22, which defines harassment and discrimination, which defines what we are allowed to say no to, right? Really is what limits our ability to say no if we think something isn't proper when it comes to privacy or safety. Complicates matters. And I don't think, but maybe I'm wrong, I don't think that concern was considered well enough before the statute was passed. But the statute dates back to 2009 originally, and then was re-amended in 2022 or 2023 to take effect in 2024, which is the discussion that we tabled, that we were talking about. And it was over the concern about the change in the law that was on top of the 2009 law. And JASA, I believe, bases its policy, and it's changed a policy that it did several years ago based on the 2009 CRS. So if you really want to boil it back, it just comes down to what is our state law. And it's complicated further because of what we all may or may not believe, but then our state law guides us in a different way. So if I disagree, you're right, I do disagree with the state law on that. Not because I don't want to see harassment and discrimination. I just want to see more emphasis placed on privacy and safety and fairness too, and that part's missing from the statute. So I don't know how to reconcile that. But I do think that it's important, and I'll just end it on the fact that I'm an advocate for all kids, and I'm an advocate for privacy and safety and fairness for all sexes and all genders, right? And I don't know what the solution is. I just know that if we're not careful, we will not do the right thing at some point, and we will end up with a child. Well, I shouldn't say we will. We could end up with a child or children that are injured or hurt or subject to some sort of invasion of privacy that we could have prevented, and I just don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see any victims. I don't want to see any kids hurt. So let's leave it at that.
Director Weiniger?
Just want to concur with Director Moore. Completely agree with everything you said. And just that I think it is too bad that this policy probably will end after this meeting and not continue forward in some form or another, especially having two girls in this school district. Well, one that will be in the school district soon. She's only 3. But just I would have so much more security in knowing that a school district has a policy in place for situations that might happen where there is a biological male who is in a space that she feels she's violated. And I know that we have amazing staff right now that takes it case by case. It's just, giving that sense of security that I wish we could provide.
Director Thompson or Director Moore?
I also concur with Director Moore, Director Weiniger. And as a teacher, a mother, I know people don't like this, but as a Christian, I cannot be unkind to anyone. I don't care the color of their skin. I don't care their gender. I don't care whatever. It's not appropriate for me to be unkind to anyone. And I've had trans kids in classrooms. I've had gay kids. I've had gay friends. And I would never think to treat them any other way except as a human being. The only other thing I am worried about is the things that come with what's been happening with our transgender children, is that I think that at a point our other kids, especially girls in locker rooms, in sports, have been afraid to speak out because it's uncomfortable. And I know it's uncomfortable, Director Geiger, just to even be going through some of those, being in the locker room, period. It's uncomfortable at my age. But I'm saying, I just think that I want to make sure that everyone's taken care of. And as a trans child, I would hope that someone would be able to have that conversation, that out of respect, or can we not make accommodations, and out of respect for maybe those girls that it does bother, and I know we had one person, I think we had a couple of emails, and I think we've had some emails over the past couple of years of incidences in Douglas County, but until our public understands that you must really use policy KE to go through the process, if there is a complaint, then we're not going to know everything as a board. You're never going to know everything as a board sitting up here. So unless it gets brought up through the process to the board, we're unaware of those things. And when we get an email, as a board member, our community needs to understand that's not the starting point, is with the board. So we just want to make sure that all of our kids are respected and taken care of.
Director Thompson?
Okay. So first, I want to speak to any student or young person who's listening. You matter, you're worthy, your dignity matters, and you belong here. So please don't allow the struggles of others to define you. I also want to say thank you to my fellow board directors for recognizing trans children actually exist tonight. I feel that was a really thoughtful and validating approach to take while sharing your thoughts on the topic. So the title of this agenda item is Preserving Fairness and Safety in Sports. And since that is the topic that we are on, I do want to make a couple points. You know, sports are not just games. They promote health and well-being. They build social skills and teamwork. They help improve self-image, and they're linked with stronger academics and later career success. In fact, student athletes, especially girls, are more likely to enroll in AP coursework than their non-athletic peers. And sports also benefit school culture. So higher athletic participation is linked to safer schools and fewer disciplinary issues, including suspensions and criminal activity. And I know that there's a lot of rhetoric around protecting girls that focuses on fears rather than solutions. And there are solutions. And I also want to address some of the other threats to fairness in girls' sports, including lack of access, lack of funding, and outdated perceptions that girls are not athletically equal to boys. So the truth is, and as Director Weinerger pointed out, our schools already work with students to ensure opportunity, access, and safety, and that our leaders are tasked with problem solving and providing opportunities within the boundaries of Colorado and federal law. And there are solutions that don't resort to exclusion. I do want to recognize that there is a broader pattern that we should all consider. For example, for years, girls were pushed away from things like math and science, which created achievement gaps. But when given access and encouragement, girls not only caught up, they began to outperform their male peers. And the same story applies to athletics. Despite being labeled weak or unfeminine, female athletes have consistently broken through stereotypes and barriers to prove otherwise. I personally reject rhetoric that lowers athletic standards for girls by portraying them as fragile. I feel that the real and ongoing threat to girls' sports include the things that I mentioned: access, funding, and perception. And I think that if this is an area that we really care about as a board, and for our incoming board directors moving forward, I do think that this is a really important topic. I think it's an important topic to really understand from district staff, from athletics, what it looks like, and what are the issues that we should be addressing within the district.
Director Meek.
Yeah, well, thank you. I didn't really prepare anything, and I really was listening more than anything to this conversation. And I think what I heard from everyone is we want to take care of everyone. I mean, I heard that. That was like the common desire. And I think the challenge is how. How do you do that, right, in this environment? And, you know, I think we have a gift in that we have, I'm pretty sure it's 17 years where we have accommodated transgender athletes in sports. So we have 17 years of data of us doing this. So I think there's probably been lessons learned. I think we can talk to students. Both of my daughters were athletes, and I talked to my oldest about this, and she's like, Mom, anyone in the locker room can make you feel uncomfortable. Like our goal is to make everyone feel comfortable no matter what. And I believe for 17 years, we have been able to work with individuals to make them feel comfortable for whatever reason, if they're feeling uncomfortable. And I mean, that's what our policies are about. We want to make sure everyone is able to participate, there aren't barriers, you know, so instead of starting with a policy, I think you have conversations with those who are closest. And we listen to our students and we listen to our families and our athletic, like you have conversation. And having this long history, this isn't something new, right? This hasn't just appeared. It's become elevated in recent years for whatever reason. But I think we have an opportunity to really lean into community engagement and learn from everyone and make sure that we are doing everything possible to ensure, that there isn't unfair competition, or an unfair competition could be lack of access for certain people. And we want to make sure, opportunities are there. So it's complex, like we have said already. And I think instead of starting with a policy that feels pretty divisive as a starting point, we actually have conversations with people with experience in accommodating everyone and see what the challenges are and work from that.
Yeah, I totally support that, and I hope that this board does continue to move forward and have conversation. I threw up a policy because I wanted to show that there are other districts and places that are creating policy around this. And so I genuinely hope that this board continues these conversations and moves forward with trying to preserve fairness and safety in sports. So I think that's it there, unless anybody has anything else. All right, on to the first quarter budget review. No, we're not gonna. Okay. Director Thompson.
So fortunately, this is pretty simple. I do want to point out, we are still waiting to hear how much our election fees will look like this year. I had followed up with staff and found out that we actually get that number total in January, and that's around the time that it is due. Additionally, I did have questions around what we were looking at for the cost of CASB this year. Honestly, I don't even know if staff was able to respond to me because we did get a lot of emails that came in. So I don't remember if I've seen it come through. But the reason I had asked was there is an upcoming conference. It's for NSBA. It's February 1st through 3rd, and the deadline for to sign up early and save is November 14th. And so I know that this is particularly, we've done national conferences in the past. This is particularly one that I would be interested in. I'm not sure about other board directors or incoming directors that'll be on during that time, but I wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to bring it up while we're looking at our budget and thinking about, if we have the resources there to allocate for attendance. And if there are any thoughts.
Thank you for watching our budget so closely. I'm actually being serious. Anyone else? No. Great, thank you.
At this
Onward. Wait, hold on.
I was going to move to tables.
Okay, hold on 1 second. So, but first, I would like to just make a recommendation. So we have 9.2, 9.3, 9.7, and 9.16. The first two are both ELs, EL3 and EL4. I would to say that I personally am good with moving that, along with the governance process handbook, tabling until the next meeting or however you all want to move forward with that, especially the governance process handbook, because I know we talked again tonight about maybe changing something around the agenda planning and what goes on consent versus not. So I think it's probably good not to approve that. The only one that I was considering that maybe we should take a vote on, if we're ready to do that, would be the BOE self-evaluation board superintendent linkage, just because I did it. And so it might make sense that if there are questions that I could be there to answer them, because I wouldn't be there otherwise.
That is
So
9.7?
it's just, yeah, it's 9.7.
Thank you.
So I would suggest we talk about 9.7 and then we can table the rest after we talk about 9.7.
I am comfortable with that.
Okay.
I move to adopt. EL?
No,
Can I
no.
move and then we second and then we have a discussion?
Yes, go ahead and move.
I move to adopt 9.7 on the agenda regarding
The board superintendent linkage, yes.
policies.
Great.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Discussion, Director Thompson.
Thank you. So I've been digging in policy governance. And regarding this monitoring report, we had a discussion during our work session in October. And during the conversation, the superintendent's letter was referenced. And there was a comment about how writing that letter was an uncomfortable task. And, I think we need to be clear that, the superintendent is accountable to the board for organizational performance, that it's not the other way around. And what happened is the letter ends up certifying or interpreting board's compliance, and it blurs that line. So it is not in her purview to tell the board if we're in compliance with this policy. It's in her purview to support it with facts and for us to determine whether or not we're in compliance. So this is not by any means a misstep of our superintendent. Like, I think that she was trying to fulfill an ask that we had, and I think that we didn't think about it before being told that it was an uncomfortable situation. And it makes sense because it was kind of counterintuitive to our process and the point of our personal monitoring reports. And so, again, I think it probably should have a conversation about how the factual documentation could happen. I think it would also alleviate if the superintendent does have to write a letter or provide factual information that would maybe result in the board finding ourselves in noncompliance. So I think we do need to find that happy medium. And so I don't think this one's ready yet because I think we should have the opportunity to rectify the challenge that's here.
So I would recommend that the new board would make those, because these are through the October 17th of '25. So I would recommend leaving this one and then going back and looking at your BSLs and, as a board, changing any future self-evals.
Yeah, I'm just worried about us putting our superintendent in a position where she's not in compliance with policy that she's supposed to follow. So like, we have a policy that says specifically she's not supposed to interpret the governance policies. And so, like, we are putting her in that predicament. And I think that it can be fixed.
Sorry, we put you in that spot.
I was just going to say, as I understood it, and we were trained on policy governance, I definitely was, or at least from my perception, I was directed to do so, to write that memo. And so, but one option you have would be to just eliminate the memo.
We could just eliminate the memo. So if we want to just amend it and then, or any reference to it. So we can delete the memo from the superintendent and then also any reference to it. And then I would suggest this as a board, you guys talk about it.
I mean, if that's what you guys think works, my only thing is just process, like, there's facts that could be presented that then we could weigh our compliance on. And so that's all. It's just, we won't have all those facts in this version. So that's all. But I appreciate the compromise.
Okay, so Director Geiger, since you're the one that made the motion, would you accept the amendment to take out the memo and any reference thereof?
I take that as a friendly amendment and I would accept.
And Director Weiniger, would you accept that as a second?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
No.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 6-1. Yes, Superintendent Kane.
Yes, I realize it's very late, but I was hoping that the board would consider the ELs because they were on consent agenda at the board's request because we had already done all of the discussion around those ELs and settled with where that was. So that would be my request, is that if it is possible, if the board wants to have us redo them, that's one thing, but I think that we had settled at a place where we had agreed they were ready for consent agenda, so I was hoping we could just get them done.
Those would be
9.2 and 9.3. The EL3 was treatment of staff and volunteers, and EL4 was succession.
I would move that we adopt agenda items 9.2 and 9.3.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Any discussion?
I feel like I'm just in a little bit of a predicament because the things that I would like to raise, I would prefer to first address with the superintendent. So, yeah, I don't have any further discussion at this time.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I just wondered if, so process-wise, we went over the EL, and I believe that we addressed all of the questions at that time and made determinations with the board as to whether we were going to apply the feedback to the current year's report or apply it for the next year's report, at least as I understood the last meeting. So that's all I would say. So I don't know if it's feedback over and above what came out of the last meeting, in which case I'm happy to just table it and redo it if that's what the board would like.
I think we have a motion and a second on the table, so. All right, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Yeah, I get that it feels like there's conversation and everything, and we're at a point where there's transition happening and new board members coming on, and I think just moving forward at this point, since prior conversations have already happened, probably makes the most sense, so aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
No.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 6-1. And then we will need a motion to table the approval of governance process handbook.
I motion to table 9.16, approval of governance process handbook.
I second.
That was a motion by Weiniger, second by Geiger. Any discussion on that one? Great. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And now we will move into our Board of Education reports. Our first topic, though, is going to be the reflection on the October 21st board meeting. So I'll just give a quick recap. We did start with a special meeting where we went into executive session to talk about potential negotiations around safety and security with a possible contract or a possible agreement with the county. At that time, we had not received that proposal, and so we went into executive session to talk about safety and security items. Then we came back in, we had our regular meeting that we talked about board committee outreach, where we discussed social media, and I know communications is working on that for for the future. We had a Safety and Security Forum debrief where Deputy Superintendent Hyatt came and spoke to us along with Head of Security Johnny Grusing. That was great, very informative, and told us that we're right on track doing the right things for our kids. We had a quick discussion about the CASB presentation plan, and because the board is going to present along with Superintendent Kane about the consolidation of schools. And so we had a discussion around that. And then we talked about the governance process updates, which are going to be a continual discussion for the next board. And then we did the BSLs, which we just talked about, and 1.8, which we also talked about, Community Connections Plan, which we also talked about tonight. And then we had a very long discussion on the strategic plan. So that was the agenda, and I'll let anybody weigh in from there. Director Geiger.
I will only say I thought the safety and security briefing was substantially more detailed than I expected and greatly appreciated. I think it was educational to us. I know that it was educational to the now future directors who were there and learned a great deal from it. So I want to thank staff. Please pass that on to Mr. Grusing and everybody who participates in that. I thought the discussion on the strategic plan got very direct at times, and I think we will continue to have what I hope are very direct and fruitful conversations about how the strategic plan works and how it governs us going forward. So I look forward to that. And I thought it was a generally good meeting.
Director Thompson.
Yep, I'm exhausted, so I will echo Director Geiger's comments.
Director Meek.
So I guess a couple of loose ends. The board did get a letter from the county commissioners, and we as a board haven't had a chance. It wasn't on our agenda, and we haven't had a chance to discuss it. And with a new board coming in, it feels like that response from a board perspective needs to wait. So just kind of wanted to elevate that point to make sure we're all on the same page. And
Yeah,
Agree.
I also think that in executive session, we kind of had talked about potential discussions moving forward, yeah.
yeah, but we had not had any information at that point.
Right.
So the strategic plan conversation as well, and I know we mentioned maybe having something at the retreat on that, but I'm not sure if that's really where we are. I know we have agenda planning happening Thursday, but I just wanted to elevate that as a potential agenda topic for the retreat, and it's always growing and growing and growing. So I don't know if that's really feasible or not, but kind of understanding where we are in the plan and what the rollout looks like in that high-level conversation is kind of what we talked about. So maybe I'm just teeing that up for Thursday's agenda planning conversation, whether or not it needs to fall on the retreat or at a future meeting. But those are the only other things I wanted to highlight from that retreat.
Director Moore.
I would just recommend that, based on the letter we did receive from the commissioners regarding their proposal, that this board, or not really so much this current exact board, but the Douglas County Board of Education, just respond to that in a timely manner, because I do think that there is some timeliness to what they're proposing. And I think there are lots of potential options for how we want to respond. But the relationship and the partnership has always been strong and important, and I think with just a timely response and just some interaction and talking through the different thought processes, that I think this group will eventually, I do believe, come to some good resolution or to take advantage of their proposal and opportunity. I don't know what that looks like, but I just think timeliness will be important.
Anyone else? All right. Then we will move into president reports. So, I'm sorry, Superintendent Kane.
I'm so sorry, my brain is not moving very fast. Would the Board of Education like me to respond on behalf of the district to the commissioner's letter to thank them for their offer and let them know that, that the board is in transition and that as soon as is reasonably possible, the new board will come up to speed and consider the matter and get back to them?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think it's extremely important to respond and kind of explain the conundrum with the timeliness because new board directors won't be sworn in until December, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so there will be a special meeting called on December 2nd for the swearing in of incoming board directors. Agenda planning for that meeting and along with the retreat agenda is scheduled for this Thursday, November 13th at 10:30. Director Meek and Geiger and Thompson, I feel awkward writing your retreat agenda, so I don't know if one of you wants to kind of step up and take that on, but I think that that would be helpful. I don't feel like that's probably where I need to be, so.
I appreciate that.
I was planning on attending, and I know we sporadically attend. I think everyone who can attend
Well,
can
it's-
participate.
I think it would just be, it's nice to have like something to
Outline.
show and then an outline, and then you guys can have discussion about times and if there's additional topics or whatever, but it's just nicer to have something to show. So
Okay.
if someone is willing to take that on, I think that would be great.
I'm happy to volunteer.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with you doing it.
All right, and then I attended the DAC Pathways Expo. It was a huge success. It was really, really, really great. Ton of students were there. I brought my daughter because she's really into aviation. But we spent a lot of time walking around and talking to students from all over the district. I talked to Rock Canyon, I talked to Ponderosa, just differences within theater, at Highlands Ranch High School. It was a great success. Those kids, they're amazing. So there's that, and then I also attended the Lone Tree Urban Rural Authority meeting. That they are going to need a new director. Currently, I sit in that, so that's something for you all to decide afterward. But I just make sure whoever to keep that on their list of people, and then if you can just reach out to them and let them know which director will be taking my spot, that would be great, so that they can get that person on the list. I look forward. I have a couple more school visits coming up that I'm excited to finish out. One of them being Sierra Middle School. I'm excited to see the work on the bond that's passed and all the things that are happening there. So that's what I have going on. Unfortunately, I am going to not partake in any more of evening events just so that I can be back home with my family. And so any of the things that come up on the evening, I will not be attending. So on to my closure, but first today I have to show what the district gave each one of the board directors. These boxes were made by Rock Canyon students, and they're beautiful. So anyway, I'm gonna get through this without crying. I wanna say thank you to the amazing people that work in this district. I could sit up here and talk about all the accomplishments that have happened over the last 4 years, but the truth is, I sit up here maybe 2 days a month. You guys are here every single day. That's to teachers, it's to lunchroom assistants, it's to our bus drivers, everybody who is passionate by our children. And I just want to say thank you for everything you guys do for this district. I know the work is not done, and you guys will continue to move forward, and I thank you for your dedication. Sorry. I wasn't supposed to cry.
There was no chance you were gonna get.
I know, okay. All right, and I also want to say to those people who feel like they've lost a voice on this board, please stay engaged. Email the board, come to public comment, come talk to these directors, the ones that are incoming as well. Don't be discouraged. I'll be enjoying some much needed time with my family. So thank you all again. Director Weinerer.
Hey. I actually don't have any updates, but I do have 3 more things to attend, or I guess technically 4 if you count our last December 2nd meeting. I'll be at the Legacy Phase 2 groundbreaking, is that what they call it? Groundbreaking. And then I'll be at FOC on Thursday and MBOC on I believe it's the 25th, but this month. So I do have something I wrote for my last message to say goodbye. I'm not going to look at anyone so I don't cry, and I promise it's not too long. First off, I want to give a shout out and thank you to my family, my husband Reed, for single parenting our kids for the many evenings and events for our school district. To my 2 daughters, Charlie and Lily, for sharing their mom multiple times a week. And my parents, Craig and Karen, for the mountain of help they provided in babysitting and campaigning for school funding. I want to thank everyone sitting up here with me on the dais, especially those that I campaigned with. These past 4 years have been tough work, but fruitful, and I appreciate the close friendships we've developed. Thank you to our Superintendent Aaron Kane and all staff and employees in our district. The resiliency and love and care that every single employee has for the students in Douglas County is unmatched. I also want to thank our parents and community for their many different ways of involvement, including volunteering at our schools or our committees, or attending our sports games, career fairs, or performing art shows. All these different systems of people played a huge part in where we were 4 years ago to where we are today. And this is just a list I put together what we accomplished in the last 4 years. I'm glad Director Williams did it so I could. Back in February 2022, we implemented a step and lane compensation plan for our teachers that better aligned with our surrounding school districts. Thanks to our community, we also increased teacher pay by 29% for our licensed staff and are now in a more competitive range to pay our teachers what they deserve. And our teacher turnover went from 20% to 15%. In August 2023, we opened the Legacy Campus in Lone Tree, providing 13 different career pathway opportunities for our students and saving our families over $20 million in concurrent enrollment tuition. In August of 2023 as well, our community passed, or I guess not in August, but our community did pass an MLO that not only allowed us to afford good teachers, but also allowed us to staff security specialists in our schools, which has provided more assurance of safety for our parents when trusting their children to us every school day. In August 2024, our students with special needs in our bridge program in Parker moved out of the double-wide trailers in an industrial area of Parker and into a building much better suited and located for their needs. And as a board, we reevaluated our board ends and came together to develop much simpler, forward-thinking end goals that I believe our entire community agrees with. Also, 4 years ago, our bus routes were having to be canceled day of due to driver shortages, and families were having to scramble to find ways to get their kids to and from school. And our staff saw this frustration and implemented the rolling blockout schedule to give our families stability, and now we should have full running schedules by next semester. We've gone through our first time as a school district and having to consolidate schools, and all had tough decisions involved in evaluating declining enrollment. And I think a lot of hard work is still being done around that. In November 2024, our community passed a bond, allowing us to address important capital needs in our school buildings and build 2 neighborhood schools in our growing areas of our district. And those schools will open in August of 2027. In 2019, before our schools were closed for the COVID lockdowns, Douglas County's Colorado State Performance Framework score had dropped down to 66.9%. Our CMAS scores for the met or exceeded were at 56% for English and 46% for math. Now, thanks to our amazing staff, our amazing parents, our students, our most recent performance framework is at 71%. We're only 3 points away from accredited with distinction, and our CMAS scores have increased for math to 55% and for English to 63%. There are many other things that have been accomplished that I could point out. But the main message I want to say tonight is, we are leaving you an amazing school district. Please don't mess it up.
Director Moore.
I can't top either of those.
Just because
You
you
guys
can't
are-
cry.
Huh?
Just because you can't cry.
I know, I didn't understand what the giant box of Kleenex was for earlier, now I do. But I'll just say that you allowed me to join you almost 2 years ago, and it was one of the most tremendous honors of my life and my professional career to work with you and learn with you. I learned a great deal. The old adage, you don't know what you don't know until you're there doing it. There were a lot of things I thought I knew that I didn't, and I've learned a tremendous deal about education and school finance, and a lot of assumptions I had before joining the board, I realized I was completely way off base. And I'm glad I got to learn it from this perspective. And I'm glad I got to learn it with all of you. I learned a great deal from you. You're all remarkable in different ways, and I appreciate every single one of you. To staff, you guys are badasses. You're amazing. What you do day in and day out, the way you take care of these kids, you take them into school safe, you send them home safe every day. I'm proud of you for that. You're remarkable in so many ways, and despite all the criticisms that we hear, some are fair, some are not. It's not the point. The point is there's so many good things that we forget to talk about that you guys have accomplished and do accomplish, and Director Weiniger talked about a lot of those. There are so many important things that go unnoticed and undiscussed and unrecognized that you all do. It is one giant, well-oiled machine, and you do a remarkable job, and you have so much to be proud of, and it's not because of, I don't believe it's because of what we do. I think it's because of the effort you all put in, the leadership, the effort, the work you put in every single day. Nights, weekends, I know you don't really have, even when you're off, if there's a problem or an issue, you deal with it, and nobody ever knows how much time you put in behind the scenes, but I think we know that now, at least I do, from working with you for the last 2 years. I appreciate you allowing me to be a part of your team, and you really are an amazing team, so thank you.
Director Geiger.
Perhaps I should defer to Director Meyer. Let Becky go.
Director Myers.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say what a privilege it was to get to serve on this board. It was a privilege to be a teacher in this community when we moved here in '93. I love Douglas County, and we moved here for our kids, to go to the schools because of the reputation they had. And then to know that I wanted to teach in this district and go back into education at 40. And I stayed at my school the whole time, Ranchview Middle School, because it was just such a unique experience. I have been blessed with the relationships in this school district, in the people that I have met, that I have gotten to work with. I love coming into this building and how kind people are and how good they are to us and the respect that we get when we come in here. And it's hard to imagine that I was in this position that you get this kind of, the community knows you. Sometimes people talk to you in the community, and just knowing that and hearing people tell you that you did a job that was very important. And not very thankful, and of course, unpaid. So, but that's okay. I was retired. I got paid for the teacher part. But I have, Christy, I don't even hardly go a day without talking to her. She's like another daughter. Kaylee is too. I talk to her on a regular basis. Tim, he's too busy. But I know I can even call Director Geiger when I needed to. And I worked with Susan on SAG. So they'll have that replacement for SAG. And I was on DCYI and I missed the meeting yesterday due to having to take care of a sick grandchild, which will be what my life will be now, true retirement, watching the grandchildren. Getting to know Valerie a little bit on DAC and then coming in on the board. My goodness, there's just so much out there. This is a beautiful school district. It is known in the state and it is known nationwide for what we do. There have always been three things that I have told my children that are very difficult, and they require communication and compromise. The first thing is marriage. The second thing is children. And the third was being a teacher. And now I have to add Board of Education to that list. So be ready. It is nothing like you think it will be. And so you might want to have a conversation with those people that got you to run after you're up here for a while and you go, you lied. It takes a lot of time. So, and especially for you guys that are employed, geez, I was the lucky one. But thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Danny, I just still use the children quote. I mean, I have always loved kids and teaching, but they stimulate you. And I just loved visiting the schools and meeting the principals. And so, goodbye to a beautiful, great cabinet. Keep up the good work. I hope you don't have many more of these nights. But I mean, I guess our what was our longest? 2 o'clock? Okay, 2 o'clock. And that I don't do that well at this age. I want to go to bed. But anyway, thank you so much. Community, people out there. Corey always walks me to my car. And James, you guys are always here for us. I just respect and love the job you do for us. So thank you.
Okay, now Director Geiger.
Boy, looking at my list of what I did this last month, I did a report on LRPC. They're deeply in the start of figuring out the boundaries on 50 and 51. That's going to be a lot of work, and it's not straightforward. But it'll get done. I visited Platte River Academy in Skyview last week. Brilliant discussions. Smart people doing great jobs for our kids. I love that very much. If you missed Diwali, you missed a heck of a party. Those people have a good time. And there's a bad video of me out there dancing really badly. But it was a lot of fun, and it's nice to see that community come together and become, I think they're very much becoming a community, and I think they will influence our schools for a long time. You talked about career path. I could talk about that for 5 hours. And I talked to way too many people, and I had a great time. I want to point out I went to the Taste of Highlands Ranch, which is our nutrition services. Jennifer, it's Pfeiffer, right? Her people are astonishing. We do such a great job, and as we know, hunger is an issue, even in our county. And there are kids. Every day, there are dozens of kids who wake up, and the best part of their day is going to be the food we feed them. And that is so special, and those people are wonderful. I was the only one who got to go to the groundbreaking at Highlands Ranch for the new auto mechanic thing, and I love digging a shovel. And I hope some of you will be there with me at Legacy tomorrow, next day, and Thursday. And those of you who are leaving us, still come to the groundbreaking on 50 and 51. You contributed to it. I've had the privilege of being there and talking to you as board members. I've served with you as liaisons. And probably nobody has disagreed on some subjects more passionately than I have. I will point out two things. If we had not voted unanimously to put bond on the ballot, and I know some of you had questions, it would not have passed. And we are changing lives because all 7 of us decided it was necessary. And I know you paid a political price for that. And I want you to understand how much I appreciate it. And the hardest thing I have done in my entire life, because I didn't give birth to my 2 kids, is making the decision to consolidate those schools. And I live in a world of conflict, and that 3-month period, when we had to make those decisions, the fact that we, despite differences on that subject and many others, the fact that the 7 of us came together and stood in front of the public and made those decisions. Other districts have failed to do that right because they couldn't achieve unanimity. And whatever else I have disagreed with any and all of you on, the fact that we came together on, particularly on those 2 topics, was vital. And I thank you for your thoughtful work on that.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. This is an awkward update because of the structure.
It's weird.
So first, I would like to just take a moment to acknowledge our parents, families, staff, and community members who are veterans. Thank you. I think this is a really nice time to reflect that we are all united by common values, including courage, integrity, and love of country. And that is embodied by those who've served. Quickly on updates, we had the safety and security meeting, which is fantastic. As always, we were able to hear from the head of security from Denver schools. And I think one of the biggest takeaways is just how unique safety looks from district to district. The challenges that they see in Denver are very different from the challenges that we see in Douglas County. And I had the opportunity and the pleasure to join at the last SAG meeting, hear student input on a variety of topics, including safety, cell phone policy. It was a fantastic meeting. I saw Director Geiger at Diwali. I had a blast. I brought my family this year to the event. I went to it last year and immediately regretted I hadn't brought my children. And so this year I was sure to do so, and it was a wonderful time, and I'm grateful that I got to participate and be a part of it and to bring my family to be a part of it. The Pathways Expo was amazing. Thank you, DAC, and thank you, staff, for putting on an exceptional event. I cannot believe how many people are there now. It has grown so much. Students, not only were they sharing about their major, but they were selling to us why it's their program at their school was the best. And students are talking like that because they really believe it. And that was another opportunity I brought my children to. They're very young, but I bring them every year. And actually this event, my son remembered before it was time asking, when are we going to that thing, Mom? And so this year, one of the highlights, of course, was the flight simulator. And it was really cool to have high schoolers work with them and teach them and give them that opportunity. I think that you can't start too young to really build their interest in their future. So I'm very grateful that opportunity exists as a parent as well. I attended a feeder choir event at Legends where the choir directors from the different schools all come together for this full-day workshop, and they bring elementary, middle, and high school students together, and they learn music together, and then they all do their own performances. It was an absolute blast. I saw Danny there, and it was just an absolute treat. It was the highlight of this past weekend for myself, and such an awesome thing as a mother to see your son enjoy, get to just bloom like that. And he was just so excited to be there and be a part of something like that. And I don't often get to see those types of opportunities with him. And so it was very meaningful. There was a biotechnology research presentation that occurred during this time that I had committed to going to. And I'm was not able to attend, even though I had every intent to, due to a work conflict. But I wanted to at least acknowledge it, acknowledge that I had every intention to go. I don't know, I know they had it on video. I should reach out to see if they have recordings because those presentations are beyond impressive. And I'm still feeling bad that I didn't have the opportunity to hear it this year. And then finally, I do want to, bring up some of your sentiment, Director Williams, that I do agree with you that the board moving forward is charged with being representative of the community and all voices, especially dissenting voices. And it is a hard pill to swallow to hear that there are members in our community that won't feel represented. I take that to heart, and I think that we are charged with a really big task moving forward on how we're going to fill that gap. And then thank you, Director Moore, for your comments. It has been an honor to grow alongside with you in this role. So thank you guys. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. Definitely know how much work it is. And I hope that you get to enjoy tomorrow.
Director Meek.
Yeah, I'll start with Happy Veterans Day as well. And I missed out on the celebrations today, so those are always really amazing at our schools. So I'll just mention a couple of updates that I haven't heard touched on yet. So last week I went to the Arrowwood 25th anniversary. It's just so amazing to be in the schools and talking to individuals that have been there for 25 years. And to see all the families, the community, the intentional programming that they had to make everyone feel really included, and it was great. It was wonderful. So I was able to do that before I went to the Communication Devices in Douglas County School District meeting that was held in this room. And there's a lot of very diverse perspectives in our district. Does not surprise anyone, I'm sure, to hear. But I think the virtual forum will be happening. Do you know the date off the top of your head? So it's November 18th. So that will be a virtual opportunity for our community to learn a little bit more and then weigh in with some of their ideas and perspectives. And there's a survey out right now as well. So that's a really important conversation that will be coming up. And again, another conversation where it's complex and trying to navigate that is going to be really important, and which is really why we need to make sure we have all kinds of avenues so representative voices are heard, and then we get to make the decision that won't make everyone happy. So those are really my updates. I think what I want to say to our community is, whether you agree or disagree with any of us up here, it's a lot of work, and you take time away from your spouse and your children and your family, and I just want to thank the outgoing board members for your sacrifice, whether we aligned or did not align on different issues. You worked hard, and we're bringing various perspectives to the table. And I think what I can say confidently moving forward is, that desire to bring different perspectives and hear all perspectives will continue. And I think it's really critical for that. And I think that's why I was so excited to share the Community Connections Plan. I mean, that's the whole idea behind that plan, is trying to make sure that we are going out and not listening just to one group, but representative members of our community. And so I think that's just a really important thing for us to make sure that we keep up doing. And I just thank our community for believing in this board enough to pass the mill and bonds, which I think have critically helped put structure in place to set us up for continued success. And that accomplishment is really, really meaningful. And it is an honor and a privilege to serve on the board. I'm really excited to be continuing. You have to put up with me for another couple years. But while leadership may change, our mission and our values remain constant. And those are those end statements, and that's what we're here to work towards. And no matter who is serving on the board, that's really our constant mission and vision and what we're working towards. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you. So with that, I'm not going to let Director Geiger do. I'm going to let Director Myers adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
And then Director. Second by Weiniger. All right. Motion by Myers, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye, and with thanks.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
No? Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. The meeting is now adjourned.